to get a 4-day chance with Glamorgan. He certainly would have been a regular member of the One-Day Cup side last season, having made his debut in the first match, but then it transpired that he was moving counties. Nisa bowls, and that's driven down the ground. A rocket straight drive from Kimber as it runs away to the straight long-on boundary, signalled by umpire Baldwin. It's a long way from him, from his home in West Wales. First boundary of the day to Kimber, one already to Patel, and Leicestershire are 10 without loss.
His newish home in West Wales, he was telling us. With emphasis on the distance, yes.
It's a lot of mileage for a man who works around England, as well as obviously the odd job in Wales. But
he needs some more games in Neath, he was telling us, wasn't he? That's his nearest first-class ground.
Yeah, that's where there will be a couple of One-Day Cup games this season. As Nisa bowls and falls over, and Kimber plays it into the offside. It's fended up at third man as I was stretching to see the field around the corner. Single taken. Now, we're used to seeing Nisa falling over because he does quite a lot, but he actually looked to discomfort himself somewhat in that one. And ball played off an angled bat down to third man. Kimber moves to 7.
Whether he would have played here before, I'm not sure that he would have done so. There was a huge debate on during the England game, the women's game, about slopes or not slopes.
Nisa bowls, and Patel is forward defending into the offside. No run. Yes, what's the official home verdict on it? Because to me it looks as though the ground does slope down towards us. But
it does, no question about it. Paul Allett on telly was a bit cutting about that, but Charles Dagnall, who's bowled a fair bit on this ground, I suppose I would imagine Paul Allett did over his career as well at various times, but said no, there is a clear slope down from the Bennett end to the pavilion end, and there's no question that there is slight.
From that Bennett end, Nisa bowls, and it's deflected down towards us at fine leg by Patel, who picks up a single as James Harris does the fielding. 12 without loss after 3 overs, so no real alarms for Leicestershire so far, other than the fact that one ball went through on the second bounce to the keeper from the pavilion end.
I think all the cameras are up and running now. I think all the sound is up and running now, so hopefully nothing of too much import has been missed. 3 overs have been bowled, that is all. A couple of nice shots have been played, that's for sure. That straight drive by Kimber. He is a very powerful young man. He looks a big chap, doesn't he? And he has wide shoulders as Hogan up the slope goes in and bowls to Patel, who leans forward, plays with an angle bat to forward defensive through gully along the ground all the way, runs down to third man, jogs a single. He moves on to 6. 13 without loss. Short sleeved shirt for Rishi Patel. Is that just a big sweatband, or is that a slight arm guard on his left forearm? I think it might be an arm guard. Between elbow and wrist, Kimber stands up very tall at the crease as in goes Hogan and bowls to him. He defends. A straight delivery back to the Australian. Glamorgan planning, I would imagine, they wouldn't tell Michael Hogan about it, but I would imagine there'll be some sort of celebrations to mark it. That sounds wrong, doesn't it? Celebrations to mark his departure, but to mark his service to the
well,
county,
he has got a testimonial year on, though.
So, okay.
Yeah, should benefit from that, hopefully.
Yes, Kerching. In goes Hogan and bowls outside off stump. Leans forward, lifts his bat over the line of the ball. At mid-off.
Though being Michael Hogan, it's a little bit more low-key so far than certain testimonial and benefit events.
Okay. Is he not a sort of outgoing
he's
personality in that respect? Or?
He's laid back.
Yeah, fair enough. his figures speak for themselves, really. The number of wickets he's taken and the number of overs he's bowled. In he goes and bowls, and thick outside edge from Kimber. I thought for a minute it just gone a little bit finer than it had. Actually, it went through gully again. I would imagine, given that there looks to be just a little bit of movement, as surely one would hope at this stage. It's found a couple of thick outside edges from Hogan and Nisa. A gully might be worth posting. Early days, 3 slips for Glamorgan, but no gully at the moment. Third man is in. He's saved a few runs already as Hogan is in and bowls on towards the hip of Rishi Patel, who calmly turns it out towards sort of square leg. Running in his Billy route from mid-wicket to field. His collar up, long-sleeved shirt. Most of the Glamorgan players favour the long-sleeved shirts. Hogan doesn't. Prefers to bowl in a short-sleeved shirt. Ditto Michael Nisa. Umpires for this game, as well as Paul Baldwin, Nigel Long at the moment standing at the pavilion end as Hogan goes in and bowls line and length on off stump. Patel is studiously forward, head right over the ball, blocking it out into the offside. And there is no run. End of the over, 14 without loss after 4. 8 to Louis Kimber and 6 to Rishi Patel.
I'm constantly amazed that first-class cricketers play in short-sleeve shirts, given the amount of wear and tear that might be ensue to the elbow area when you're fielding.
Some bowlers certainly, I can understand it. You don't kind of like the slight restrictive feeling, although they're quite elastic these days.
Nisa is into bowl, and that's forced off the back foot by Kimber, but straight to mid-off, or mid-off come cover. Trying to cover both positions is Kieran Carlson, as usual. Carlson could do with a few runs in this match. He got a 40-odd against Nottinghamshire, but a little while since his last half-century, 4 matches ago. Highest score of the season, 91, was against Leicestershire in Cardiff. As Nisa bowls and Kimber leaves that one go through, taken by Chris Cook in front of his stomach, so a bit of bounce there. Chest high, 14 without loss.
I saw some of the games were cut short yesterday, weren't they, because of the temperatures, but I don't think that is going to be an issue today. Just about perfect, really.
Yeah, it's beautiful conditions up here. We've got a little bit of breeze. Hopefully they've got a bit of the same in the middle, but maximum temperatures, according to the BBC, around 25 Celsius today. As Nisa charges towards us and bowls, and it's a dab and run into the offside by Kimber. Cannily played, just stunned that one really to the left of Carlson, and there's nothing that even a speedy fielder like him can do about it. 15 without loss here on BBC Sport Online and on the Leicestershire and Glamorgan websites with the video stream. And we are watching from something of an angle with the naked eye. We're high over fine leg as things stand at the moment, with Nisa bowling from the Bennett end. And that's a nice drive from Patel, but straight, almost straight to Carlson, who prevents any run being taken.
These twos, they put on 174, I think, for the second wicket against Sussex.
On the smaller stands, then.
Yeah, well, exactly. It sort of has been put into the shade, but Louis Kimber made his maiden first-class century in his last innings, 104 off 149. Rishi Patel was out for 99. Which would have been his maiden first-class century.
Nisa in bowls, and forward comes Patel, defending again to Carlson, flicks it up with his boot and does the fielding. Yes, for the benefit of Welsh listeners, Leicestershire coming into this game on the back of their record ever score of 756 for 4, with big double centuries for Colin Ackerman and Vian Mulder, which has done No end of good their batting averages, both up into the mid-40s now.
Get a blob, that's a good blob to have.
Mulder just under 40. As forward stretches Patel, deflects it down into the gully area, scrambling stop by Andrew Salter, who is one of the long-sleeved bowlers, and there's no run. 15 without loss. We're through 5 overs, and so far Parkinson's decision to bat first looks entirely the correct one.
It wasn't just Leicestershire records that were broken in the game. Their partnership, which was unbroken of 477, was the highest 5th wicket partnership in county championship history.
Oof.
Any county. Beating the 401 between Malloy and David Ripley for Northants against...
one of those, was it?
In goes Hogan and bowls. Kimber bat and pad close together, and again not a big stride from the big man as he blocks it down the pitch on the onside. It was against Glamorgan at Northampton in 1998.
Oh, 24 years
so you,
ago.
Yeah, might you have been there?
No, ask Edward about that one, he'd been there.
But anyway, that has been expunged from the record books. Yes. I think obviously Leicestershire pleased to break a few records as Hogan turns in, bowls, fullish, outside off stump, driven by Kimber out through straight mid-off for Carlson, flung himself to his right. I thought he might get there, but actually Kimber hit it harder than it immediately appeared because he hit it into the ground. The ball bounced up into the air for a few feet. That always sort of slows things down a bit from a watching perspective. In fact, once it bounced for a second time, it gathered pace and couldn't get across from mid-off to make the stop. Kimber moves into double figures onto 13-19 without loss. Hogan polishes the ball on the bottom of his shirt with a big red number 31 on the back, turns, elbows jutting, runs in past umpire Long and bowls straighter this time. Kimber blocks it out into the offside. Patel had to hurry there. The throw came in from mid-off. Carlson ran around to his left and a decision would have been required of umpire Baldwin. A few hands on heads out there. Unnecessary risk.
Yeah, I wouldn't take on too many quick singles to Carlson, who along with Salter is probably the best fielder in the Glamorgan side. And that was hit with a bit more power than the single they took in the last over, which was absolute dead bat and plenty of time to get through.
Hogan in to Rishi Patel, who is also driving, this time not quite as hard, and Carlson scrambles across to his right, puts in the dive and manages to deflect the ball across towards mid-on and save certainly 2. And given that the slope is down and the ground, well, there's hardly any grass, it's just sort of burnt off almost on this side of the ground, that would have probably run away for 4. So he probably saved 4 there, and he gets a congratulatory slap on the palm from third slip, who comes running out and goes to mid-off, so strengthening the offside field. Colin Ingram, that is, now at mid-off. Carlson in the covers. In goes Hogan. Bowls, a bit straighter this time. Patel leaning forward, plenty of time as he blocks that one out towards mid-wicket. Root comes into field, and there's no run. Be interesting to ask whether Glamorgan would have bowled first, as 1 or 2 on the Leicestershire side seem to think that they might have done. Probably quite relieved if...
Yeah, I think David Lloyd was having trouble making up his mind.
Yeah, well, understandably, because it does look, but it's often the way here. And you never know, things might change. In goes Hogan and bowls, brings Patel forward, a solid forward defensive to the full-ish length delivery on off-stump, blocked out into the offside. Carlson picks it up. Hogan calls for a drink to the pavilion. He says, can you bring me a drink? Too long, well, early beat. He'd be down at third man, won't he, for this next over? Send it down to third man. End of the over, 20 without loss after 6.
Yes, I hope Leicestershire listeners will forgive me the occasional mention of Middlesex in this game, because they are the side who are a point ahead of Glamorgan, so a particular concentration on their fortunes. Bizarrely, on the hottest day of the year, they put Sussex into bat at Lord's yesterday. As Nisa bowls, short ball, pulled around but under control, and I think square leg went the wrong way for a moment there, as Billy Roots thought it was going square off him. It was in fact going fine off him, and it's run away for 4 runs. Very quick outfield. So Kimber moves on to 18.
And Root apologises to his teammates. There were a few teapots out, hands on hips out there. Whether he just wasn't momentarily concentrating, but you should pick it up all right in the yellow seats on that side of the ground. It completely went the wrong way.
Yes, unless it was just initially in the trees. I mean, it was nowhere near aerial in the end. Lisa bowls outside off stump. Kimber allows that one to go through. Anyway, Middlesex have got a couple more wickets now, but Sussex are still going well at 342 for 5. There are 8.5 overs left in which to get bonus points, so it doesn't look as though Middlesex will get maximum bowling points. Thanks largely to Tom Alsop, who made 135, and Cheteshwar Pujara, who is acting as captain for Sussex in this game in the absence of the injured Tom Haynes, and he is 121 not out. Nisa bowls, and forward comes Kimber, plays back to the bowler, fields in his follow-through, no run.
Yeah, I think he's going to be captain until Haynes returns, basically. So throughout the Royal London Cup as well, for what that is worth.
Yes, Glamorgan play their warm-up against Wales a week Sunday, a match which was won by the Wales national county side last year, and Glamorgan promptly adopted several of their players for the One Day Cup campaign. Nisa into bowl. Kimber allows it to go through outside off stump, comes back a little but not enough to threaten the stumps. 24 without loss. Who do Leicestershire play in their warm-up?
Staffordshire, at somewhere called, with a K, Kniveton, I think. Obviously in Staffordshire. Looks a pleasant rural ground.
Is that one on which you'll be able to offer commentary or not? Probably not.
I suspect not, no.
No, it's tricky as
it is just a friendly.
Yes, we will be doing Glamorgan against Wales because it's in Sapphire Gardens. As Kimber plays the next delivery on the leg side, it's more fielding work for Roots to do. This time he sees it cleanly and keeps them down to a single. 25 without loss. So there's a suggestion that the Wales side may also include several Glamorgan fringe players as well, since there is a bit of coming and going between the two sides anyway. It's sometimes used as a vehicle for Glamorgan players when there isn't a suitable second 11 game. The Wales national county side under Darren Thomas. As Nisa's in, bowls to Patel, shoulders arms outside off stump. Through it goes, 25 for naught, 7 overs, and really few alarms for Leicestershire to negotiate. I shall leave you with Richard Ray to be joined by Edward Bevan shortly.
Well, Louis Kimber and Rishi Patel tend to field together in the slips as well, so they've become thoroughly acquainted with each other in recent matches. And they do seem to have a decent rapport as Michael Hogan is in from the pavilion end, bowls outside off stump. Again, it rather dies, I was going to say, into the gloves of wicketkeeper Chris Cook, but it didn't actually reach them on the full. Bounced for a second time just in front of him. He formed the long barrier. Didn't squat like that one in the very first over did, but it must be something of a crack out there outside the right-handers off stump. Very good morning to Eddie for the first time.
Morning, Richard. Good to be with you. Welcome, everybody.
Michael Hogan turns. Slightly angled run, bowls to Louis Kimber, who blocks it out into the offside towards Kieran Carlson, but Carlson has to move 3 or 4 yards to his left. So this time, the quick single isn't really a quick single, it's a comfortable single. Louis Kimber moves on to 20. He's a very keen golfer, a bit like yourself, I think, Eddie, Louis Kimber, and he plays to a handicap of 6. And the day
much lower than me.
the day after the finish of the record setting game against Sussex at Hove as Hogan is in. Bowls a bouncer, just leans out of the way of that one, faces it full on. Rishi Patel just moved his head from right to left. Didn't go through particularly quickly. He drove through the night along with his dad and a friend. I think they shared the driving up to St Andrews and followed Tiger Woods around the following morning.
First day, yeah. If he plays off 6, he's not a bad player at all.
No, I think he's a fairly serious player. Louis, as Michael Hogan is in to Patel, very straight, and Patel is respectful, leaning forward defensive. Along the pitch on the onside, out towards mid-on, who claps his hands together in appreciation. James Harris it is, out at mid-on. Just the 2 slips now for Hogan bowling to Patel. It's just his 4th over, none for 9 at the moment, as the Australian is in, bowls and stroked back to him. He puts down his right hand, and I don't think deliberately for once. I know that fast bowlers do practice it. He deflected it into the stumps, but it did rather trickle in. But as I say, yeah, they do practice it. We had Ricky Clark on commentary with us for the first time down in Sussex, and very good he was too. But I said to him, "Did you used to practice that?" He said, "Yes." I said, "Did you ever see it work for anybody?" As Hogan is in, outside off stump, allowed to go through by Patel. He said once in his entire career he'd seen it work and actually run somebody out. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. We might just be able to squeeze it in between overs, hopefully. 26 without loss is the score. A very solid start for the Foxes. Captain Callum Parkinson won the toss, chose to bat first on a pitch, looked to have a little bit of green in it, but has been used before. A lot of runs have been scored on it, and Louis Kimber and Rishi Patel have so far played almost as well as they did down in Sussex last week. Kimber in particular has hit some really nice shots in going to 20 of 24 balls. Patel a little bit more watchful, he's on 6 of 24, but neither have been too troubled by the 2 outstanding, actually, Glamorgan seamers Michael Nisa and Michael Hogan. So a good toss to have won, it looks to have been so far, with Leicestershire 26 without loss. Back with you online and on the stream, and Eddie can pick up comms.
Yes, thank you, Richard. It's Nisa from the far end, comes in now and bowls to Kimbo, plays a nice looking shot past mid-on, and that's going to run away surely on this parched outfield for 4 runs. Yes, I agree, it's been a very solid start. And as yet, Richard, I have not seen a ball deviate, I have not seen one pass the bat, and it appears to be a very, very placid pitch and lots of runs.
It was, as I say, used for the first game against Worcestershire. Now, what were the scores in that game? Worcestershire made 348 in their first innings. Leicestershire replied with 213.
Here's Nisa, and bowls again. Again, this is driven, though, through the offside. It's a chase for Carlson, and he pulls it in just a few metres from the cover boundary, but they go through for 1 run, 32 without loss. Patel is on 6, Kimber is on 26. And looking at this pitch and the parched outfield here, I think we are going to see lots of runs, as we see throughout the countries these days. Huge scores. That game that you were with, of course, down in Hove last week, and down the road, more or less, at Derby, 439 for 1. Nottinghamshire amassed yesterday as Nisa in bowl from the Bennett end, and that's a little indeterminate inside edge or an outside edge. You seem to come back and go in, but that's the only slight alarm that Kimber has experienced this morning. It seemed to come in at the very last moment.
Agree. We haven't seen a replay yet, but may just have got that one to nip back, as you say. Possibly the first one that there has been.
Lisa turns, comes in past umpire Baldwin, bowls, and this is played out to Carlson at a cover. Anything that beats the field here, more or less, is 4 runs, even though we've got a very long boundary. If the right-hander is facing at the far end, away to the old scoreboard, and rather a shortish boundary, the opposite end. 32 without loss. Leicestershire winning the toss, and after it looks a good decision to bat first. And he bowls, and that's left by the batsman. Kimber goes through to the wicketkeeper. That is the end of the over. I see James Harris at long off here, just practicing his run-up. He'll be first change, but he's more or less a swing bowler now, rather than one that really hits the deck. And I think swing might be the answer, because it is fairly muggy, but another glorious morning. And it'll be Michael Hogan, who sadly we say goodbye to. We're going back to down to Australia at the end of the season. Wonderful servant in his 10 years, bowling as well as ever. And here he is, Richard.
Up the slope he goes and bowls to Patel, slightly short of his usual length. He stands up tall. Rishi Patel plays it firmly off the back foot, but only as far as Harris at mid-on. You would imagine that the bowlers wouldn't want to be bowling spells of much more than 5 or 6 overs at a time. On a day like this, it isn't, as I've been saying, quite the sweltering heat of yesterday, thank the Lord, but it is still plenty warm enough for 5 overs up the slope from the pavilion end at Grace Road, you would have thought. In goes Hogan, bowled down the leg side, clipped away by Patel very easily, very calmly, and very decisively for 4. He had all the time in the world, didn't he? Just leant forward and clipped it away. He is very strong off his legs, Rishi Patel. He moves into double figures on 2-10.
Yes, it deviated just slightly down towards leg stump, and very quickly, as you say, the ball was dispatched for 4, just turned his wrists, and on that short boundary there was no chance for the fielder, who has now moved back there.
Hogan turns, runs in and bowls, goes past the outside edge of the stretching Rishi Patel's
First one
bat.
today.
First one, did that just swing a little bit?
Yes.
I think it might have done just, it certainly did just enough to beat the bat of Patel, but Hogan philosophically turns. He's seen it all before, many, many times. No great histrionics or demonstrations, no hands on hips, anything like that. Just turns and walks calmly back to the top of his mark, turns, kicks up his heels, runs away from us and bowls to Patel straight this time. It may just have shaped again a fraction, but only from sort of middle towards middle and off, and Patel able to close the bat face as he leant forward on that one and play it out towards mid-on.
As Glamorgan unchanged today, where they got the better of Notts in the last game. Tim van der Houten, who's been out for some time, he is in the squad, and might have thought of doing it, but they thought, right, they did do well. And oh, that's a very short delivery, which is hammered away between mid-wicket and mid-on for 4. Richards is going to leave us and take a breather, and Nick Webb will join me. Yes, a very good start here by Leicestershire, taking advantage of this true easy-paced pitch. 40 without loss. Kimber leading the way on 26, and 14 to Patel. Patel is waiting for Hogan, and he comes, bowls to him, drives again, and that's 4 more, is it? No, it's a dive-in stop, and if he hadn't stopped that, Harris, then surely he would have sped to the boundary. That's the end of the over. Kimber is on 26, and Patel is on 41. And good morning, Nick, and could be a long day for Glamorgan's attack.
Yes, it's a
comment I just made on Twitter. Could be a long, hot day, and not a good toss to lose. David Lloyd calling in correctly. Thank goodness that these two teams weren't playing yesterday because of the Women's International here at Grace Road on Monday, which meant they obviously have to swap all the screens and the advertising and all that, so they don't play back-to-back days.
Don't think they would have been sorry.
Indeed. Yes, practice was optional and not entirely attended, apparently, here, as Leicestershire have moved on to 41 without loss, and David Lloyd will bring himself onto bowl from the Bennett end and bowl to Patel, who defends his first ball down into the ground, the ball bouncing up to cover, and there's no run.
Just talking to Richard, saying that this is more of a swing day, if any. It's a little bit sultry, and seamers haven't got anything out of the pitch, just the one play and miss then from Kimber against Hogan, and immediately we've seen David Lloyd bring himself on. He's ostensibly a swing bowler, and it won't be long before Jim Harris is on either.
His next ball is a no ball, and it's driven, but half stopped by Carlson at cover. No run to Patel, but two more to the total from umpire Baldwin, all the way from Ceredigion on the West Wales coast.
Oh, Lampeter. It's a long drive for him to most of his venues.
43 without loss. Lloyd in down the slope. Balls again driven by Patel, who's leaning into those shots nicely, isn't he?
He is.
Timing them well, straight to mid-off on that occasion, but with the ball running fast over the outfield, then anything that beats the infield is likely to race away. Morgan did have a deep square leg for Nisa bowling, in case you wanted to bowl a few short, as that's nicked and
out.
Caught. Has it carried? Yes, it has, to second slip. Northeast takes the catch. Patel has gone for 15, and Leicestershire are 43 for 1. And a much needed breakthrough for Glamorgan as Patel trudges back towards us.
Whips his glove out in anger at himself to get out on this pitch, but it seemed away or swung, and a very good low catch there by Sam Northeast and given immediately by the umpire. So Lloyd has done the trick as captain. He says, I'll have a bowl on this, it might do something, and it did with his what was it, his second or third ball. Glamorgan will be glad for that wicket. 43 for 1, and Lloyd strikes for Glamorgan.
So presume it'll be Lewis Hill emerging from down beneath us. Leicestershire, of course, hugely in the runs on the back of last week. Kimber, Patel, and then Ackerman and Mulder going on. It is indeed Lewis Hill coming in at 3. This season he has 322 first-class runs. He's averaging 35. And that was... well, David Lloyd hasn't claimed that many wickets this season because he didn't bowl until fifth change, rather, or the fifth seamer used for the first few games, and didn't succeed in the first 4 games. Since then, where are we? 8 wickets, I believe. Done incorrectly by the look of it. 43 for 1 is... my notes don't quite make sense on that score, but 43 for 1. He's got the 1 to fall this morning as Lewis Hill, another right-hander, takes guard. Has kept wicket, but is not doing so in this particular game. Kimber at the other end on 26 not out, just as I said that Patel looked to be playing some very nice drives. Yes. Well, he had, but...
curse of the commentator.
Curse of the commentator, that was his downfall. In comes Lloyd again, bowls to the new bat Hill, who plays that defensively up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, looking back, Nick, on the replay, that ball swung just a little bit and left the batsman. And that first ball also a bit of swing, which was applauded by the close fielders. So if he can bowl and get a little bit of movement, might just take another wicket or two.
Lloyd is in, bowls, and Hill drives to cover, and there's no run. Yes, Lloyd, that's his 9th wicket of the first-class season, bowling average of 60 coming into this game, which obviously isn't that required by a frontline bowler, but as I say, he was operating as the 5th seamer for the first few games of the season when Glamorgan had a slightly different setup to their side. Andrew Salter, the spinner, was opening the batting, so they're able to play an extra seamer as well. Lloyd bowls, Hill allows that one to go through outside off stump, comfortably taken by Cook around about knee high, and Glamorgan turn round between overs with just a little bit more bounce than they might have had a few minutes ago. 43 for 1, Patel the man out.
I just might have kept Michael Hogan on to bowl at this end with the new batsman, but I think it'll be James Harris. He's walking very purposefully up to, yes, he is going to bowl. So James Harris coming up to bowl, and Hogan has bowled 5 overs, 0 for 14.
Yeah, James Harris then, 16 wickets, an average of 33.9. Took 5 in the last match against Notts, 4 in the one before against Worcestershire after a couple of fairly barren games in the first block.
Here's Harrison to bowl his first ball to Kimber, and he comes and bowls to him, and that's driven. Nice juicy half volley, which was driven past cover for 4. You always find with Harris that he does take an over or two. You can expect a couple of boundaries, and then he is another one who has had a habit once or twice this season of taking the wickets in at first over. But that was a poor start for him. 4 runs off the first ball, 47 for 1, and Kimber, batting with authority and confidence, has moved on to 30.
Yeah, on the back of his century last week, he'll be in form, albeit promoted up to open in the absence of the omitted Hassan Ozad.
Harrison from the pavilion end comes in and bowls, and this is another better delivery there. Just got it at the bottom of the bat and it dribbled away on the offside. Since we saw him years ago when he was playing for Glamorgan, his pace, Nick, I'm sure you'll agree, has dropped considerably, because he was a very, very useful quick bowler. But I think now he's been coached, I suppose, as he's getting older, into doing things with the ball rather than just hitting the deck. And here he is as he passes the umpire long and bowls, and that's driven again, but this time Carlson dives to his left. Very good stop. And there's no run. 47 for 1 it remains.
Yes, it's strange, isn't it, that although Harris is, 8-9 years younger than Michael Hogan, he's actually had a longer first-class career, having started at the age of 16 when you were reporting him first.
That was against Gloucester, where he took 16 wickets in the game. Incredible.
In comes Harris.
Here he is.
Sorry.
Taken on the half, that's perfectly all right now. And it's taken on the half volley there by Chris Cook.
Yeah, mea culpa. Sunshine over Grace Road.
Watched the weather forecast this morning, the local weather forecast, and there's some rain about towards the end of the afternoon, but it was more to the east of Leicester than it is here. We're very central. Next ball is left by the batsman through to wicketkeeper Cook. If you're wondering that you've been taken over by the Welsh, I can assure you that Richard is just having a rest for half an hour, as we will throughout this day. So it's
Yes.
Nick Webb and Edward Bevan on BBC Wales at the moment.
It's not just the bowlers who need to rotate, not suggesting his physical work, but rotation among the commentators as well. And Richard will be back to do his bulletin at the top of the hour.
Last ball of Harris's first over, and he bowls, and that's driven straight at Colin Ingram. who hasn't been too well over the last few days. He's had a tummy bug, no doubt brought on by the hot weather, you would have thought. You may have noticed this in my voice, that I'm a little croaky. The usual hay fever has come along for a couple of days, but on its way out, thankfully. Nick, you look very, very fit. After your 2 days of cricket over the weekend,
Yeah.
I can't believe that.
Fat more than fit these days. Yes, I did play Saturday and Sunday. Didn't think I was going to get into the league side, but they had 3 late withdrawals through COVID, so I just about sneaked in. And it was so hot over the weekend, we actually rotated the wicket keeping as well, doing half each.
Okay.
Lloyd is in to bowl, and Kimber gets runs off his pads down to fine leg. They'll come back for a second as the throw comes in from Harris. Cook flicks it at the stumps but misses. There was an exclamation from the bowler as if the ball had been taken off the wicket. So it's just looking at the Met Office forecast for Leicester today, suggests there's a 30 or 40% chance of rain for 5 to 6 o'clock, so at the end of the day's play, towards the end. Lloyd bowls and Hill plays that to mid-wicket. There's no run. Eddie Byram is the fielder there, wearing 97, the former Somerset batsman, doing well in his new role as an opener for Glamorgan in the last few matches, having missed the start of the season following a minor operation and then a minor injury. 49 for 1 Leicestershire, so going well in the 13th over. Lloyd bowls, Hill stretches forward and defends to cover this time, and again there's no run. Kimber's 30 have come off 36 deliveries, the scoreboard helpfully informs us. Diagonally opposite us on the top end of the ground. And the manual scoreboard still working away to our left, or being worked. Lloyd bowls, Hill drives, but finds Carlson at cover. And there's no run.
Many years ever since I've been coming here.
Must be one of the few manually operated ones left on the circuit. Are there any others on county grounds? Can't think of any.
Unless we go back to Colwyn Bay and Swansea and
no,
the dear old...
talking about the headquarters grounds of the counties. Ka-chunk, ka-chunk. Lloyd bowls, Hill forward defending to Byram at mid-wicket. No run. Helpful from the old arm strength to get those cords moving. 49 for 1 is what both ball boards show. Last ball in this hot, hazy sunshine. Slightly hazy. It's pleasant enough. There's high cloud around, but it is hot enough to burn through that overhead. It's Lloyd bowls and Hill nudges one down to third man. Fielded by Hogan. And they'll go through for a comfortable single to bring up the Leicestershire half century off the last ball of the 13th over. And the crowd need waking up a little bit. There's hardly a ripple of applause.
It's a bit early for nodding off, but yes, you generally get a little bit of an applause.
Especially for the home side. So Glamorgan with these 4 seam bowlers that we've seen so far, plus the spin of Andrew Salter. And we saw a bit of Colin Ingram the other day, and even Kieran Carlson bowling leg spin and off spin respectively, and you wonder whether they might be required again today.
Possibly and probably so, because there doesn't seem to be much in the pitch. And as you said earlier, they'll vary between 5 or 6 overs apiece, unless it's a spinner, of course. It's Harris to start a second over and bowls now, and that's driven confidently by Hill out into the covers, where Kieran Carlson will field. You're out for the toss, Nick, and I passed David Lloyd on his way out, and he said, I'm rather undecided. There's a little bit of greenery there, but there's also some sort of scratch marks at one end.
Yes, it's a bit of rough outside. I'll explain after this ball.
Harris bowls to Hill, who got off the back foot and hammers that past cover for 4. How long will it be before we will have a man on the extra cover boundary, the sweeper, and perhaps a slip taken out? Because, as I mentioned earlier on, anything passing the fielder, which is hit firmly, that is that.
Yeah, Matt Maynard doing the fielding there, and his walk around with the other Glamorgan coaches, saving the fielder a few yards.
54 for 1. Hill moves on to 7. As in comes Harris. Bowls again, and that's driven again. Firmly, but it's intercepted there.
News of the second 11s. Leicestershire piled up 497 at Leeds against Yorkshire at 81 for 2. In reply, there's a century for Hassan Azad, who's left out of this squad, and 85 for Will Davis, who's leading the Foxes' seconds.
In comes Harris and bowls, and this time Hill comes forward, plays defensively into the cover region. A little bit of cloud cover has come across at the moment, but I don't think there's any threat of rain, much as the country would do with it.
Yes, I mean, maybe a shower at 6 o'clock here wouldn't be entirely unwelcome.
No. James Harris then with the penultimate ball of this over. Bowls, oh, that's going to go for 4. Loose over this is the third 4 he's conceded now in 3 overs, and really you do want to get some control out there on this sort of day with a benign pitch and a fast outfield, because the runs will just rattle up.
Yeah, Hill just leaning into that one, plenty of room to play with, and once he's beaten the infielder at cover, it's going to race away to our left towards the Geary bar and the manual, the old scoreboard.
Harris walks back just a little ruefully to his mark. Last ball of the over coming up. Hill gone quickly on to 11 with those 2 4s. As in comes Harris. Bowls again. Now that's pitched on leg stump. And they'll go through for a single, where it's fielded by Hogan at mid-on. Expensive over there by Harris. 59 for 1. Kimber's on 30. Hill has gone into double figures. He's on 12. And just looking at the overs remaining, 82. And, if they keep this pace, you can expect rather biggish total from the opposition today.
So, news of Glamorgan seconds. We gave you Leicestershire seconds. Glamorgan 107 for 1 in their second innings against Hampshire at the GS Bowl at the reserve ground there. Glamorgan had a first innings lead of 17 over Hampshire there. Joe Cook's going well on 52 not out.
Richard is back as Nick will take up the next over.
Lloyd is into bowl, and Hill allowing that one to go through outside off stump, and there is no run. 59 for 1. Updates for BBC Radio Leicester every half an hour here as part of the service, as Lloyd trudges back to his mark. Lloyd in then, bowls, and that's worked away on the leg side by Hill. There'll be a couple of runs at least. It's not going to reach the boundary. Harris eventually gets round from fine leg to do the fielding, but they're comfortably back for 3 runs. 62 for 1 at Leicestershire. We're only in the 15th over, so a healthy scoring rate through the day. 4 runs and over. Man out. Patel caught it slip off Lloyd for 15. The score's on 43.
Yeah, I've been out behind the bowler's arm just seeing if there is any real... There isn't much swing or anything like that.
Lloyd trying to engender some as he bowls, and forward comes Kimber. Playing back down the pitch to mid-on, and there's no run. Looked like a good toss to win. Leicestershire, especially after last week's achievements, will be very disappointed, you would have thought, if they're not still batting after 96 overs today, or whatever time we get to if there's a shower on around this evening. Lloyd bowls, flicked away through mid-wicket, and that'll be 4 more, any width at all, and the ball is being dispatched to the boundary, and Kimber moves under 34, the total under 66 for 1.
First time he's been on strike for a while. Hill's had most of the strikes since he came in. Interesting to watch Harris from behind the bowler's arm as well. Just seems to be falling away a little bit in his delivery stride and sort of dragging it slightly wide a lot of the time.
He was saying he has taken a couple of overs to stop giving that width away in the last couple of matches, albeit he's taken 9 wickets in the last 2, which is pretty respectable. Lloyd in, bowls off the back foot. Kimber defends to mid-on, no run. James Harris with 16 wickets in all this season, but Glamorgan, I think, will be hoping for a little more from him, especially in next season when Michael Hogan has departed these shores, going back to live in Australia. Lloyd bowls, Kimber drives to mid-wicket, good tumbling stop by Byram, and there's no run. Oh, it's a no ball, 68 for 1. Leicestershire making good progress, and Glamorgan will be without their 2 current overseas players, Michael Neser and Colin Ingram, for that last month of the season, so this will be the final championship match this season for both of those.
Might they think about bringing someone else in, given the proximity of promotion?
Yes, we expect one announcement probably this week, as Lloyd is in and bowls, and off the back foot that's played hard back to him by Kimber. Lloyd fields in his follow-through, threatens to throw down the wickets. If Kimber had stepped forward, he had not. 68 for 1. There is one signing that is I think it's giving too much away to say that it's just waiting for the sign-off from that player's home country board, since he's an international player, and then they'll assess the table situation at the end of this game and see whether they look to sign primarily a batter or a bowler for that last month, as well, to go with the man that's already penciled in a signature. 68 for 1, update for BBC Radio Leicester to come fairly shortly from Richard Ray.
James Harris will continue in the meantime from the pavilion end, just a couple of overs for 13 runs. Dragged a couple down and wide that Lewis Hill has put away. 15 off 17 for Hill as Harris is in, bowls full outside off stump, driven by Hill for 4. Again it was, this time it was too full from James Harris, and Hill stepped out, crashed it away, got right on top of it. And well, thinking, I think now about putting a sweeper out there, but that'd be surely too soon. I would suggest at this stage. There's a few discussions going on out there. We shall see what happens. No change, obvious change at the moment. A lot of pointing going on there.
Well, you shouldn't really set a field for the bad ball,
yeah.
But unless you're playing at the level of cricket that I do, where you should always set a field for a bad ball, because there's probably a couple of them at over.
Hang on, Wales over 50s? That's surely a high level.
No, I haven't played for Wales over 50s.
Did you not? Was that? I seem to remember that being discussed down in Cardiff when we were down there. In goes Harris and bowls again to Hill. Again it's too wide, and again it's crashed through the covers for 4. Didn't quite time that as well, but it is still certainly going to go the distance. Consecutive boundaries for Hill off Harris, and here comes the update. And it's been a decent first hour as far as the Foxes are concerned, after captain Callum Parkinson won the toss even and chose to bat first. They have lost a wicket, that of Rishi Patel, who was on 15 when he edged a delivery from David Lloyd low to Sam Northeast at second slip. Northeast took a decent catch, made the score 43 for 1. Louis Kimber, the other opener, is still there. He's 34, not out off 41 balls. He's been joined by Lewis Hill, who's crashed 23 off just 19. All of which means the Foxes have moved on to 76 for 115.
And didn't want to play back-to-back.
But you do have a Welsh cap as a consequence. In goes Harris and bowls again full, much straighter this time, but Hill on drives on this occasion. Out towards mid-on it goes. Hogan picks up, but a single is taken. Nonetheless, Hill moves on to 24, 77 for 1.
Yes, my natural habitat is Division 11 of the South East Wales League, and
Division 11. That's
Division 11.
Impressive. That's so many teams.
There are 13 divisions. There's an east and west in 13 to get down on the mileage. 77 for 1.
As Harris turns, runs in and bowls to Kimber. That's a better delivery, length on just outside off stump. Kimber played it firmly out into the offside. Carlson dived away to his right. And while we were discussing Nick's international career, that sweeper has been set now for Harris on the offside. It is a little bit of an admission that he's just struggling for line and length at the moment. Andrew Salter finds himself in splendid isolation out there in front of the manual scoreboard. Harris turns, runs in, bowls to Kimber, who does drive, and Salter is going to have to do some work. He's got a long chase round towards the extra cover boundary, picks it up at the second attempt, almost kicked it over the ropes. It did help it on its way momentarily, but managed to pick it up quickly enough before it crossed the ropes. Kimber picks up 3. I think he would have probably got 3 anyway. He moves on to 37. The score on to 80 for 1. The run rate at the moment is a decent. At 5 and over, Leicestershire will be pretty pleased with the start they have made.
Indeed so. And last weekend I stuck my name down for a Sunday friendly on the grounds that I wasn't necessarily expecting to be in the league match on the Saturday, but 3 people dropped out with COVID for the Saturday, so I ended up playing both days. It was hot work, I can tell you.
Keeping in both.
I shared that we alternated keeping duties. We actually swapped the gloves and pads at the drinks breaks, because it was
to give the knees a break.
Give my knees a break. Well, the other bloke didn't need it because he's 30 years younger than me, but certainly it was pretty sweltering even for the younger and fitter members of the side. 80 for 1 as David Lloyd will continue. Glamorgan's only wicket taker so far, and I suspect we'll see a bit of Andrew Salter well before lunch as Lloyd bowls, and squared up slightly was Kimber there, playing out on the offside, no run. But unless they go back for a full second spell from Neeser and Hogan before lunch, we could see more than the token spinners over before the interval. We are playing normal timings today. A couple of games yesterday played shortened days because of the extreme heat, but Lloyd bowls and forward comes Kimber, defending back the bowler, no run. But today's
90-minute sessions and then stopped at 4:30, didn't they?
Gloucester and Northampton, I think it was now. Why they didn't adopt that across all the county games, or why they didn't just stick in an extra break and spread the day a bit more, I'm not sure. 80 for 1, certainly too hot to move virtually yesterday in Cardiff. As that's down leg side, and Kimber flicks at it but doesn't get anything on it as it goes through to Chris Cook. So Kimber enjoying his new role at the top of the order so far. It's been very productive.
I don't think he will change his approach, which sort of middle order batter positive is usually his way.
Lloyd in, bowls outside off stump this time. Kimber does shoulder arms to a ball that goes through lowish. David Lloyd doesn't tend to engender an awful lot of bounce, being on the shorter side for a seam bowler.
Foxy Phil on. I do miss Sam Evans 2 not out, Hassan Azad 3 not out, and 7 for none after 9 overs.
All this positive cricket, it'll never catch on. 80 for 1. Lloyd bowls. Kimber drives, but has hit the cover fielder there, and there is no run. Gareth Lewis on Twitter says, I think Glamorgan will have to use all available bowlers and mix it up, otherwise it could be a very long day. Philip Richards says, I think we're playing with the bowler short again, as in the last game.
You were concerned about that a little bit, weren't you?
Well, they didn't have the firepower to bowl Notts out, who obviously are top of the table, but looking to bowl them out on the last day and only got 3 wickets. Kimber on the back foot, punches to mid-off. No run, 80 for 1 at the end of a tidy over from David Lloyd. IJ says 5 wickets for Roman Walker then. Gareth Logan points out the fact that Everson is playing consecutive games against Glamorgan for different teams, an unusual stat indeed. He was batting down at 8 for Nottinghamshire, but might be a bit higher if the scorecard is to be believed here.
Curiously, that it has happened before for Leicestershire with a lone player from Nottinghamshire. Ben Slater came on loan a couple of years ago, made 100 against Lancashire, and then found himself playing for Nottinghamshire against Lancashire a couple of games later and scored another 100, I think. Then that game for Leicestershire against Lancashire was played at Worcestershire, believe it or not, at New Road. It was the Bob Willis Trophy year, and we are going to see Andrew Salter relatively early in proceedings. 17 overs have been bowled.
I had enough of Slater against Salter last week, thank you very much. The anagrams. Yes. Salter into the attack, probably as early as he's been in the first innings this season.
Bowls a couple of looseness to Colin Ingram at mid-off, which has just gone a yard or 2 deeper. Just the one slip for Salter as he steps in and bowls, tosses that right up, waits for it. Hill clips it firmly, but only as far as mid-wicket. There's no run. So Harris didn't quite find his rhythm. Bowling up the slope, Salter is in and bowls again, tosses it up again. Hill is waiting for it under his nose almost before playing it firmly back down the pitch to Andrew Salter. Sam North East doing some interesting limbering up in the covers, but I suspect only because he's in the covers rather than at slip. Gone out into the outfield for the first time in the game. Salter is in, slightly flatter, goes back, looks to force Hill and misses it. And it's taken by wicketkeeper Cook, who whips the bails off. Hill calmly just picks up the bail and puts it back on.
Yes, well, North East hasn't bowled yet for Glamorgan.
I'd be surprised, but stranger things have happened. In goes Salter, and really does give a little tweak to that one. You could almost see it, but it was slightly too full, and Hill clipped it away down to long on, where Hogan is the fielder. We had Harry Swindles, Leicestershire's wicketkeeper, bowling an over at Hove last week, so as I say, stranger things. 81 for 1. Salter in, bowls. Kimber is forward, turns his wrists on that one. Salter will be cross with himself as he sprawled across to his right and wasn't able to cut it off, and he might have got a hand to it, slowed it down en route to Hogan, down at long on, underarms the ball back to the off spinner, who blows on his right hand. Is in and bowls, and again Hill waiting for it, clips it with all the time in the world off the front foot down through the vacant mid-on area down towards long on, and the two Foxes batsmen didn't seem to have many difficulties just milking the bowling there. There was no obvious turn for Andrew Salter, nor really should there be in the first, just over the first hour on the first morning. But there are already 1 or 2 comments coming in about the pitch. Fango Fox looks a bit flat. Hope the heat makes it crumble. Fortunately, the heat has been turned down a bit, Fango. It isn't baking. In fact, it's a bit cloudy now. It's thoroughly pleasant, and the ball is being shown to the umpire by David Lloyd. So 18 overs have been bowled. This one isn't doing anything, and it is sitting on the. It is sitting on the gauges, so it will be changed after just 18 overs.
Oh dear. Paul Sussex asking if Mr. Baldwin will pronounce his fellow umpire as Llong with the double L. I don't think he's been living in West Wales long enough to pick up Welsh language pronunciations.
Or the Spanish double L, Young.
Yes, Swansea City had Llorente, which took me about a year to realise wasn't Llorente. 83 for 1. Ball change number 1 of the day, number 5,983 of the season.
This is early, isn't it? 18, relatively early. I wonder what the average. Probably, I would say it's at least. It must be fairly close to 1.5 per innings. You know, in terms of the average, I would say maybe close to 2. There have been innings we've had when the ball has gone all the way through, but not many.
No, they've got another one out of the suitcase. It looks as though it. It's a very hard-lined suitcase rather than
it looks like sort of nuclear codes.
Yes, I was going to say that. Expect someone to launch a war from it.
A missile.
Yes.
To open it and put in the code. And well, I suppose a missile will be launched from it in a way.
Very good.
David Lloyd.
But it won't be nuking Cardiff or anything like that. 83 for 1. David Lloyd. One of 2 North Walians in this match, the other being Roman Walker, the Leicestershire debutant, who is also from the Wrexham area. And one of the departures I think that Welsh supporters will regret in recent years, and that Walker had played a few T20 games. He would have been part of the One Day Cup side, but didn't really see his way clear to playing championship cricket for Glamorgan. It's probably taken a bit longer than he expected for Leicestershire, but he's on the team sheet today. As the first ball from Lloyd is turned off his hips from Hill, there'll be runs through square leg, there'll be a chase for Byram, and he wins the chase ahead of Harris, and they're comfortably back for 3. Several threes already this morning.
He's moving, David Lloyd, with the sort of steady pace of a man who's expecting to get through quite a lot of work today.
Yeah, certainly at the start of the season, with Labuschagne doing some bowling and Salter opening the batting and allowing an extra specialist to play. But although Glamorgan waited a couple of months for Van der Hoogten to return to fitness after an injury up at Durham, he now hasn't been able to force his way into the 11 for last 2 championship games, as Lloyd is gesticulating to various members of his field but not getting any movement out of them.
And the ball was being tossed round and somebody shouted "look out," and he shied like a startled horse, didn't he?
Byram is moving backwards from square leg next to the umpire to square leg somewhere in front of Geary's bar, and Hogan is coming up from third man to stand at mid-off to reinforce the mid-on rather to reinforce the onside.
So no third man
no
at
third
all.
man at the moment, as that is turned on the leg side by Kimber, and pick up a single out to Byram, fielding him deep on that very brown area on the side of the square, and the outfield on that side of the ground. 87 for 1. Good toss to win for Callum Parkinson. Despite the green tinge on the pitch, it has done very, very little to aid the bowlers. Lloyd to Hill, who's raced on to 29 and slaps that one into the offside. Doesn't quite time it, hits it down into the ground, and there's no run. So David Lloyd 1 for 18 in his 5th over. James Harris was removed fairly promptly from the attack after bowling too far outside off stick on several occasions and got duly punished.
One or two slightly sarcastic comments coming in about the Leicestershire run rate at the moment.
As Lloyd bustles in, bowls, and Hill defends. Don't tell me the Foxes fans are being ironic about it all.
Yeah, they're enjoying it, but Brunty's just tuned in, heard we've scored 80 and wondered if he'd missed the first 2 sessions.
Yeah,
it's been described as Nico ball.
Bish bash bosh.
By Chris Hallam.
In comes Lloyd, bowls, and that's cut hard. 4 runs for Lewis Hill, down to the meet, away to our right. And that's the shorter side of the ground, and once Lloyd had strayed outside off stump, that was easy to guide away for 4. 91 for 1, and we are in the 19th over. Enjoy this, Leicestershire supporters.
In the final morning down at Hove, come back to that in a minute.
Lloyd in, bowls a bouncer that sails over Hill's head. Well, that might have been called a no ball on height, but it wasn't. Don't very often see a bouncer from David Lloyd, but we saw one there. 91 for 1 after 19 overs.
In that final morning session at Hove, Leicestershire scored 227 runs in the session. Vian Mulder made 100 in the session alone, as did Ackerman. Mulder went from 129 to 235 not out. Ackerman from 166 to 277 not out. And
wow.
I have to say, there were a lot of Leicestershire fans saying, look, given it's so flat, let's break all records and get 1,000 and just keep batting for another few overs. Salter is in 2. Kimber slightly short outside off stump. Kimber rocks back and plays a firm forcing drive off the back foot. Didn't perhaps time it quite as well as he would have liked, but there is the sweeper out there now. Did we say it was Ingram out there in the end, or was it?
I doubt it's Ingram sweeping now. Ingram's at mid-off.
It's
Byram?
Byram, yeah. In goes Salter, bowls on the leg stump to Hill, who goes back, but he heard the call of nose. He turned it around the corner to Nisa, who's at not quite on the 45.
Yeah, I think
more backwards square, and he's just beginning to stretch again now.
Ingram may have a new knee from a few years back, but it's not bionic.
It's not. In goes Salter, bowls. Hill sweeps again. He has picked out Nisa, who fields smartly and returns equally smartly to wicketkeeper Cook. Sun comes back out.
Snappy fielder for a big fast bowler, Michael Nisa. It did one or two players in the T20 with the run-outs. Lightning throws from the boundary.
He continues to warm up as Salter is in a little bit short. Hill can go back and work that one off leg stump out through the vacant mid-wicket area down to the sweeper on the mid, or coming in from the mid-wicket boundary, who's Billy Root. And there it is, applause, because it's the 50 partnership. Wicket having fallen on 43, that of Rishi Patel, Louis Kimber and Lewis Hill. In goes Salter, bowls, and clipped in the air by Kimber, and it bounces perhaps only 1.5 feet, maybe 2 feet short of Salter. Went down and did take it on the full after the bounce, of course, but momentary hope for Salter and Glamorgan. Just overreached himself a bit there, Louis Kimber. Salter is in, drops short. Kimber just goes back, and although Salter puts his hand into the air, I'm not quite sure why, because it was a comfortable work off his legs by Kimber. Down to Billy Root coming in from the mid-wicket boundary. Kimber takes 1, moves on to 41. 94 for 1 after 20. Hill scoring even more quickly than Kimber, is 34 off 34.
Optimistic sort, Andrew Salter won his county cap during the last match against Nottinghamshire, but then promptly didn't take a wicket in the game. While Glamorgan's bowlers struggle, the positive news from elsewhere is that Middlesex have missed out on one of their bowling points. Sussex 380 for 6 against Middlesex, who are Glamorgan's main rivals at the moment, and Pujara is still there on 132 not out. 4 wickets for Tom Helm, who played a couple of games on loan for Glamorgan a few years back from Middlesex. 94 for 1. And Michael Neser is already back for his second spell at 12:22. And he would have probably hoped for a little longer grazing in the outfield than this, and maybe come on in about 20 minutes time, but the spells are having to be shorter today. As A, they haven't been effective, and B, it's still quite hot. Neser bowls and chopped down into the offside by Kimber. Northeast fields running round the gully. No run.
Louis Kimber this season, he missed the games. He was left out for the games at home to Sussex and away to Worcester, perhaps a little unluckily actually, after he'd made that 37 in the second innings at Cardiff. Got bowled by Michael Neser through the gate. In fact, he was talk about Neser run-outs. He was run out by Neser in the first innings for 10 at Cardiff.
In comes Neser, bowls outside off stump. Kimber plays no shot through to Chris Cook.
And brought back in for the game against Nottinghamshire at home. He made 33 in the first innings. He was hit on the helmet by James Pattinson, and a little bit of delayed reaction, so he was concussion subbed at the start of the following day. Didn't bat in the second innings, but he'd recovered in time to play at Hove and made 104 off 149 balls, his maiden first-class century.
Maybe hot here in the Midlands, but rain delays in the southwest at Bristol and Taunton. Neser steams in bowls and played off the back foot comfortably on the leg side by Kimber. Single taken, 95 for 1. And even the pace of Michael Neser usually causes one or two batters to hop about early on in a match, but hasn't really looked to have much assistance from the conditions or the surface here. Despite that green tinge, one ball keeping low early on from the pavilion end. Nothing else. Neser bowls. Hill pushes to cover, sets off a step or two as if he wanted to risk a quick single, but it was misleading because it was played straight to Carlson and there's no run.
He was dismissed leg before wicket by Stephen Finn down at Hove, and he showed me his bruise at the end of the day. Everybody wearing shorts, of course, and he had to pull up the shorts to show me his bruise. It was so high, so
implying that it wasn't out. Neser is in, bowls, and for once he's beaten the batsman there as Hill pushed slightly tentatively at it, practices a leave instead, and through it went to Chris Cook. Yes, not allowed to show any sign of dissent these days on the field. Glamorgan actually got penalised 5 runs at Durham for a couple of batsmen indicating that they didn't think they were legitimately given out. One was caught behind, I think, and claimed he hadn't touched it, and the other was leg before and thought he had touched it. Oh, beautiful drive from Lewis Hill. Stand and deliver. Smashed it through the covers, up to the scoreboards. Hogan can only jog after to go fetch. Hill to 38, 99 for 1. Plain sailing relatively for Leicestershire, having won the toss and chosen to bat, and continued their run-feasting ways of Hove.
Dissent has cost Leicestershire rather more than 5 runs in recent games, one way or another. Well, recent seasons, actually, because it a totting up procedure. But the most recent, well, estimates start at about £250,000 in terms of the revenue they would have got from the T20 quarter-final. In goes Salter and bowls to Kimber, who again is just slightly turning his wrist on it as he works the ball back down the pitch to the off-spinner. Got thoroughly on top of that one, that said, but it was a similar shot that chipped it up a bit in the previous over. Salter is in, back goes Kimber. It wasn't necessarily too short a length, played it off the pitch, didn't try and hit it too hard, stroked it off the back foot out into the covers. Northeast jogged across to field, shirt hanging out of the back of his trousers as Salter is in. Kimber leans forward, middle and leg this time and just turns his wrists on it, pushes it out to mid-wicket. There's no run. Salter getting through his overs pleasingly quickly is in, tosses it up, back goes Kimber, tries to work it out past Northeast, who falls rather than dives to his left to make the stop one-handed. Saved Eddie Byram. A long run. Salter is in. That one is a little bit short, and so back Louis Kimber can go and play very forcefully through mid-on down to long on for one, and the applause is for the Leicestershire 100. Louis Kimber 43 of them, Lewis Hill 38 of them. 100 for one has come up off 21.5 overs.
Second 50 and 9-ish.
50 for one is Salter goes in and is driven this time by Hill. The 50 came up off exactly 13, so yeah. And that one is going to be two more to Hill as Byram runs across from sweeping on the sort of cover boundary towards the extra cover boundary, about 10 yards in there. And Salter a bit cross with himself. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. 8.5, I think.
Wow.
Second 50.
Wowza. Hot stuff. Everything's going that's off target. And everything's scorching off over this parched outfield.
Kimber has only got 5. No, got that wrong. In goes Nisa, bowls a bouncer, high bouncer, and I don't think he could have reached that, but signalled just one for the over. Keep going just to do the update.
Not quite sure why that was no ball, really.
Yeah, or even a wide, possibly. Yeah, continues to be a good morning now, early afternoon for Leicestershire. They've just brought up their 100, and so far, he says, tempting fate, they've still only lost the 1 wicket. Louis Kimber, the opener, has just moved on to 44, opening for the first time for Leicestershire, albeit that he was in just the second ball down in Hove against Sussex last week. He's 44 off 64. Lewis Hill has batted very positively since coming in and replacing Rishi Patel, who was caught at slip off the bowling of David Lloyd for 15. Score was 43 at that stage. Hill has scored at more than a run a ball in going to 40 off 38 deliveries. 103 for 1 is the Leicestershire score, and they are only 22 overs into their innings.
So the next ball from Nisa is played hard down into ground by Hill. Bounces up and fielded by Salter at gully, no run. So, well, Leicestershire at this rate, still going 4.6 and over. Gosh, dreams of 450-ish if they keep it up.
And the rest, given how
well, yes, I meant
the
today.
two South Africans have played, but no.
Lisa is in, bowls, and Hill off the back foot defends to cover no run. Don't be greedy, Richard.
It's just yes, with the two South Africans sitting waiting with their pads on. Colin Ackerman due in next. Well, it may be that they'll send. I would imagine that given Mulder's on the back of an unbeaten double century, he will stay at 5 with Everson at 6. You would have thought. Not dissimilar players, Everson and Mulder. Seamers as well as very solid batters.
In comes Nisa, bowls another short ball and another fall over from Nisa as it goes sailing past Lewis Hill's head and into gloves of Chris Cook. And again, Nisa looks dissatisfied with his footmarks. Now, he's always kicking at his footmarks on any surface, so that's nothing to really alarm anyone, but the fact that he's looked a little bit awkward after falling over a couple of times suggests that it's a bit harder than usual, or he's twisting a little bit more than usual.
Gives his body a battering, doesn't he, doing that frequently? Hit the ground hard.
It certainly does. This is last 4-day game of the British summer, as Hill defends the next ball out on the offside. There is no run. 103 for 1, Kimber 44, Hill is 40. You're listening to BBC Sport Online from BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Sport Wales. Richard Ray will be joined by Edward Bevan.
Louis Kimber and Lewis Hill. Louis L-O-U-I-S for Kimber, L-E-W-I-S for Hill. Whether the W automatically means you pronounce the S, whether that's a sort of rule of language, I don't know. Eddie might know about that. It might be a sort of Welsh element to it, as Andrew Salter is in from the pavilion end, and forward goes the careful Kimber, blocking it out into the offside, and there is no run. Is Lewis with a W a Welsh name as such, Eddie?
Yes, Lewis, yeah. Yes, it's pretty common surname and also Christian name.
Salter is in, back goes Kimber, punching it out towards mid-off. Salter starts to sort of celebrate, although it came right out of the middle of Louis without a W's Kimber's bat. As Salter is in, forward goes Kimber, pushing it firmly. It was a quicker delivery from Salter, there wasn't much foot movement from Kimber, but again there's a nice mellow sound as it comes out of the middle, but good work by North East. Falling to his right in the covers means there's no run. Salter tosses that one up. Kimber goes big and hits over mid-off.
6.
Just over the ropes for 6. Lovely big hit, and what a nice way to go to his 50, the first 6. Salter looks affronted. He's got his hands on his hips, looking disgustedly at Kimber, but Kimber, well, it was tossed up a little bit outside off stump, and Kimber helped himself. He's a big hitting boy, and he hit that one a long way.
And there's no threat of turn or bounce or anything. It's such a good pitch, and my thoughts now in the last 10 minutes have been, how on earth are you going to get 40 wickets on this pitch? And there's no manoeuvrings these days.
Salter is in, Kimber goes back, looks to work it down to long on, but scrambling across some slightly wide mid-on, Carlson makes the stop. Kimber's 50 came off 68 deliveries. In goes Salter, bowls. Kimber's gone big again, but it's in the air. It's going to drop short. He got away with that one. That was a slice out into the offside. Byram picked it up in the end, running in. He was a long way back and he was a long way short, but this time Salter is entitled to be frustrated because Kimber went for it again and didn't get there, didn't really get the middle of it at all, and got a little bit lucky, got to be said.
What I thought there was that he was trying to repeat the shot, Richard, over mid-off, and it was the drifter that Salter bowls, and instead of just coming on a little bit, it went the other way, and he sliced it, and it wasn't far away. So perhaps a little confident there of getting his 50 and trying to get the better of Salter. But as you say, it was a false shot. 110 for 1 then, as Nisa starts in the over and bowls, and Kimber just pushes that away and offside. I think I said at the very start that when Nisa doesn't get anything to jump about or go over the stumps, you know that there's going to be a slow wicket, because he's a sort of 85 to 90 merchant. So it's not a. Having said that, there have been too many 4 balls by Glamorgan. It's not a bowler's day. Here's Nisa, turns in a little arc, comes in, bowls. It's just pushed away onto the offside. Kimber, local lad?
Lincoln area, and was playing for, and has played for Lincolnshire. His brother Nick plays for Surrey, and there is another brother as well who plays for Lincolnshire, so a sporty family. As I mentioned, he plays off 6.
Yeah.
Given that he doesn't get much chance to play too much golf, that's not bad when you're playing part-time.
played Lincolnshire twice away in the old 150 over cups, as they call it then, as Kimber this time watches that go past the off stump, goes through to Cook at a very fair pace, but no movement whatsoever.
One of the things he talked about when he came on the cricket show yesterday was having got, maybe a little unluckily, got out for 104 against Sussex with that LBW decision I mentioned, but then watching Colin Ackerman and Vian Mulder make the most of the conditions and score huge hundreds, huge double centuries, the importance of when you get a chance on a flat pitch and to make the most of it,
well, as
because you'll be on others.
Yeah, as you sure know, he nearly got out for that. Lovely shot this off the back foot. That'll run away into short boundary for 4. And just reiterating that anything offline here, and you really haven't got any chance at all. So the run rate is well over 4.5. I would wager something like that. 114 for 1, and a very healthy position.
Exactly that point you just made, Eddie. He almost gave it away.
Yep.
And he would have been bitterly disappointed to have done like that.
Yes, these balls. This is just nudged away. Thinks of run, but Carlson, as always, is in very quickly, and there's no chance of a run. Some more blue sky coming up towards us from southeast?
Southwest.
Well, no, from there, or does it always come from?
Almost looking south.
Right.
So, southeast.
Yeah. It's a hot day. Oh, how nice it is not to have it as hot. It's hot enough, though, isn't it? And he's supposed to Kimber. Kimber's forward, plays it up to mid-on. This time there's no run. That completes the over. 114 for 1. We are 20 minutes before lunch. Harris is moving around as if he's going to have another bowl. Well, he'll have to bowl better than he did that 2 overs for 25. And it looks as if Salter will have some bowling to do today as a holding with seamers from one end and Salter just holding it from the other.
It's a problem, isn't it, if one of the bowlers isn't, when you're slightly short on seam bowling, deliberately so, didn't choose the extra seamer, Glamorgan, if one of them isn't then firing, you really do have issues.
Yes, because with all respect to David Lloyd, who's taking the only wicket to fall, I'll let you carry on.
Andrew Salter is in, bowls. Hill plays it off the back foot despite it being a good length delivery, but as Eddie said, no turn for Andrew Salter, so he can play it off the pitch, just dab it out into the offside, and you heard the call of no, which I missed during the winter, Lewis Hill's shouts of no. I still sometimes hear them in my sleep. In goes Salter and bowls, tosses that one up. Hill is forward, clipping it, but only as far as mid-wicket, where the fielder is Kieran Carlson. Salter is in, tosses it up pleasantly, but Hill can push it back past Carlson, can't get across from that straightish mid-wicket position to mid-on before the ball runs past him down to Harris at long on.
Am I right in saying that we don't get the bowlers' figures as we used to underneath all that advertising?
Not underneath the advertising. Okay, they will put them on during the interval, but I will give you them in a second, as back goes Louis Kimber to that delivery onto leg stump and can work it out to mid-wicket for 1. James Harris, 3 overs, none for 25. Salter, 4 overs, none for 17 at the moment. None for 18 now. He is in and bowls. Hill goes back just slightly outside off stump. Quicker delivery from Salter. He's trying to find a little bit of variation, but it's worked by Hill out into the offside. Byram runs across and fields across the sort of parched far end of the square. Looks to be, there are a couple of practice wickets at the end there. They're almost entirely bare of grass now. Salter is in, Kimber is forward. Back down the pitch it goes to Andrew Salter. End of the over, the 26th of the innings, 117 for 1. Louis Kimber has 56. Lewis Hill has 42. How many overs until lunch? Probably another Well, with Salter bowling, he's in deep discussions with Nigel Long for some reason. I don't know what about. You would imagine there'll be at least 4 more, maybe even 5.
Talking about that, is the over rate up there?
It is, and it's showing nothing at the moment, so level, presumably. They don't. It's just below run rate, which is 4.5. But there's nothing next to over rate. Sometimes they only do it at the intervals, the scorers, who now control the electronic scoreboard.
The sun shines brightly, and there is a discussion between captain, vice-captain and bowler. But it will be...
Nice has bowled 8 overs, none for 33. Hogan just the 5, none for 18. Lloyd 5, 1 for 22. Harris 3, none for 25. Salter 5, none for 19. Harris is going to have a go from the far end.
Yeah, he's coming on to try and bowl a little bit better than he did with those 3 overs for 25. And he will be bowling to Lewis Hill. And he'll be bowling from the Bennett end, and he's in past the umpire now and bowls the first ball off very short, cut out towards mid-wicket, extra cover rather, on the boundary, and he's rather fortunate, Harris, that didn't go a yard or 2 to the fielder's right or left, because that would have been 4. Very loose, that.
So I was watching him from when he was bowling from this end, from behind the bowler's arm, and he just seemed to be his arm seemed to be a good 4 or 5 degrees off the vertical, sort of a little bit slingy.
Here's the next ball, which is outside the off stump and is taken through into the wicket-keeper's hands. Yes, I've related this many times. We thought at Glamorgan, when he came onto the scene, that he would play for England. And in no time, Gus Fraser came down to watch him, and I said to Gus, I know why you're here. Yes, you probably do. And within weeks, he'd signed for Middlesex. Here he is, and bowls now. That's a better delivery. It's just pushed away by Kimber. There's no run. And I have to say that when I saw him bowling later on, his action was nowhere near what it was when he started. I shan't add any further comments, but you can guess what I'm inferring, Richard. Couldn't believe it. Here he is, comes in, passed on by Baldwin, and bowls. Again, it's outside the off stump, low action. Through to wicketkeeper Cook. And Glamorgan's objective, not the prime objective, but their objective is to just reduce this run rate, which is very, very healthy.
Is it fair to say you can blame the sort of England performance programme rather than Middlesex for that, or do you think? Or?
Oh, that beats him outside the off stump. An indeterminate push at that. That's the best ball he's bowled. A nip back, taken low down by Cook. Couldn't possibly comment on that, Mr. Ray.
Or the Lions, I guess.
We'll have a chat in the interval, I think. (118 for 1), 43 to Hill, Kimber 56. Harris bowling. And up to yet, it's been a fairly good over. Bowls. Tries to flick it down the leg side, doesn't connect, and I think that was a maiden over. Yes, it was.
No, they
took a single down to deep extra cover.
Yeah, the first one was a bit short and wide, wasn't it? But
118 for 1. Forecast seems all right. Friday's a bit dubious, but had a little look this morning. Today, it's all right, I think. Tomorrow is all right. Then Friday's thunderstorms, a bit of everywhere. And Saturday's okay.
Salter hands his cap to umpire Long and mops his brow. Warm work out there. 13 minutes until lunch. Salter with a slip is into Hill. Foolish delivery that Hill leans forward, steps forward and pushes back out to mid on, who's come a fraction straighter, I would suggest. Kieran Carlson there trying to cut off the runs down to long on. Salter bowls, tosses that one up, and it's into the legs of Hill, who feel perhaps he missed out a little bit there as he tried to clip it away.
A bit quicker.
Came off the pad again. Carlson the fielder as Salter bowls again, tosses it up, and this time it is driven. It's a little bit too full, and Salter kicks at the air in annoyance as Hill strokes it back past him on the onside. Down too long on it goes. Single is taken. Hill on to 44. Almost a runner ball, just 50 balls faced, although it just has slowed a fraction, the scoring rate, as lunch approaches. Salter is in to Kimber. Again is something of a leading edge in the air. It goes past Salter as he reaches to his left, a good couple of feet to his left. And frustration again for Andrew Salter as Kimber again looking to be positive, just slightly overstretches and clips it in the air. Off something of a leading edge out towards mid-off it goes. Salter is in again to him. Again, it's coming. He's looking to play across the line somehow, and Salter is
bowling well, isn't he? Varying his flight and his
he really
line.
is. And Kimber looks a little unsure out there at the moment. He's clipping the ball in the air. Salter is in, that's a little bit shorter, and Kimber much more comfortable as he turns that one off his legs to Michael Hogan, who's at backward square at the moment. End of the over, 119 for 1. Michael Neser had moved across into the offside.
Well, he's, oh no, I thought it was Sam North East is having a word with umpire Nigel Long. Perhaps they're discussing the weather.
Or what's for lunch? Who knows?
Yeah.
But there was a little bit of hope there, I thought, for Andrew Salter. Who
Have you got the young spinner played I'm reading about?
Rehan Ahmed, unfortunately not. No, he has not. He's obviously he's been away with the England Lions, and he's now playing in the 100. So Leicestershire lose 4 to the 100.
Harris starts another over from the Bennett end and bowls, and this time it's a square drive, and again he's gone straight to the fielder by Hill, and there is a single which brings Kimber down to the receiving end. Really has parched the outfield here. It reminds me of 1976, that hot summer when Viv Richards got 260 at the Oval, and pictures of it. And an aces of brown and a green in the middle. Well, relatively green. And here comes Harris bowls. Kimber gets a good length ball, which he defends by pushing it out to mid-on. There is a deep mid-wicket, a fine leg. A third man, just the one slip and a gully, and a deep extra cover. Mid-off, and then a short extra cover. Harris turns again over the wicket and bowls, and this time it's on the back foot. Kimber is pushing it out to mid-wicket for a single. Seems to be bowling a better line and a better length from that end.
It's slightly down the slope as opposed to up it. Kimber, since going to his 50 and then slicing that one off Salter a couple of deliveries later, has sort of gone into his shell a bit. Looks very uncertain. Probably could do with lunch. Just a reset.
Well, a senior partner at the other end saying, "Now cool down." Anyhow, is Hill waiting as his ball? Peel for LBW, looked as if it was going down the leg side. Our monitor's a couple of seconds behind, which is good really, because we're going to have a look at it immediately, if you know what I mean.
No signal from the umpire, so inside edge.
Oh, so it was a run. By the far end, Paul Baldwin, and the test match umpire Nigel Long. No, that was going down. Cook was going down, so that always gives you an idea. As Harris bowls, that's a good-looking shot, but it's Well, failure there by the old man. No, I shouldn't say that. He'd be after me, Hogan. But after doing that, he tries to hurl it in, but has an overthrow. Another single to the 122. Here's the man with the lunch. Well done, Nick.
Oh. Just had a message about that as well.
From the meet.
Yeah.
One for 123 for one. Some 7 minutes to lunch. Probably 2 overs after this. Salter bowls his rather quickly. Harris is in and bowls to Hill. Hill gets a short pitch delivery, which he sways out of the way. Another useful over. 2 relatively good overs there from Harris. It's 123 for one. Kimber's on 58. And Lewis Hill is on 46. And the only man out was Rishi Patel, caught low down by North-East. A second slip of Lloyd for 15.
Lewis Hill very much the senior of these two players. Hopefully he'll have a word with his young partner. So let's get through to lunch. Don't do anything silly. Don't need to.
No. Very well placed at the moment for a big score.
Slightly open stance, Kimber, as Salter is in and bowls 2 in. He's forward, bat in front of pad, playing firmly but defensively out as far as Carlson at mid-on. Did score 100 in the first game of the season, but broke his hand in so doing, Lewis Hill, as Salter again to Kimber, but just drifts towards middle and leg, so Kimber all the time he needs, and in a degree of comfort that will disconcert Salter, able to push it out through the vacant mid-wicket area down to towards the fielder on the mid-wicket boundary for a single, who's on to 59. Might just get all the overs for the session in. Salter is in, again middle, stump line, Hill forward.
Am I right in saying that Lewis Hill is a wicketkeeper?
Not anymore. It is Harry Swindles now. He was the wicketkeeper for a number of years in red ball cricket. And as in goes Salter, he goes back and looks to force it through the offside, doesn't get anything on it. It's taken by Cook, who takes the bails off, as all keepers seem to do. Yeah, it got up a little bit. Hill wanders forward, prods at the wicket, twists the bat in his hand. Salter in, bowls, Hill forward, bat and pad close together on off stump, pushing it out to Nisa, who's in there at shortish extra cover. It's been North-East up to now, but North-East is now
mid-off,
that little bit deeper at mid-off. Salter to finish his over is in, Hill is forward defensively, back down the pitch it goes to the Glamorgan off spin, who picks it up and tosses it to Carlson. End of another good over from Salter, who settled into a nice rhythm, asking 1 or 2 questions, not getting any help from the pitch or indeed the ball, but using flight well at the moment, and also I suspect the proximity of the lunch interval, which is, well, it could be just 2. If it's 2 overs away, we'll have had 32 for the session, and that's a fairly rare event these days.
He's gone for 21 runs of 7 overs, one of which was a 6, so he's bowled very, very well, Salter. As Harris hasn't done too badly after being heavily punished in his first 3 overs, is in now and bowls. Kimber stands tall and pushes it back down the pitch. I think if there wasn't this lovely breeze this morning, we would have temperatures in the 30s like we've been having before. But it's thank goodness, with the breeze coming in at us.
Well, in the 40s yesterday, briefly.
I was told, yes.
It was warm in here, but we do have a few fans knocking around, so...
Very wise, I've seen it, yes.
If you fancy a little blast.
Yes, Harris bowls, and Kimber gets on the back foot and plays it out into the covers to Carlson, who fields 124 for 1, having elected to bat, which looks a very good decision at the moment.
I suspect he wouldn't admit it, but if Lloyd was thinking about bowling, he's probably quite relieved in a way that he didn't have the decision to make.
Yes, he was. Middlesex put Sussex into bat yesterday, and the next ball is left outside the off stump, well judged by Kimber through to the wicket keeper, and they are regretting it because they must be nearing 400 by now, with Mr. Pajara yet again going rather well. 124 for one. Hill is on 46. Kimber facing is on 59. Harris halfway through his over. Comes in, bowls. That's down the leg side. And one stop there by Chris Cook. Hurtling along that leg side to stop it. Got very low at the end. Talking about Middlesex, who are a point above Glamorgan in second position. I'm sure everybody in Wales will be delighted to see that Toby Rowland-Jones did put the opposition in. As in comes Harris, bowls. That's driven out under the offside. I feel in the deep gully position by Sam Northeast. He's feeling a bit of everywhere. There's Sam Northeast. So you would envisage either a draw or Sussex perhaps winning that game, which would suit Glamorgan because I don't think they're going to get a huge amount out of this game apart from bonus points if this pattern continues on this pitch. This is short, hit out into the leg side and drops short. Now that was a false shot really, instead of rolling his wrists over it. In the last half hour there's no need to because he's what was that? No, there's no need to because he was well onto it.
He played beautifully in going to 50, including the shot to go to 50.
Seems to have frozen, isn't he?
He's playing. I'm pretty sure it was that second attempt to hit Salter 4 or 6 that he sliced out into the offside and could have been caught. Since then, he's been terribly hesitant, and as I say, just needs to get through to lunch and readjust a little bit. Salter is in last over before lunch bowls, and Kimber is leaning forward, clipping it firmly as far as Carlson at, well, straightish mid wicket. Should get through this over before the update, I would think. Salter is in, forward goes Kimber. Back down the pitch to Salter on the on side. 125 for one remains the score. Salter just a couple of steps and in and bowls. Kimber forward. Back down the pitch to Salter, who hops across to his right to field. Still got the slip in, Lloyd. Arm ball, which has caused issues for Louis Kimber. Salter is in, turns that one. Kimber off Midland leg out towards the man on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Comes jogging in to field. Billy Root it is out there in front of the Uptonsteel stand.
And as he passes Hill, he's probably said, "You take the last three, please."
I suspect so. Salter in to Hill, who's forward. He's going to pick up a run himself as he pushes it out just wide of the man at mid-wicket, who is Kieran Carlson. Has to run across. So Kimber is going to have to play the last couple of deliveries. 126 for one. Hill on to 47. Oh, one ball to come. Salter in. Bowls, Kimber clips it past Carlson out towards deep mid-wicket. Will finish the over with a single. He moves on to 62. Leicestershire on to 128 for one at the end of the first morning. It was, as we've been saying from the start, a good toss to win. Lewis Hill has 47 off 58 balls. The only man to go, Rishi Patel, caught low down, well caught low down at second slip by Sam Northeast off the bowling of David Lloyd. Lloyd's first over of the morning for 15. 43 for one at that stage, but very little to be had from either the conditions or the pitch as far as the Glamorgan bowlers are concerned this morning here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. You'll hear me do an update for BBC Radio Leicester shortly, and then we'll all have a break and something cool and refreshing to drink, I hope, with Leicestershire 128 for 1. Okay. And they've had very much the best of the first session of the match. They go in for lunch on 128 for 1. Louis Kimber, on the back of his maiden first-class century down at Hove against Sussex last week, is 62 not out. One or two slightly hesitant moments after he'd gone to his 50, but generally pretty positive from the young man. Lewis Hill even more so. He's 47 not out of just 58 balls. The only man dismissed this morning was Rishi Patel, well caught at second slip low down by Sam Northeast off the bowling of David Lloyd for 15. Really good foundation being laid by the Foxes. If they can kick on from here, they can hope to maybe not match the score that they made against Sussex last week, but certainly set Glamorgan a testing target. They're 128 for 1.
Dispatched a few lines to the hub, good men, and those sent to the meet.
Yes. The message okay, good. Hopefully there's something that it is vitamins or tuna.
I don't mind, whichever cooking is either.
Snake.
I think you'll find there is no meat in it, because I had a look at the nuts flavoured crisp pack of crisps. I don't think there's any meat in it.
One brood steak. There's an apple.
Both flavoured crisps, suitable for vegetarians, isn't it?
Those are 3/4 minutes. 7. Grass.
There we are. And just had an email to say the BBC evening meal allowance has gone up to £22.
From
16.
we just said inflation.
Eat a main course and have a drink with it in a hotel.
right. Good, thanks. Yes, yes. No problem, really.
Edward Dimtree.
You all right?
Sure. I have to be on at 2, that's all, just so yeah, if that's if those ones start.
Yes, they've got paid 11 as well, get 7,000 on that. Get 7,000, yeah.
Yes, I'm here. Why? No, not 1:30. We never do an update at 1:30 because it's lunch. Okay, no worries. 2 o'clock next. Don't worry, never at 1:30.
I normally put just Travellers and then Tim. From Tim. What, hey? Yeah, I'm good. Back in action. Oh, yeah. They came and watched my game.
You cycled it? Full. Yes, come on, Sam. Off spin, like last week. On the next net plan, 40 minutes.
Very good afternoon and welcome back to Grace Road for the afternoon session of this first day between Leicestershire and Glamorgan, with the home side strongly placed at 128 for 1 of 32 overs, the scoring rate exactly 4 runs an over, and Leicestershire going well, having won the toss, decided to bat first. Little doubt there, I think. Rishi Patel caught northeast, bowled Lloyd 15, the only wicket to fall so far. Kimber is on 62, Hill is on 47. There's a pleasant breeze blowing round. Breezy enough to shut the back door of the commentary box for once, as Michael Hogan to bowl the first delivery after lunch to Kimber, and he allows that one to go through outside off stump. Came back in a little bit. Captain David Lloyd is now sun-hatted at slip. As commentary for the first quarter of an hour or so will be with Edward Bevan and myself, Nick Webb.
Sun-hatted and the sun has gone in.
It was always thus. Nottinghamshire came out with a magnificent array of sun hats one afternoon last week in Cardiff. Looked like a job lot. Kimber on strike as he plays that one to cover, and there's no run. Reached his 50 off just 68 deliveries. He has slowed down somewhat since. He's now 62 off 104. But Leicestershire, as I say, going at 4 runs and over, so there'll be little need to hurry things up. The outfield is fast, and Glamorgan are slightly short of bowling resources in this particular setup to the side, with Root batting at 6 and Cook, the keeper, at 7. Hogan bowls and Kimber forward, defending to mid-on, and the infielders doing their best to try and persuade themselves that something's happening out there.
Yeah, interesting innings from Kimber, wasn't it? Once he got to 50, he seemed to be struggling against Andrew Salter. He chipped one in the air, which could have been very nearly caught, and hit one in the air to mid-wicket, landed a few yards short. But he's been very solid against the seamers.
Next delivery played into the covers, and there's no run. Reminder that if you're listening on BBC Sport Online and you want to watch as well, the service is available with our commentary on either club website, Leicestershire or Glamorgan. Hogan, only his 6th over, so he didn't have a second spell before lunch because Andrew Salter was reasonably tying up one end. Hogan in, bowled, Kimber drives, and Hogan gets down rather too late as it goes scorching back past him and up to the boundary in front of the sight screen at the Bennett end. Ball disappears behind the advertising hoardings, and the first runs of the afternoon. A lovely straight drive from Louis Kimber.
Yes, just put his bat forward on it and it just went rocket into the boundary. I don't think he really middled it, he just pushed it quietly, and that'll tell you about this outfield, where anything is past you, it's 4 runs.
And it's a shortish boundary away to our right on the meat side of the ground. Pitch is well over to our right as we watch from high above the dressing rooms, as Hogan is in to bowl and Kimber drives straight to mid-off. So one scoring shot was the boundary in that first over after lunch, and Leicestershire having elected to bat 132 for 1. The only consolation for Glamorgan supporters is that Middlesex, their rivals in the table, are also struggling in the field. Sussex are 412 for 7, and Pujara is still there on 143 not out. Ibrahim has just gone to Roland Jones for 36, but Middlesex only managing the 2 bowling points from that game, which started, like all the other county games, a day before this one because of the Women's International here on Monday, which England won comfortably against South Africa.
It'll be Andrew Salter to continue, and he has bowled an useful spell here. 8 overs for 24, and he comes in now, bowls the first ball of the over, which is just tucked away to backward square leg by Lewis Hill, nearing his half-century, 47. And including those 24 runs of Salter was that big 6 that he hit over long off by Kimber. But it's Hill who's facing 3 men on the offside and a slip 2 on the onside. And in comes the next ball, which is just pushed down to long one. They take a leisurely single, takes the score to 133. And as it looks now, Nick, it'll be a match of batting points. How many batting points do you think people are going to get? And I cannot see a result coming from this game because those days seem to have disappeared as the next ball is just pushed away wider of Hogan this time at backward square leg, because I cannot see 40 wickets falling here.
Ooh, it's a little early to be going that prognosis, isn't it, Edward?
But I think so. I did have a quick word with our friend Paul Baldwin, the umpire, but he seemed to suggest exactly what I've just said. Next ball is driven also down towards long on.
It's strange, isn't it, that this early in proceedings we can already milk singles down to long on, which we saw very early in Salter's spell this morning.
Exactly. Here's the next ball, which is pushed out to mid-on and not quite as straight then. And if the match does end in a result for either side, I will apologise to all and sundry. Andrew Salter from the pavilion end comes in to bowl to Kimber. Kimber goes forward and beats the man at mid-on. And quiet over there, a couple of runs off it, 135 for 149 to Hill and 68 to Kimber.
Yeah, Carlson diving around there in that wideish mid-on, mid-wicket position in a bid to prevent the ball going through to Harris on the boundary, but 3 times in the over it did. 136 for 1. Hill is 49 not out. Kimber is 68 not out, and well, Ackerman, presumably sitting with his pads on, ready to come in next, must be licking his lips at the thought of adding to his 277 not out of last week. Also claimed 3 wickets with his spin. The preview on the Leicestershire website was suggesting that it might turn and help the spinners later, as Kimber defends the first ball of Hogan's over. And certainly there are cracks already before the start of the game outside the off stump for the left-handed bat taking guard towards this end, and Glamorgan having Byram, Ingram and Root in their top 6, maybe just a little bit concerned about that possibility. Here's Hogan into bowl to Kimber, and he's out.
Caught behind, I think.
Just
feathered
through as the cry went up straight away from the slip cordon, and Louis Kimber, having looked set for a second century of the season, be calmed slightly by the spinner but then dismissed in Michael Hogan's second spell, and just a little deflection there. It was obvious enough looking on the replay. 136 for 2, and Michael Hogan has his first wicket of the day and his 31st of the first-class season.
Well, he walked pretty quickly. I didn't hear it from here, and I don't think you did either, Nick. And it was a little feather by a good ball from Hogan. Whether it moved a lot, I don't know. Whether it was the wrong position that he got to. But Glamorgan will be glad of that, because they badly needed a wicket. And Kimber, as I mentioned a little earlier, he got to 50 in no time at all, and then went into his shell and had problems against the off-spin of Andrew Salter, but he has gone now. 136 for 2, and all of a sudden you're saying if Glamorgan could pick up another wicket quickly, it would more or less be parity.
It would, but then that would bring in another man who got an unbeaten double century last week in the next couple of batsmen, Vian Mulder.
Yeah.
Likely to come in at 5 ahead of Joey Everson, you would have thought, with Hassan Azad dropping out of the team. And Joey Everson coming in.
Renewing acquaintances.
Roman Walker coming in as well. Yes, Joey Everson played against Glamorgan for Notts last week, and Roman Walker, the other man to come into the side, of course, was on Glamorgan's staff until August last year, when he came to Grace Road in search of more regular first-class cricket, and this is the first game in which he's got his desire. Hogan in then to bowl to Ackerman.
Gone.
He's gone. First ball. Has he? It's edged.
Yes.
It's taken. 136 for 3. And Hogan is on a hat-trick as that one flew
What a beauty.
high off the bat, and well bowled Michael Hogan.
Yeah, that was an absolute beauty. Pitch neck and just left him a little committed to play straight into the gloves. And as you say, he's on a hat-trick. And every time Hogan takes a wicket as a Glamorgan supporter, I begin to yearn again, as many hundreds of thousands in Wales say, please come back and give us another year. So that is a bowling point for Glamorgan, and an excellent wicket, the form that Mr. Ackerman has been in.
Absolutely. Averaging 45 this season, best part of 600 runs to his credit, but just caught high up on the shoulder of the bat by that one, and reasonably simple catch for keeper Chris Cook for the second time in as many balls. Moving to his right, and out of the blue, Michael Hogan is on a hat-trick, as having got rid of one double centurion from last week, Glamorgan are faced with another in Vian Mulder, who had a quiet game down in Cardiff.
Yes,
in the,
I just had a look.
the first meeting of these two sides, which Glamorgan won by 6 wickets. But, well, Colin Ackerman, at the age of 31, has been around long enough to know that 1 week you're a rooster, the next you're a feather duster, and it's his turn, at least in the first innings, to be the feather duster. But plenty of time left in this match. 136 for 3. Hogan on a hat-trick, 3 slips in attendance. Michael Hogan then in from the Bennett end to bowl to Vian Mulder, who drives into the covers, and Hogan will not have a hat-trick on this occasion. A fuller length ball that Mulder defended.
You're thinking all those South African rugby players,
Well,
Nick
there's
Muller.
plenty of Mullers in South African rugby. Mulder without Scully. 136 for 3. Hogan to Mulder, who leaves that one go outside off stump through the gloves of Cook with no intervention this time.
16 and 6 he got at Cardiff.
Yes, Azad, who did quite well with the bat in that match, has now found himself out of the team and scoring a century for the seconds this week, which is, of course, the best way to get yourself back into the team. Hogan to Mulder, allows that one to go through outside off stump. The end of the successful over from Michael Hogan. 2 wickets in successive balls. Hogan has 2 for 22 after 7 overs, and Leicestershire are 136 for 3, which is by no means a poor score on the first day of a championship match. It's probably about parity, but given the position they were in 5 minutes ago, it is a Glamorgan fight back.
It certainly is, and I thought perhaps David Lloyd might have introduced Michael Nisa at this end with a new batsman in, but it will be Andrew Salter, who's bowled pretty well. A good holding job, and he'll be bowling now to Lewis Hill. Here's the first ball as he tosses this one up, but just nudges that back down. Just the one slip. And Glamorgan now buoyed by that success in the last over. Salter in, bowls, a little bit short, pushes it through, is clipped away to mid-wicket, and they go for a run, and that is Hill's 50.
Yes, it's come off 63 deliveries. He certainly went off like a rocket, didn't he? He was going to run a ball for his first 30 or so. And he's struck 6 boundaries. 63 balls, 6 fours.
So Mulder comes up and takes guard from umpire Nigel Long. No change in the field. And he will be bowling from this, the pavilion end, as the sun peeps through yet again. Plenty of cloud, plenty of sun. We'll take that any day. In comes Salter, bowls Mulder. Gets down. That's 2 balls he's bowled have been almost of Yorker length in this over, Andrew Salter. That's been getting right on top of it as they stretch forward. Salter bowls on the line of leg stump, and it's played away by Mulder. He gets off the mark by chipping that out to short mid-wicket.
Yeah, having to stretch forward a little bit to just kill any suspicion of spin in these early stages from Salter. Shouldn't imagine there'll be not much turn.
Wouldn't have thought so. As Salter prepares to bowl now at Hill. Bowls to him now. And he did step across his stumps, didn't he? And it ended up at short fine leg. I suspect that might have been VAT first, unless he's got some very, very expensive pads on.
Ball does go quite a long way off some pads these days, but no, sounded like a bit of bat involved.
Salter in, bowls, and it's played away on the onside. In comes and a hurl. I don't know what Glamorgan's bowlers think of Carlson at times, because he hurls the ball in. Last week there was over 4 overthrows. But that's it. 139 now for the loss of 3 wickets. And I think Richard is due
Back fairly shortly, otherwise I'll do an imitation of him.
back for his... yes, he better come along now, because sure the Radio Leicester listeners just yell and
Don't want double taff on the air, do
get
they?
him off immediately and bring them home and home.
Thank you, Edward. Edward will be back in half an hour or so. Richard Ray is back to try and bring some order to proceedings after that unexpected, really, double strike in the space of 2 balls.
2 really nice outswingers from Michael Hogan, who is in from the Bennett end, bowling to Lewis Hill, who stretches carefully forward on off stump. Ackerman, 277 not out in his previous innings, gets a first baller. Such is the nature of cricket.
Yeah, well, at least he's old enough and has enough experience to be able to take the highs and the lows, I guess.
It was a super ball. You know, sort of probably around about sort of 78, 80, something around that sort of level. Hogan is in. Hill is driving, fuller delivery, but only as far as Carlson in the covers. Carlson's had his hands stung more than one occasion in the innings so far. And by more than one, I mean about 25, 30 times in the covers. But
he tends to wear quite a lot of strapping on one hand, and that's probably
not
why.
surprised. Yeah.
Just defensive.
Take a bit of a battering. In goes Hogan and bowls. Hill is rather on the walk there as he blocks that one back down the pitch to the Australian, who tries a little bit of football, tries to kick it up, bounces over his foot out to his compatriot Michael Nisa, who fields at mid-off. No run. Hill's figures are 63 balls, you may have heard, for his 50, 6 fours. Hogan is in and bowls. Hill is driving most pleasantly. It was full outside off stump, over pitched on that occasion, Hogan. And Hill almost down on one knee. Always looks good when batters do that, doesn't it? Went right down on one knee and cracked it away through the covers for 4 He moves on to 55, 143 for 3. The delivery that got Kimber, they were pretty similar deliveries, to be quite honest.
Area of uncertainty, wasn't it?
Yeah, a little bit of movement, just enough. You could hear the edges. In goes Hogan and bowls to Hill onto his legs this time, looking to play it into the leg side. Doesn't get anything on it, I don't think. Bounces out towards square leg. And Eddie Byram is the fielder. I can definitely confirm the leg before appeal from Andrew Salter on Hill was going about another set of stumps down the leg side.
Just warming up the vocal cords.
In goes Hogan and bowls. Hill is forward on off stump, back down the pitch. It goes to Michael Hogan. Not quite as penetrative as his previous over. For the only scoring shot from it, that said. 143 for 3 at the end of the over after 37, waiting for the update, but I wonder if they've forgotten.
I don't know if it operates in first class level like it does on amateur level, where you just sort of warm up the vocal cords a bit and let the umpire know that you're about and that you're interested in making these appeals.
Here comes the update. I'm always conscious of making, or was always conscious of making an idiot of myself if I'm appealing for a silly one. But on the other hand, when it was a member of the other side umpiring, as occasionally it was always worth a shout. They've lost 2 wickets in the space of just 2 balls. First, Louis Kimber, who was on 68 when he just fenced at a slightly wider delivery that swung away from him from Michael Hogan and edged a catch to wicketkeeper Chris Cook. 136 for 2. The very next delivery, Colin Ackerman got a lovely delivery from Hogan that bounced and swung away, took his outside edge, and he was dismissed first ball, having made 277 not out in his previous innings. Such is the nature of cricket. 136 for 3 at that stage. 2 in 2 for Michael Hogan. Since then, Lewis Hill has gone to his 50, came off 63 balls and included 6 fours. He is on 55. He's been joined by Vian Mulder, who looks like he's just about to pick up the first 4. Might be just dragged back. It is dragged back, so he picks up a couple of runs to move on to 3. 145, but for 3 now, Leicestershire.
You have to pick your players carefully with the opposition umpires, don't they? I mean, most people umpiring for the batting side will just say not out without looking at it, don't they, at club level? Apart from the odd eccentric who actually gives the odd duff one.
I was always so determined not to show any bias that I probably gave some decisions I shouldn't have done. Lloyd is in and Hill is pushing it out wide towards Nisa at mid-off. Had a couple of steps to move to his left, but as we've been saying, as Nick has been saying, Nisa is sharp in the field. He did swiftly get to his left and get his throw away. The throw missed at the non-striker's end, but Hill was scampering.
Well, missing out on the rule of club LBWs. If it hits you on the ankle in front of middle stump on the back foot, you might give it, as long as you're not expecting a lift home afterwards from an away match from that batter.
Lloyd in, edge just short of second slip, and for once Glamorgan's fielding lets them down. It was travelling pretty quickly northeast. I think is it here, second slip again?
Northeast is
yeah,
the second usually.
Got 2 hands to it as it bounced a couple of feet in front of him. He moved to his left, 2 hands to it, but it burst through his hands and has run down to the finest of third men boundaries for 4. Mulder onto 8, and the 150 up for Leicestershire. But Lloyd, like Hogan, just finding a little bit of swing. Maybe the heavier cloud cover.
Could be responsible, couldn't it? It's just a little bit sultry, maybe. Bit of humidity in the air, possibly.
The ball 37.4 overs old, approximately. We say approximately because it was changed after 18 overs. Lloyd bustles in and bowls outside off stump, and this time Mulder steps forward and lets it go through. I remember playing, there was one of our local derbies, again, their umpire who'd umpired for the opposition for many, many years. I think he was directly related to at least 6 members of their side, and we knew we weren't going to get any decision.
Save your vocal cords.
Not against our Fred or whoever it was. In goes Lloyd, and bowls. Driving this time is Mulder, not putting his full weight into the shot, steering it really rather than driving it, just wide of Nisa, who moves across to his left, puts down his left hand and feels even so. Mulder picks up 1, keeps the strike, he moves on to 9, 152 for 3. Hill has 56. They described it as a wobble in the newsroom at BBC Radio Leicester. Hill and Mulder determined it isn't going to get any worse.
No, well, even at this stage in the early afternoon, I think Leicestershire would be still disappointed if they weren't to bat the day out and have something respectable on the board, unless it really starts swinging, as Hogan with 2 for 26 is in to bowl to Mulder, who allows that one to go through to Chris Cook, and there is no run. Apologies if you get the odd squeak in the background. This chair is slightly on the noisy side.
I have been promising to bring in some WD-40 or 3-in-1 or whatever. I've got some bicycle oil that would probably do the trick. There's 1 or 2 of these sort of bar chairs are missing screws underneath, which is a problem.
As Hogan is into bowl, flick through the leg side, beats a diving Byram at mid-wicket. That one will race away for 4 for Vian Mulder. 156 for 3 as Mulder moves to 13 not out here on BBC Sport Online from BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Sport Wales. Or maybe they're cooking something with olive oil downstairs at lunch, and spare us a drop of that to grease the squeaky chair. 156 for 3.
I promise I will bring some in
No,
tomorrow.
I'm not complaining. It just might be rather irritating for the listener. If so, we apologise. Hogan in bowl. Short pulled away. That could be 4 more. He looks to have bisected. He has bisected square leg and fine leg, even though they were both back in the deep. Hogan trying a shortish delivery, but wasn't really accurate enough to trouble Mulder, and he pulled it away emphatically for a second successive boundary. The good news as far as Glamorgan are concerned is that Middlesex only picked up the 2 bowling points away to Sussex, and Pujara is still there for Sussex, 143 not out, 429 for 7, as Sussex having been put in, as Hogan does not deliver, either loses his stride or Mulder wasn't quite ready. I'm not quite sure what Tim Murtagh, an experienced man captaining Middlesex, would have been thinking of to put the opposition in on a day when temperatures were meant to reach 40 degrees. Even if, well, it's bizarre. Hogan in to bowl, and Mulder gets one up in the block hole as he slightly squared up by as he plays it to mid-off.
Indicates with his right hand that Hogan's still getting that little bit of outswing.
There's only one other game in Division 2 where the leaders, Nottinghamshire, who were given a good workout by Glamorgan last week, going well today. Hogan bowls to Mulder, leaves through to Cook, no run. Knots are 592 for 7. Ben Duckett back in the side after missing their visit to Cardiff through England Lions duties. He made 241 and Hasib Hamid made 196. Their partnership was worth 402 for the second wicket. And Derbyshire just scrambled the 1 bowling point. Edged and dropped as Mulder played forward for that one. I thought it had just carried low down to Chris Cook, but there wasn't much reaction from
it did carry.
infield.
It did carry. You're absolutely right. Should have taken it. Should have taken it. Was about a foot off the ground, dived to his right. He didn't exactly take it out of the hands of first slip, who would have just had to reach to his left, but...
Difficult one, but Cook would have backed himself to take that, and Mulder survives. So put that down as a chance, as David Lloyd was down in one knee. It would probably have been an easier catch for him, but the keeper's natural instinct is to dive across. If he has got a chance of getting to it, he did get to it, might even have got two hands. Certainly got at least one, but spilt it was. 160 for 3, it remains.
Lloyd is in to Lewis Hill, who's advancing down the pitch before blocking that one back to David Lloyd. He's had a very short haircut, Mr. Lloyd.
Yeah, so several members of the Glamorgan side, well, mainly him and Carlson, change their haircut quite a lot. And so pictures go out of date very quickly.
In he goes. Bowles. Hill is looking to drive, a little bit too straight. And back down the pitch it goes. Lloyd fields in his follow-through, then tosses it to the aforementioned Carlson in the covers to do a spot of polishing.
So David Lloyd at the moment is certainly pretty short on top and even shorter on the sides. And can we see whether he's bearded at the moment or get a bit of stubble?
Bit of stubble, but not, essentially. Probably about the same length as on top of his head. Bowles to Hill, who something of a flourish, tries to whip that into the leg side. Picks out mid-on in the end, but mid-on has to move to his right to field. Harris, that is. So the single was taken.
The real wide variations for Kieran Carlson, who's moved between a mullet and a buzz cut in the last 12 months.
Second slip has now gone in for Lloyd, bowling to Vian. Mulder after that drop. Bowls to Mulder, slightly squared up as he advances down the pitch and strokes it out towards mid-off, and there is no run. Who's the Sussex keeper? Carter, isn't it? Ollie Carter.
Oh, they had about 3 or 4 different people.
Yeah, this is true, but he's actually proud of his mullet, and, and he says in the Cricketers' Who's Who that any regrets that he didn't have it sooner. He says, like, in goes Lloyd and bowls on off stump, fullish. Mulder content just to lean forward, try and resettle himself, block it out into the offside. But it's been very good since lunch from Glamorgan. They obviously had a chat about it, the bowling unit, and Michael Hogan bowled impressively from that Bennett end. Lloyd looking to back him up, bowls very straight to Mulder, who is all care and attention, head right over the boards. He blocks that one out into the onside. End of the over. 161 for 3. Lloyd 1 for 32 from 7. Probably bowled a little bit better than those figures suggest. But 161 for 3. Innings in the balance still.
Yeah, David Lloyd is medium pace, so he can't really afford to get anything wrong in terms of width, and Leicestershire in that first session were very strong on anything that was offered outside off stump. In particular, we saw the ball racing away through the covers on numerous occasions. 161 for 3 then, as Hogan comes down the slope and bowls, and pushing forward and taking a single is Lewis Hill. Just absolutely stunned that one and took all the pace off it, so no chance of Colin Ingram at mid-on getting in to save the single. And he's in fact the only player on the leg side who can save a single, because square leg is back close to the boundary, quite a long way out, but still about 10 metres in from that long boundary away to our left by the Geary bar, as Mulder pushes forward to cover. No run. Fine leg is also in a similar position, about 10 metres in from the rope on the parched surface. So Glamorgan trying to cut off the boundaries, possibly there, one there for a miss hook. But Hogan doesn't tend to bowl short that much for that shot. As forward stretches Mulder, defending to cover, no run, 2 slips, point. Is there a third man? Yes, there is. The doubt being that I have to actually strain to see around the edge of the commentary box, but Billy Root is lurking down there. 2 slips, third man, point, cover, mid-off is the offside field as Hogan bowls and Mulder leaves outside off stump. Showed good judgment so far, hasn't been drawn into playing too many unnecessary shots apart from the dropped chance. Low diving effort by Chris Cook in front of first slip. In retrospect, had he been given that opportunity again, he would probably said, there you are, Mr. Lloyd, you catch it. Hogan in bowls, a little bit back of a length, bit of bounce. Mulder took a step forward and then left. Very definitively, as Buren Hendricks is lurking down beneath us, bearing a towel and maybe a drink or so for the batters. 1-6-2 for 3. Hogan loping in to bowl. Forward comes Mulder, hits it down into the ground on the offside. Byram swoops. It is the end of Hogan's over, 10 overs, 2 for 35. And on comes Mr. Hendricks in his bright orange high-vis bib. It's particularly visible. Have to distinguish themselves from the fielders, of course, for the benefit of all concerned. Just dispensing some drinks and a bit of toweling for the 2 batsmen. Hot work out there, 162 for 3.
Michael Hogan's spell isn't up on the scoreboard, but it's been very impressive 5 overs post lunch. Lloyd is in bowling to Hill, who, like Mulder, is advancing down the pitch, trying to negate what swing there is, blocks it on the front foot out to Harris at mid-on. Cook will consider standing up to David Lloyd. It's medium, but it can be brisk.
He does fairly frequently.
Yeah. Might think about it if these two continue with this policy. Lloyd is in down the leg side, helped on its way neatly by Hill. Thumps into the advertising hoardings in front of the indoor centre, the Turner Indoor Centre over there at the Bennett end. No chance whatsoever for Hogan at long leg to get around to fine leg to cut that one off. Hill into the 60s, on to 62.
Well, Hogan's first spell was 5 overs, 0 for 18, therefore by a process of deduction his second spell has been 5 overs, 2 for 17.
Lloyd in, drops a little bit short, but again it's onto the legs of Hill, who is on the back foot, just turning it calmly around the corner, down towards long leg, directly to Hogan on this occasion, so comfortable single for Lewis Hill, 63 for him, and 67 for 3, 31 added since there's 2 in 2 for Hogan.
Maybe just a touch breezier this afternoon, so you might get a 6 over spell from Hogan, but likely to be changed either next over or the one after.
Altogether more bearable if you're out there in it. Lloyd is in to Mulder, who's looking to force off the back foot, can't get it past Nisa, running to his right at mid-off. They presented a sort of quite a pleasing contrast in styles, the two South Africans, Ackerman and Mulder, in that mammoth partnership at Hove last week. Mulder, the shorter of the two men, was more compact, arguably slightly less elegant. In goes Lloyd bowls to him. He helps it round the corner. Can Hogan get there? He can. Oh! At the second attempt, but he's given away a second run with the fumble. He looks down at the pitch, at the outfield, a little disconcerted. It didn't look to be bobbling too much, but as we've been saying, it is very dry, and the holes where it was drilled a good few years ago now for drainage just never seemed to closed up. Whether they were supposed to or not, I don't know, but they're very evident from our angle, looking down on the pitch. You can still sort of see all the many little holes. In goes Lloyd, and bowls slightly short, pulled for 4 decisively. Poor delivery from David Lloyd, dragged it down onto the leg stump, and at that brisk-ish medium occasionally. Ordinary medium, well, you're not going to get away with that against a batter who's on the back of an unbeaten double century, and Mulder put it away behind square. For 4, he moves on to 23, 173 for 3.
11 off the over. David Lloyd slipping down leg side on probably at least 3 occasions during that over. He'll be displeased with himself, I'm sure. As Michael Neser replaces Michael Hogan. That is the end of Hogan's 5-over spell, 2 for 17, and little surprise that Glamorgan's seamers are being used in shorter spells today. I wonder if we will see some of the backup bowlers. Salter, though, has got the ability to bowl for most of the afternoon if they need him. Michael Neser into bowl, push and run into the offside by Lewis Hill. Goes through for a comfortable single. The ball steered towards point and is therefore fielded by Carlson from cover, because the point fielder is back on the boundary, or was. Coming in a little bit. How far, Skip? All the way? Okay. 176 for 3. Mulder, like Hill or early on, going at nearly a runner ball. As Neser, arms pumping, is into bowl. Lovely drive from Mulder, just leant into it and punched it back where it came from, racing away up the ropes at long on at the Bennett end. And it's go fetch for Colin Ingram. Mulder moves on to 27 of 28 deliveries. This starting to look ominous as this stand develops. The wickets fell at 136, so they've added 44 already in no time at all. Wickets falling in the 35th over. We're now in the 43rd. Neser's been expensive by his standards. Usually goes at 3 or under per over. As it comes in, bowls, better delivery. Mulder treats it respectfully and defends on the offside. No run.
Yeah, just to develop that sort of thoughts about the contrast between he and Ackerman. He's a sort of punchier batter, but still very correct. Vian Mulder. He's taken his time to find his way with the bat, and nobody's been more self-critical than Mulder about his performances.
Neser in, bowls. Mulder plays no shot. 10 tests, the most recent of them earlier this year, so he is one of those currently in the South African international scene. Played all 3 formats of the game at international level, and you wonder how many in future are going to be able to say that, given the Ben Stokes decision to retire from ODIs and the hectic schedule that's imposed on England in particular. Neser in, bowls. Mulder plays it hard off the back foot, but it's intercepted at mid-off and there's no run.
It's no coincidence that Leicestershire started to play much better, more consistently in the T20s when he came into the he wasn't initially in the T20 side. He came in after about 4 or 5 games, I think, and thereafter they were that much better for his presence.
Neser bowls. Mulder drives mid-off fields. Repeat.
He's been a bit disappointed with his bowling. I think Leicestershire hoped he would move the ball a little bit more than he has, find more swing if you like, but 13 wickets in the county championship. 47 apiece he's taken, but now averaging 40 with the bat.
Turned off his legs by Mulder to take a single down to backward square. Mulder to 28, 181 for 3. Leicestershire, and we are through 43 overs. Run rate 4.2. The over rate, hallelujah, is +2. We've only had one change of the ball. That didn't take too long, so...
I didn't understand that, because we had 32 over. It went out to +2 at lunch. We had 32 overs, which we're supposed to have. We finished about a minute after 1 o'clock. So,
yes, that's probably the ball change.
I suppose, but...
And they had a couple of minutes for each wicket, didn't they?
I guess.
I believe so. Glamorgan's T20 side is fairly similar, really. Their championship side, they don't have the... well, they do have reasonable numbers in their squad, but it's more or less the same side.
Lloyd continues from the pavilion end, bowls on the off stump, maybe just outside. Mulder leans forward, plays with an angled bat, looking to squeeze it wide of Point, but Point moves across to his left and fields.
The only basic difference is, apart from Alex Horton had a few games deputising when Chris Cook was injured, but they played Prem Sisodia, the spinner, and Dan Douthwaite, all-rounder, instead of Root for most of the tournament, although Root had a few.
Lloyd is in, dropping short, and he's conceded 4 more again because he dropped short. It was a long hop, really. It wasn't short enough to be in any sort of way a bouncer, but he didn't sit up at all, didn't rise up on Mulder, who just flicked it away wristily, almost off the front foot, actually, down towards fine leg for 4. So 3 4s on the leg side Lloyd has conceded in these last, I think, 7 deliveries. Mops his brow. Runs away from us. Short run and bowls again a little bit short, forced back down the pitch to him. He takes it on the bounce, makes as though to hurl the ball at the stumps. Mulder, without sort of giving away, steps back carefully.
Glamorgan's seconds against Hampshire, 196 for 3, leading by 213. Joe Cook made 67, Callum Taylor 84. Always good to see second teamers putting pressure on first team players for places.
Lloyd is in. Mulder is turning, but only as far as mid-wicket. You heard the no, as he saw it going fairly quickly towards Billy Root. And there's no run.
And at Leeds, Leicestershire seconds made that 497, Yorkshire 140 for 3 in reply. A couple of wickets for Bowley and 1 for Will Davis.
Now Bowley, likely to be a member of the Royal London squad, I would think, given that 3 of Leicestershire's 100 signings are spinners. Here comes the update. Lloyd is in, outside off stump, bounces a second time. Well, they're recovering a little bit, Leicestershire, after losing 2 wickets in 2 balls shortly after lunch to the excellent bowling of Michael Hogan. In fact, that dates me rather. Louis Kimber was the first to go. He was caught behind for 68. The very next ball, Colin Ackerman also caught behind, obviously, without scoring. 136 for 3 at that stage. Since then, Lewis Hill went 250 off 63 balls. He's 64 not out at the moment, and Vian Mulder, who is on the back of an unbeaten double century against Sussex, is playing nicely. He's moved on to 32 off just 39 balls. Together they've so far added 49 for the 4th wicket. They'll be looking to press on from here as a little bit of cloud cover is over up the Uptonsteel county ground at the moment, and there is just a hint of occasional swing for the seamers, but essentially it is still a pretty good track. 185 for 3. Michael Holding. Goodness me.
I wonder if your presenter got the reference.
No,
Probably too
no,
young.
absolutely not.
Probably too young.
I suspect not. Could have said anything, couldn't I, really?
Here's Nisa into bowl, and that's driven initially slightly uppishly through the offside, but safely enough by Hill for a single.
Very curious. Sure.
Didn't maybe quite get to the pitch of it. It was nowhere near a fielder as it happens. Hill moves to 65, 1-8-6 for 3.
2:30 means that the Friends of Grace Road will be in business in the meet. Cakes and coffee.
Lisa into bowl, and an ooh and an ah as Mulder left that one. Might have come back a little bit, but mostly after it had passed the stumps, I suspect. 186 for 3. Give way to Edward Bevan at the conclusion of this over from Michael Nisa. As this game tilts back towards Leicestershire, with this partnership now worth 50 with that single for the 4th wicket. As Nisa into bowl, Mulder pushing forward cautiously. Ball rolls up to mid-on. There's no run. The second sun hat breaks out. Appearing to see from this distance who's underneath it. David Lloyd was wearing one earlier at slip and now has gone back to his cap. It's it's Van der Hoogten, is it? The sub?
It is number 64.
Yeah. As Nisa into ball through outside off stump, allowed to go through harmlessly enough by Vian Mulder. Perhaps Mr. Hogan has trotted off for a change of boots after his bowling spell. I suspect is the case, unless he's hiding at third man. No, he's not down there. So I suspect this week in general there'll be a liberal use of substitute fielders, with temperatures still in the mid-20s. As Mulder pushes forward and defends again on the offside, and there's no run. I expect there are similar discretion allowed all around the country, because there was a directive from the Cricket Board of Wales basically saying use sub-fielders when you want to, just so that people didn't get heat stroke at the weekend when it was tough work. As Nisa bowls, Mulder again tries to force off the back foot, but again finds the fielder, Mr. Van der Hoogten, at mid-off. There is no run. BBC Sport Online, 186 for 3, Leicestershire having won the toss and chosen to bat. Mulder 32, Hill 65, Richard Ray and Edward Bevan.
And Vian Mulder and Lewis Hill out in the middle having a chat. 50 partnership at a decent lick. The run rate is still just over 4.1. It had dropped under 4 in the sort of half an hour after lunch, obviously partly a result of the 2 wickets falling, but Glamorgan had got a little bit of control back on the scoreboard, so to speak. That Mulder in particular is in danger of taking away from them again. The South African watch is on. As Lloyd, elbows jutting, bustles in and bowls to Hill, who is anxious to get forward, has to defend, plays with an angle bat, but picks out Salter at point. There's no run, just a single slip for Lloyd bowling at Hill, as you would probably expect, the batter on 65. Mulder badly dropped on 16 by Chris Cook, diving away to his right behind the wicket, taking a catch probably out of the hands of Lloyd at first slip, the chance. 160 the score at that stage. Lloyd is in to Hill onto the legs. Hill can just push it slightly wide of route at mid-wicket, just 4 or 5 yards, and jog the single as Root moves to his right.
Was there another chance? I was just wandering round when the ball bisected first and second slip and went through for 4.
At the Bennett end,
That's
it,
right,
it
yeah.
dropped short.
Dropped short,
yeah,
did it? Yeah.
northeast and sort of burst through his hands on
right.
on the bounce,
Yeah.
really. So, no, not on that occasion.
But the other one certainly
But
was,
the other one,
yeah.
I'm afraid,
Straight through.
proved to be expensive. Salter goes back to the boundary now, and Gully goes in. I was chuntering about a Gully this morning, but that was this morning. In goes Lloyd, and then bowls on the legs of Mulder, who can just stay on the back foot and turn it off Midland leg out towards deep backward square. Nisa runs round to field. Mulder takes 1, 33 to him.
That epitomises the game of cricket, doesn't it? 277 not out. Next innings, out ball, first ball.
Very first ball. He'll be frustrated, Colin Ackerman, not because of that, but I guess when you're in that sort of form and you expect to be seeing it well, and then you get on another flat wicket. In goes Lloyd, bowls outside off stump, not quite as short as I think Hill thought it was going to be, probably a bit straighter too. He went on the back foot looking to cut it away, was a little bit too close to him to do that, ended up chopping it down into the ground and more or less straight to the man at cover, who's usually Carlson and is.
Because when you were down at Cardiff, this relatively start of this season, he was struggling, wasn't he, Ackerman, for runs?
He was, yes he was.
Saying.
In goes Lloyd, bowls. Hill is driving. He's going to take on the arm of Midoff, who picks it up and hurls the ball at the stumps, but Harris's throw, he was a little bit slow moving to it, and the throw missed. Anyway, he hasn't had an awful time at the start of the season. Ackerman, indeed, for a fair chunk of the season, to be honest.
He's thinking of leaving himself out, wasn't he? Or didn't he?
Well, he was injured because he hurt a hand taking a catch at Lord's the previous game, so he actually missed the game at Glamorgan.
Right.
In goes Lloyd, bowls, a nice straight drive, on drive by Mulder, but controlled and checked, and doesn't get it past Van der Hoogten at mid-on. End of the over, 189 for 3, but he had a run of 81 and 40 in the second game up at Durham, but then 5-3, 0-0, 11-5, 1-15 in the next sort of 4 games. But then he got a good century at home to Nottinghamshire, 116, and then that 277 at Sussex. So a mixed season, a mixed year
down,
for Ackerman, for sure.
Michael Nisa to continue, hasn't taken the wicket as yet, and he'll be bowling from the far end. The Bennett end, I'll be bowling at Lewis Hill, and bowls to him. Dead bat from Hill, pushes it out into the covers, and there's no run. 189 for 3, and I'm just trying to see how many overs. 45 bowled, 49 left, basically. So we're reaching the halfway mark of the first day here at Grace Road. In comes Nisa, bowls. Hill goes off the back foot, hammers it through cover, will get 4 runs. A little bit short, and he was onto it in a shot. And the man on the sweeper boundary is finer than that ball went, and there was no chance at all. You would expect quite rapid scoring on this ground, and so it's proved from Leicestershire, who fasten it onto anything that's offline. As Mulder turns again and bowls, and Hill is forward this time. Better length ball, pushes it up to mid-on, and there's no run. Got a little bit murky and cloudy at the moment. But it's a defensive field by Glamorgan. 2 slips, and the wicketkeeper standing back, and the others are scattered more or less far and wide. Although there's an orthodox, deepish mid-on, mid-off, and just one saving one on the offside on the drive. There's the next ball. It's a short bouncer which whistles past Hill. Takes evasive action. 193 for 3. Leicestershire approaching their first batting point. Glamorgan have 1. Lisa walks back to his mark, then there's a quick turn and in bowls. That's driven to, well, difficult to say you drive to third man, but it went all along the floor. It was an intended drive. Go off the outside edge, went down to third man for a single. 194 for 3. International honours, Mulder?
Oh yes, 10 tests.
10
He's
tests.
played all forms actually. Also ODIs and T20Is to his name.
Good signing.
He's becoming so. He always looked a good signing,
Yeah.
but he's finding his way. He's taking his time.
He, this time, Mulder just taps it down the onside. That's the end of another over. 195 for 3. Mulder, I'm sure, will move on. He does to 34. 72 to Hill.
I think Leicestershire, looking at his international record, thought they were getting slightly more of a finished article, so to speak, than he's still very young. He's only 24. He's played a lot of cricket. He's very strong. He bowls medium sharpish, but they thought, I think, that he'd get a little bit more swing with the red ball. And batting too, he's taken his time to sort of find his way, but with each match really he's impressed me more, and there's no greater trier in this side. Absolute application is astonishing really. He loves a chat out there as well. He's always up for a word, whether he's bowling or batting. He loves the battle. And as I was just saying to Nick, when he came into the T20 side, not having initially been in it, they looked much, much better for his presence.
See, he didn't bowl down in Cardiff. He's ostensibly a batsman, is he?
I think you'd have to. He's very much an all-rounder, as Salter is on at the pavilion end and bowls to him. He's forward, but his batting has been more successful this season than his bowling. That's for sure. He's mentioning he's taken 13 wickets in the county championship, and they've given him the new ball a couple of times in recent games because he's sort of just about quick enough to justify it. But again, he's just struggled to get a little bit of movement. Salter is in outside off stump, cut by Mulder delicately down towards third man. Michael Hogan is in pursuit. He's going to drag the ball back about a foot inside the ropes in front of the pretty much permanent hospitality marquee down there on the east side as we look at the Turner Indoor Centre. Picks up 3, moves on to 37, 198 for 3. Thoroughly nice young man. Off the pitch.
Yes.
I suspect on the pitch, if as an opponent, he's...
Feisty.
Yeah, very much so. Salter, who's bowled well, is in and bowling to Hill, who stretches forward, defends the ball back up the pitch to the Glamorgan off spinner. 10 overs, none for 31 at the start of this spell. But given there's nothing there for him, I say he bowled rather well before lunch. Goes in and bowls almost Yorks. Hill, there's an appeal for leg before on the basis it might have been toe before bat.
Yeah, big noise, wasn't there?
There was. I mean, it certainly
could have been, yeah.
It was bat in the end. Was it toe first, or was it just going to miss? But Salter is pretty convinced it was toe first, but umpire long.
That was like a swinger, wasn't it? Coming in and full length, Yorker length.
I think he saw him coming. I think Hill was starting to advance down the pitch, and I think Nigel Long's probably the sort of umpire you can approach and say, was it missing? Was it bat first? And he'll let you know. Salter is in. Hill is careful this time, forward in defence. Back up the pitch it goes to Andrew Salter, who's really varied things up very nicely. None for 34. Sounds unexceptional, but he's been a bit better than that. Bowles tosses that one up, but it's just drifted onto the legs of Hill. He's pushing out towards mid-wicket. Mulder, who is quick between the wickets, responds immediately to Hill's call and makes his ground comfortably enough. Carlson's throw was not a great one anyway. It missed the stumps and at the feet of the wicketkeeper Chris Cook. He couldn't take it cleanly. End of the over. 199 for 3. Hill has 73. Vian Mulder has 37.
Yes, good partnership this developing. This after they had the shock of losing 2 wickets to successive balls. Rather surprised to see Kimber going first, but he went for 68 in the very next ball. Another good delivery. We just seemed a little got Ackerman out. He obviously was out for naught. It's gone quite dark at the moment, isn't it? Whether it's I'm behind a window, but
no, it's filled in a bit. No suggestion of rain,
no.
But
and no suggestion of bad light at the moment.
No. It's a pleasant change after recent days.
David Lloyd to continue then. And he's bowling. It is still the Bennett end here, isn't it? Last time I was here, yes. In comes Lloyd and bowls the first ball, and that's driven powerfully out towards deep extra cover. This time it will be cut off. And to show how short that boundary is, Billy Root just rolled it in underarm. And applause for the 200 and a bonus point there for Leicestershire. Hill moves on to 74. Here's Nisa, comes in, bowls to Mulder. Mulder watches that go past the off stump, 3 to wicketkeeper Cook. The score remains at 200 for 3. Usual sort of crowd for a first day championship match. A lot of people working, of course, today, midweek. And this game will go on till Saturday.
Potentially. You never know.
Lloyd bowls, and that's a good looking shot, but straight to Carlson at cover. Fumbles with it for a bit, but it's doesn't yield a run.
You were saying earlier that Carlson takes a very old battering. He's probably the premier fielder in the Glamorgan side, so he's always in the covers and
yeah, doesn't stop urging the bowlers and he's the voice. Mulder again past the umpire and bowls. That's hammered away down towards the offside. Past third man, just beats third man, and that's 4 more runs to Mulder, who's been quite aggressive. That's he moves on to 41 off, what is that, 52 balls, which is quite a rapid state of affairs.
his 235 at Sussex came off 279 balls.
Going well at the moment. This time is pulled down towards the mid-wicket boundaries, fielded by Salter, and there is no run. Harbison is 7th over, 0 for 37, and he got into some difficulties when he started. He bowled some loose deliveries. He came back at the end that he's bowling now, having started at the pavilion end, and bowled, and it was for a little spell before lunch, but he has bowled a lot of 4 balls as he turns from that far end again. Mulder on 42 waits, and this time he's clipped it off his toes, and that's a lovely looking shot, but it goes straight to mid-wicket, and they will take just the 2 runs. Profitable over again for Leicestershire, 205 for 3, 76 to Lewis Hill, while Mulder has 42.
Partnership up to 71. there would have been a few nerves, I suspect, in the Leicestershire dressing room when those 2 wickets fell. They don't want to waste this chance on this pretty flat track to give themselves something to bowl at, so to speak, to try and put Glamorgan under a little bit of pressure. Glamorgan batted very well this season by and large. So Leicestershire know that they're going to need a score probably well over 400 or more.
Which from here they should probably get.
I mean, they got 400 plus against Nottinghamshire and still lost by an innings. But you know, not so very long ago. So, in 3 days. So,
some quick scoring there then.
There was. The outfields are, as you said, like, well, the Australians who played here in the past called it the ice rink. But Andrew Salter is into Vian Mulder, who is leaning carefully forward and defending it, then rehearsing a little slog sweep, which might make Salter raise his eyebrows. And if you do beat the infield, the odds are you're going to pick up a boundary. Salter is in, Mulder is driving, but pretty much straight to mid-off, where Colin Ingram is the fielder. Lloyd is there at slip as Salter is in. Nice loop to the delivery, and Mulder treats it with respect. Big forward defensive, leaning forward, stretching forward.
He's got a long on, so he's blocking that shot and lining his attack, I would have thought, on middle leg.
Steps past the umpire and bowls almost a full toss. It was very full, but a bit of puff of dust as he hit it hard into the ground there, Mulder, and it went straight to Sam Northeast in the covers. Good season for Northeast so far with the bat, as Salter is in. That one is just drifting on towards the legs of Mulder, so he can work it wide of Nisa at square leg or backward square. Nisa has to run around to field, and Mulder picks up a single, moves on to 43, 208 for 3. Hill, who does have 100 to his name this season, made in that first innings against Nottinghamshire, 104 of 133 balls. Made 93 in his very first innings of the season, but broke his hand in so doing. Salter is in, bowls to him. He turns his wrists on that one, pushes it slightly wide of the sprightly Carlson, who springs away to his right at mid-wicket to field, but not before Hill and Mulder have changed ends. Hill on to 77, Mulder 43, 209 for 3. But Salter not conceding boundaries. They're milking the singles from time to time, but
he's doing a holding job, isn't he?
He's doing a decent job for his side.
The Brains Trust have a little discussion up the far end of the field as Harris walks back to his mark. I think we might well see Colin Ingram having a few overs, either just before or just after tea. Last game he came on in not his second innings, and immediately with his first ball had Ben Slater caught and bowled. Harris then from the far end comes in and bowls the first ball, and that's driven up towards the extra cover boundary. It's a chase which will be fruitful. It's stopped there. Good, but I think it was Billy Root, but it's either Billy Root or Eddie Byram. Good bit of fielding, diving along the ground and stopping them all going over the boundary. I'm pretty sure it's Root.
It's Byram, actually.
Byram, yeah.
Root's 7. So they both have a 7, but
I just saw the back.
you just saw the 9, yeah.
211 for 3. And Harris now in his 8th over. Conceded 41. One slip and a gully of the close fielders as Harris comes in and bowls. And this time it's a better ball, which is left by the batsman. Mulder eyeing a 50. He's 43. Just to remind you, if you just looked in or turned on or whatever, Leicestershire, remember, were 28 rather for one at lunch, and then more or less straight after lunch, so 2 wickets and 1 over. Kimber played pretty well for his 68, and then Colin Ackerman out the next ball for naught. As in comes Harris, bowls, and that's pushed back on the line of Midland leg up to mid-on. There's no run.
Sussex batting on and on against Middlesex, which I'm sure won't displease Glamorgan supporters.
Certainly not.
466 for 8 they are now. Pujara is still in. He is 184 not out at the moment.
In comes Harris. Bowls that is nudged away. They go for a quick single and will probably get there. Yes, they will. As the ball misses the stumps. Once I've seen all season, Richard, a run out where the fielder comes in quickly and hits direct. That just shows how many times they miss, doesn't it?
It does. I mean that one missed by about 5 feet as well. It was almost I wondered whether it was a deliberate thing from Carlson, really. It sort of was so high over the stumps underarm.
In international cricket, you know, if you were asked the question, who hit the most? Well, I would go for the South African Jonty Rhodes, but it was Ricky Ponting in his younger days. In comes Harris, bowls again, and that's full length, which is dug out by Mulder, plays it up to mid-off and no run.
Famous Leicestershire player David Gower used to hit the stumps a lot in his young days, before his sort of back became... when he used to field in the covers for about 3 or 4 years.
A lithe body, isn't he?
Yeah, and he used to hit the stumps. Randall, I guess, used to hit the stumps quite a lot.
Some great cover fielders. Harris in, bowls again, outside the off stump, through to the keeper. That is the end of another tiny-ish over, 212 for 3. Talking about Gower, remember, came up in my early days to cover a game here. And he got out cheaply in the first innings, and then got a double hundred, unbeaten double hundred in the second innings. I wasn't displeased because, you know, I'm a great admirer of Gower. The way that he thought about the game, and also the way he played it. Languid, laid back. What a wonderful player when he was in his pomp. Well, he's great to watch at any time.
Little break because the helmet and pads are being brought out by Glamorgan's acting 12th man, James Wheel.
That shows we are going to have a short leg in position.
So whether we are now going to see a little bit, or it is still going to be Salter from this end, whether
Ingram might have a little.
Yeah, just thinking from t'other end perhaps. Coming up to the top of the hour, so there will be an update before too long for BBC Radio Leicester. 212 for 3. Hill has played nicely since lunch, 80 off 101. He hasn't been too frantic. He's put away the bad ball. He's milked his singles. He's on strike on 82, Andrew Salter. And just why all those pads and helmets came out? Well, we do have a short, almost mid-wicket. He's well in front of square Byram. Oh, he's just taken a step to his right, so we will say short leg, but he's a couple of pitches back. So he's there for the clip as much as the edge onto the pad as in goes Salter and bowls to Hill, who goes back, straight delivery, plays it off the stumps, off the back foot, only as far as northeast. That's shortish. Extra cover, very much on the push northeast. Trying to stop the one. In goes Salter, and he's driving even Hill, slightly wide of mid-off, and moves to his left but can't pick up the ball cleanly, so comfortable enough 1-4. He was driving a bit inside out, so to speak.
Gives me the impression, Richard, having only seen him play once, basically, that he's a busy player and always wants to get attacking, getting on with things.
Very much so. He will captain Leicestershire during the Royal London Cup as well, so they have 3 different captains. At the moment, the Foxes. Salter is into Mulder, who's down the wicket. And playing very nicely and on drive through the vacant mid-on area, straight mid-on
I think-
area down to long on for
Do you
one.
come down to Cardiff? I think you do, because I remember I came up here last year when Nick had the dreaded COVID, and we played the morning, and then that was it.
I'm afraid we don't. In goes Salter and Bowles. Hill is forward out into the offside. We play at Guildford against Surrey, Radlett against Middlesex.
Outgrounds.
First two, yeah. I've played at Radlett, funnily enough. We go back down to Hove, which is always a pleasure. I don't know whether that's a bank holiday. No, can't be, it's a Sunday. Leg stump delivery from Salter, played hard down into the ground, bounces up towards Byram at that short leg position. One or two hands started to go into the air, but it was very much played into the ground by Hill. Salter is in. Hill is going back and he's caught behind. It bounced a little bit and it bounced too much for Hill. That is the way he's looked as though he might get out throughout the innings. He went back to the delivery, bounced a little bit, top edge taken by Cook. So Hill on 81 will maybe feel that he has given away 100 there, but well bowled Andrew Salter. That is thoroughly deserved. 214 for 4.
Yes, we've said how he troubled Kimber for about 3/4 of an hour before lunch, and he's had a lot of respect also from Mulder, and now he's got his wicket, as you say. He did deserve it, but a very good innings by Hill. He's out for 81 as sport coming up.
They are, but as you come to me, they have just lost their 4th wicket, that of Lewis Hill, who'd moved pretty comfortably on to 81 before going back to delivery from the off-spinner Andrew Salter that bounced a bit more than he expected, tried to force it away, got a slight edge and was well held by the wicketkeeper Chris Cook, that after putting on a partnership of 78 with Vian Mulder, who himself was dropped on 16 by Cook, diving away to his right off Hogan. Mulder has moved on to 44. He'll now be joined, who's coming in next, by Joey Everson, the debutant, another debutant, the player on loan from Nottinghamshire. So Mulder talking to Everson as they go out into the middle. 214 for 4 Leicestershire. They do have to be careful not to waste what is a pretty good flat track.
I suppose Glamorgan said, "Hi Joey, sorry last week, all well?" Yes, thanks lads. He made 2 in Nottingham's first innings, didn't bat in the second, and he did bowl 9 overs for 35 runs. So tell Leicestershire listeners he's an all-rounder. Medium pace. As I said, I've only seen him score 2 runs, so I can't comment on that. But he's in Leicestershire colours. That was the last ball of the over, Richard.
Was. So Mulder will be on strike.
Yes, and Harris is in. The bowls and Mulder's on the back foot. Forces it out to cover, and there's no run. Just when you think Leicestershire getting really on top, wickets fall. Because at one stage they were 136 for 1, and then 136 for 2. As we bid Richard bye-bye. He goes off to have a well-earned rest, and it'll be Nick Webb coming in to join me as Harris bowls. By the way, on the onside, and Hogan will field. 215 for 4. Clouds gather just to the southwest. The left is the best way you want to look if you want sunshine, but it's brighter there. We've just welcomed Joey Everson back, Nick, having seen him last week.
Yeah, it must be a strange feeling for Glamorgan's bowlers, having seen him in opposition colours, though he didn't particularly make an impression last week for Notts.
Out for 2. And he's facing Harris, who comes in and bowls to him. Short pitch delivery, and he's off the mark and gets the ball to come up about chest high.
Yeah, and much needed bit of venom for Harris, really banging one in, getting a bit of lift off it.
Very useful wicket that to get Hill out for 81, because he was looking as if he could well get 100. He bowled extremely well. I think Salter has been the pick of the Glamorgan bowlers, and I don't know if fans of Michael Hogan would agree with me, but he's done a good holding job. Harris into Mulder this time, and he hammers a short delivery and gets away with it because it's gone straight to Byron rather, on the extra cover boundary. 217 for 4. How Leicestershire would be feeling after they were 136 for 1 and then 214 for 3.
Well, there's still plenty of people there who could stay with Mulder, who is, as last week proved, capable of going very big.
Harris now to Everson, comes in, bowls it. Everson is into the shot to a straight ball, but plays it out to mid-wicket and there's no run.
Steve West on Twitter, thank goodness to the 4th wicket. The game was starting to get away from us. Nick Webb 2017, Fox's Cricket 22. If you want to communicate via Twitter.
Comes Harris from the Bennett end, bowls, brings Everson forward, plays it up to mid-wicket, and again there is no run.
How's your laptop situation these days, Edward?
I'm working at Ed Bevan Cricket.
Edward was incommunicado last week since he decided to go dancing on his laptop.
I fell, so please don't make fun of me. I fell on it and put my foot through it. And my daughter, bless her, I had no idea how to transfer one to the other. She did that, but I still go back nightly. I can't work anything. I think I've got it taped now.
I take it you're several £100 worse off.
I'm not.
No? I managed to fix it, did you?
No. I won't tell you what make it is, and I won't tell you what shop. I can tell you in a moment.
Salter bowls, floats it up, driven by Mulder, down to root at long on, single taken, 218 for 4. Insurance?
I took it and it was exactly the same make. I had this one 3 years, which I paid £320 for. And I paid for the brand new one, same make, 179.
Nice going.
Couldn't believe it. I didn't ask him if he'd made an error.
Salter into new batsman Everson, who drives on the offside, doesn't time it, finds northeast at cover. No run.
So I didn't mind that at all.
There's short leg crouches. Oh, that's a full toss from Salter, and he has got away with it completely because it's palmed down by Carlson at mid-wicket. Really ought to have put that one away. I suspect a batsman who'd been in for a little bit longer would have.
Batting at 6, where he batted at 8 last week. Not.
Third head of Swindells and Mike, who've got decent scores this season. As forward comes Everson, defends Salter back down the pitch, and there's no run. A little bit of sunshine re-emerges. It's actually quite pleasant sitting outside in the breeze, as I was for the last few minutes off air. As Salter bowls, Everson stretches forward, drives to cover, no run. I claim credit for that last wicket, by the way, for Welsh listeners. I had just tweeted Leicestershire, whatever it was, for 3, Hill and Mulder going well. Press send. Next ball. Out. Yes. There's a single to Everson, played out towards mid-wicket. He will retain the strike because that was the last ball of Salter's over. 14 overs, 1 for 41 for the Glamorgan off-spinner. 219 for 4 are Leicestershire. The batsmen to come then, Swindell's Mike, Roman Walker, formerly of Glamorgan, Callum Parkinson and Chris Wright.
Glamorgan have used 5 bowlers. No luck for Nisa. The pitch is really too slow to offer him any encouragement. Hogan has bowled extremely well, as usual, picking up 2 wickets in successive deliveries just after lunch. Lloyd, yeah, he's conceded a few boundaries, but he's kept an end going. I mentioned earlier Salter, to me, has bowled excellently. And Harris, who hasn't bowled quite as well. And it is Harris to start. He's bowling to the right-handed Everson, who didn't really time that with any sort of conviction, and it just goes very slowly to Michael Hogan, number 31. I think you should frame number 31, Glamorgan, for next year, not let it be used.
Retire it for 10 years anyway.
Yeah, because I don't think anybody can emulate Hogan. Harris in again, bowls to Everson, who gets on his toes to ball that rises just slightly outside the off stump and is put away. Not put away, just pushed away to a backward point.
News of the 2 second 11s in 4-day action. I'll give you the next couple of deliveries. See who's potentially pressing for first 11 places. Morgan down in action down on the reserve ground at the Ageas Bowl.
Here's Harris again. Comes in, bowls. Everson is right forward, plays it back down to the bowler. Better spell this from James Harris. Was expensive in his first spell. 3 overs for 25. So this is his 3rd spell. David Lloyd has to rotate his bowlers. Everybody going around and saying, oh, it's not so cold at all, but it's pretty hot for me today, Nick.
Yeah, it's still warmer than the average British summer day, meant to be around 25 this afternoon.
Harris bowls. And he didn't play that again very confidently. He was looking to play straight and Mulder is going to have a word with him. He's going to give him a little bit of coaching.
Glamorgan seconds in their second innings, having been 17 ahead on first dig against Hampshire. They're 277 for 4. Callum Taylor hit 84. Opener Joe Cook 67. Alex Horton and Dan Douthwaite going well at the moment.
In comes Harris, bowls, and that's edged away into the gully. This is a good over.
Leicestershire, having made 497 at Leeds, it's not as Headingley. Yorkshire in reply.
Leicestershire.
Yes, Leicestershire.
We're playing Leicestershire.
Yeah, this is the second 11 game.
I thought I was quite mad. I am.
Second 11s.
I thought the Santa got you. Harris bowls. Everson gets another lift in delivery, and that's a pretty good over, and that is his first maiden. Right, you can. Sanity will prevail now.
Leicestershire second 11, Mr. Bevan. Second 11, not first 11. 497. Yorkshire second 11 in reply. 177 for 5 and 4 wickets for Nat Bowley there. The other to Will Davis, who is captaining the Foxes 2s.
Beautifully put.
Harry Duke 34 not out. So that game being played at somewhere called the West Wheatwood Sports Ground, of which I'm unaware. Wheatwood Sports Ground in Leeds, obviously not using headquarters for second 11 games because it's difficult enough keeping them in one piece for
this weather.
Various first 11 and international and franchise commitments. 219 for 4. Yes, talking to Mark Wallace yesterday to preview this game, and he said, well, towards September you get towards the point where pitches are coming in for their second usage of the season, having been used at the front and now being recycled at the end in the next couple of months. Salter bowls and Mulder drives to short mid on, no run. Eddie Byram has gone into a shortish mid-on position. Oh, that's shorter from Salter and chopped away by Mulder, but manages to work it to backward point, and there's no run. So Byram is about 15 metres from the bat rather than in the short leg position. He's in a straightish, silly mid-on.
It's a position that England used to put a man for Matthew Hayden.
As down the wicket comes Mulder, defends to Byram in that position.
I wouldn't have liked to be in that man if Hayden got a half volley off stump. How hard he hit the ball. Very straight.
As Salter bowls, that's short and pulled away on the leg side, and an easy 4 runs for Vian Mulder, and a comfortable way for him to bring up his 50 with a fairly risk-free shot smashed away on the leg side. Vian Mulder goes to 51 off 69 deliveries, and that is his 8th 4.
Becomes the 3rd half centurion in the innings.
Indeed, was dropped on 17 as Salter bowls. It's better delivery, but it's worked on the leg side for a single. Carlson has a shy at the stumps, but Mulder is safely home at the non-striker's end. 224 for 4. Yes, Chris Cook having, well, he's claimed 3 catches, but he might have got a 4th when Mulder edged one low towards slip, and Cook got to it, possibly both hands to it, but couldn't hang on. And yes, had Cook not moved, then Lloyd probably should have taken it. Salter into Everson, who flicks it away on the leg side for a single out towards deep mid-wicket. 225 for 4. Leicestershire having won the toss.
How are our friends from Nottingham doing, Nick?
The Division 2 leaders, Nottinghamshire, since you ask, Edward, declared on 618 for 8, with Duckett making it 241, Hamid 196. They put on 402 for the second wicket. Patterson White got 54, and Pattinson 45 not out in another century stand for the 8th wicket just before the declaration. Derbyshire in reply 42 for 0. So
right.
that's halfway through the second day there.
Good news for Glamorgan then. As James Harris continues an useful spell here, he comes in and bowls the first ball, and Everson dries nicely, but straight to mid-off, and there's no run. He's on 3, and Mulder is on 52.
Meanwhile, Sussex continue to proceed after being put in by Tim Murtagh yesterday at Lord's. 483 for 8. Chetashwa Pujara is 195 not out.
That'll be probably his 3rd double century in about 7 innings, approximately. My goodness. Harris again over the wicket, close to the stumps, bowls, and this is turned away up to short mid-wicket, no run.
And there's a magnificent name featuring in the Sussex lower order, of whom I was previously unaware, Aristides Carvelas. Have to look him up.
Sounds like a Spanish guitarist. Yes, James Harris bowls. Everson is back on stumps, defends up to mid-off. Just a little bit quiet now after the departure of Lewis Hill.
Well, I was going to say he sounds Greek. He is a South African of Greek descent who's played for Greece, which can't be a huge pool of players to play for Greece.
Oh, yeah. How did they sign him then? Must be good at one aspect of the game. Harris bowls, and that's driven, and it's not going to beat Carlson at cover, driven straight at him.
I have seen a cricket pitch in Greece on the Corfu town, which is a very small one in the middle of the town. I'm amazed they managed to play it without smashing every car in the vicinity.
I know, it's remarkable.
It's about the size of the Lord's nursery ground as was, though that's been reduced even further.
no runs as yet. Harris having bowled one previous maiden. There is a run now coming off, and it's clipped away down to fielder Joe Root at fine leg just in front of us.
Though Mr. Carvelis is not just a Greek international, but he has played first-class cricket in South Africa for Gauteng.
Gauteng, Joburg area. Well, there wasn't that much of the strike recently to face the last ball from Harris, who comes in, and that's pulled firmly down towards deep mid-wicket. Salter will field, and he'll probably come trotting back to continue bowling at this end. 226 for 4. Everson is on 4, and his partner out there, Ian Mulder, is 53.
Yes, it continues to look fairly easy going for the batsmen out there today.
They obviously want to get over 400 and try and get maximum points, Leicestershire. Well, Glamorgan's aim will be to try and limit them to 330, 340.
Well, they're still going at 4 runs and over,
Yep.
which 110 overs available to score bonus points. If they continue at anything like, they will get to maximum. But a fair way to go, and Salter will have something to say about it as he bowls on leg stump, turned round the corner by Mulder, or towards the umpire, and they'll amble through for a single. So the men out today: Rishi Patel for 15, Louis Kimber for 68, Colin Ackerman first ball, and Lewis Hill for 81. Wickets falling at 43, 136, 136 and 214. It's now 228 for 4. Nice bit of breeze ruffling the effects microphone in front of us here on our high vantage point. We're currently looking over long off because the pitch is way towards the meat side of the ground, away to our right as we look out from the floor above the dressing rooms. Salter floats one up and Everson drives to mid-on.
I was talking to Kieran Carlson's mother, and I went into the meet to see what they had.
Salter bowls, noodled away on the leg side past the diving Byram for a single. Everson to 5, 229 for 4.
And I was explaining to her, I think that the meet has been there since they started playing cricket here. Somebody tried to demolish it, or some petition went in, and it was firmly rejected. It's a figurehead here for many, many years.
There's Salter bowls, firmly driven back to him by Mulder, fielded by the bowler, no run. Yes, they were doing good business when I went to claim our lunch packs.
Beautiful roast there, and everything he wanted with chips.
Sadly, your commentary team will not be able to take full advantage of this.
Oh, indeed.
229 for 4 as Salter comes in. Mulder with a little whip of the wrists just plays it absolutely in the middle of two fielders on the leg side and trots through for a single. Minimum efforts, minimum risk there from Vian Mulder, who moves on to 55 not out. Board very good at telling us who's on strike. It flashes quickly into the yellow writing of the batsman on strike as Salter bowls, turned on the leg side, just eludes Byram. Be another single to Everson, who moves to 6, 231 for 4. Leicestershire on this pitch that has offered virtually nothing to the bowlers today. One went through low early on, but there's been not that much that's got up, not that much that's spun, so bowlers have really had to work for those 4 wickets, and Leicestershire must have still high hopes of
400
and batting well into tomorrow. 58 overs gone already. So
bowled
that's
very,
what,
very quickly.
6 till tea. We'll be taking tea if Salter stays on at around about 10 to 4, which is not bad considering we had one ball change delay.
That's been a blessing, just the one.
Considering how many we've had on some days this season, it really has been tedious to talk about. Hogan back for Harris.
Yes, one each for another. He will be hoping to do what he did earlier on and make a breakthrough. In he comes and bowls. This time he's played defensively by Everson out into the covers. He remains on 6.
Squeaks on Twitter says definitely better cooler weather, and Chris Westfall tells us that Carvallis has been playing for Wimbledon in the Surrey Premier League this season, along with Oliver Pike, formerly of Cardiff MCCU. So that the background of the
I take it
Sussex South African Greek Wimbledon player.
cricket, not tennis. Hogan into Everson, bowls to him, and he nudges it away backward of square for a single.
Thank you for your input on that, Mr. Westphal. Nick Webb 2017 at Ed Bevan Cricket, or at Fox's Cricket 22 is where you'll find Richard Rowe.
Right.
Richard Ray. Gosh.
Hogan now
Names,
is
names.
11th over, 2 for 36. And he's about to bowl to Mulder. He comes in towards us from the Bennett end and bowls, and let's watch carefully, played into the deep gully position.
Yeah, not quite so many boundaries as there were since the departure of Lewis Hill, but Mulder's looking solid enough and capable of steering Leicestershire up towards something fairly substantial.
Hogan then with his rhythmical runner that he has comes in and bowls. That's driven away, and that's going to be 4 runs. Big gap there between third man and cover. It goes to the right of cover, and 4 more to the score. 4 more to Mulder, who moves on to 59, 236 for 4.
Here's 9th boundary, scoring at around about 75 runs per 100 balls. Quite ominous as he picks up where he left off at Hove last week. Probably still be batting if they hadn't declared.
Yes. Here's Hogan, passed up by Baldwin and bowls. That's a better delivery. Just played up towards mid-off. Yes, you think so? Hove getting these massive scores week after week or fortnight after fortnight. Won't just try and get it to give the poor bowlers a chance. Hogan, his rhythmical action, bowls. Watches that, passes the off stump to Mulder. That is the end of the over. I'm going to depart. Nick will take my place, and we welcome Richard back into the commentary box.
Thank you, Edward. Yes, it's the afternoon session. 108 runs for the loss of 3 wickets. I think Glamorgan probably have taken that had you offered them that sort of situation during the lunch interval, with the first session going very much Leicestershire's way at 128 for 1 at lunch, 4 runs and over. Andrew Salter wheeling away at this pavilion end to try to get a further breakthrough and keep the run rate down as much as he can in these few overs until tea. He will probably bowl them all.
5 until tea, so every chance of picking up another one. And yeah, definitely Glamorgan session thus far.
I just wonder
Chipped away.
whether we might get a little bit of the leg spin of Colin Ingram for variety. I'd be tempted to give him a couple of overs
at the other end before tea. That's not likely to happen now that Hogan's just been brought back for his burst.
Long discussions between Salter and, is that Byron at
And the
short leg?
and the lid, yes.
The discussions continue. To what effect, I'm not sure, but he's taken his lid off, throws it to David Lloyd at slip to put behind wicketkeeper Chris Cook, and heads off to a fairly conventional square leg, because they did rather milk a few singles in his recent overs through that area. Messrs Everson and Mulder. Salter now dries his hand. There will be an update soons for BBC Radio Leicester. Just on cue,
music
comes in my ears. In goes Salter, and bowls clipped by Everson past square leg out to the sweeper on the boundary. Nisa, and one is taken. 237 for 4 now, Leicestershire. Since you were with me last, Vian Mulder has gone to his 50, came off 69 balls and included 8 fours. He's moved now on to 59 off 78 balls. He's got a big role to play, Mulder, in steering Leicestershire towards a sort of substantial score they should get with this sort of foundation on a very good pitch. But the dismissal of Lewis Hill, caught behind off the bowling of the off-spinner Andrew Salter for 81, was a big blow in that respect. They mustn't lose another wicket before tea, the Foxes. They've got to build on this. Joey Everson making his debut is 8 not out. Leicestershire now 237 for 4. Just missed a couple of deliveries that weren't scored off. Mulder driving out to mid-off on that occasion to Ingram. In goes Salter. Real tweak on the ball. You can almost see him trying to put the revs on as he bowls. Mulder goes back, works into the leg side. Carlson fields. It's lovely out there now. The sun is behind cloud. There's a gorgeous sort of southerly warm wind as Salter is in, tosses it up on driven between Salter and an incredibly sort of straight, short-ish mid-on. Somehow he threaded the eye of the needle there of Vian Mulder. Down to long on it went. Byron had moved right, very, very straight across there. But still somehow he got it between the two. They dive towards each other and the fingers must have almost brushed each other. In goes Salter, and Everson is forward defending. End of the over, 238 for 4. Mulder has 60, Everson 8.
Yeah, I think Everson on that occasion, as the non-striker, was playing the role of the attacker in the defensive wall at a football free kick, who gets in the way and then jumps out of the way at the last moment. Not deliberately, obviously, in this case, but that was the impression, as bowler and fielder almost collided and non-striker just managed to get out of the way. So it'll be Mulder back on strike then for the first ball of Hogan's over. 2 for 40 he's got. Run rate is still 4 runs and over, as it has been for much of the day here on BBC Sport Online, from BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Sport Wales. As Nisa is in and bowls, and Mulder works one on the leg side, takes the single. A few oohs and ahs around, suggesting that he might have taken it off the stumps and might have been out if he hadn't hit it, but then again that applies to most deliveries in cricket, or very straight delivery anyway. It's just the infielders trying to give the impression of added drama. Mulder moves under 61, 239 for 4. Hogan looking for a third wicket, bowls to Joey Everson, who drives, doesn't quite time it into the covers, fielded by Carlson, and there's no run.
Yeah, I mentioned Everson. I suppose in a way he sort of slipped through the Leicestershire net, although Stamford is sort of midway between Leicester and Nottingham. So I guess it's forgivable.
Next delivery from Hogan finds Everton shouldering arms, and
Ball goes through outside off stump, and you just wonder how that can happen with the physical laws of the universe, that ball is let through outside off stump and is taken by the keeper, moving to his left down leg side. Moved too late to benefit Michael Hogan. He's in his 12th over. Bowling to Everson, who defends to mid-wicket. No run. Quietish start from Joey Everson. 8 off 30 deliveries, but absolutely no need for him to try and accelerate, with Mulder scoring reasonably rapidly at the other end, and so much time in hand. And Leicestershire already with a pretty decent foundation for their innings at 2:39 for 4. Hogan in to bowl, and Everson defends on the leg side. There's no run.
Dean Headley is the master in charge of cricket at Stamford.
Should have had some good coaching there. Somewhere along the way. 2 slips for Hogan as he bowls to Everson, who steps back, slashes it backward off point. Will third man be able to get round? Yes, he will. Colin Ingram is the fielder who looms round into our view in front of the meet and keeps them down to a couple of runs as Leicestershire approaching their second batting bonus point, and we're only 61 overs on the board. So 3 to go till tea. 2:41 for 4. Mulder 61, Everson 10, men out. Patel 15, Kimber 68, Ackerman first ball, and Hill for 81. 2 wickets to Hogan, 1 apiece to Lloyd and to Salter.
Are you able to offer any explanation as to why I'm getting a lot of fish-based puns on my social media at the moment? Richard Rowe, apparently.
Oh, yes, sorry. Slip of the tongue.
I'm getting all sorts now.
I apologise. They're obviously a lively lot, your Twitter followers.
Oh, they're very easily amused. In goes Salter and bowls down the wicket. Goes Mulder and smashes it. 2 bounces over straight mid off for down to long off. Got plenty of that one. It never got more than about, I don't know, 12 feet, maybe 15 feet off the ground. But there's a lot of power in that shot from Vian Mulder. He moves on to 65. He did play a lot of rugby as a boy, and he did have to choose when he was about 16 between the 2 sports. Salter is in, he's driving this time slightly off the outside edge, but along the ground all the way between cover and backward point. It's the man at cover who wins the chase back to, it's a long old chase north for northeast as well, picks up around about 3 yards inside the ropes in front of the manual scoreboard. Mulder picks up 3 runs, moves on to 68, 248 for 4.
Some would say Mulder looks nailed on for 100, but I was thinking that of Hill, and
somebody has to get one, and that's what's some of the serious points people have been making. In goes Salter and bowls, pushed by Everson out to mid off. Ingram the fielder, and there's no run on a pitch like this, so the others can sort of play around. Somebody needs a big 100 really. Maybe Mulder is setting out his stall to do that. Salter is into Everson, who goes back, defends, and there is no run. There goes Salter, and on driven by Everson, stopped, moving to his left at mid on by Root, but he's quite deep and he had a bit of ground to make up to the ball, so Everson picks up a single, moves on to 11. They're a bit worried he'll climb up now. I could go through all these now. Thought it was my place to say. In goes Salter, pushed by Mulder out into the onside, picked up at square leg.
Let's change the
by
tune.
Harris. Stop carping, or they'll keep on coming now.
Oh dear, 249 for 4. A bonus point is in the offing. A second bonus point for Leicestershire. Glamorgan will have to work really hard if they're to pick up 3 for bowling. Remember, you need to get 9 wickets. Batting side need to get to 400 runs if possible, and this is in the first 110 overs of the innings as Hogan begins a new over, and Everson drives through. I was going to say through mid-wicket, but it's a fine stop by Salter in that position, plunging to his right on a reasonably grassy area of the square, so one of the safer areas of the ground to throw yourself around on. There are a few that might cause a few grass burns in the outfield. 249 for 4. Lloyd and North East remain at slip as Hogan bowls to Everson, who again plays to mid-wicket. This time Salter manages to stop it without having to dive, and there is no run. This is the penultimate over before the tea interval here on BBC Sport Online. An update from Richard for the radio listeners about 4 o'clock, and commentary will be probably about 4:05 for the evening session as Everson drives hard down into the ground, bounces up to Byram at Gully, which is usually where you'll find Salter, but he's at mid-wicket at the moment. At least should be not too sizzling for the players out there. I think it just feels cooler than it did at the weekend, maybe a couple of degrees cooler. As forward comes Everson, defending, obviously a whole lot cooler than yesterday and Monday, for most of the UK anyway. Hogan trudging slightly back to his mark. Won't exactly be overused in the next month with his signing for Southern Brave in the 100. His next delivery, finds Everson in a bit of trouble. I think might have been hit on the hand. The ball bounced down in front of him anyway, and it wasn't what the batsman intended. Presume it's 20 balls you're allowed to bowl in the 100, which shows you my level of involvement from last season. Mind you, I did have COVID for much of the time. 249 for 4. Hogan bowls. Everton steps back and slashes that one down to third man, but it's found Colin Ingram without the South African batter having to move too much, and the applause, gentle ripple of applause around Grace Road for the 250 up for Leicestershire, and that is come in 63 overs, which means this is the last over before the interval.
And it will be bowled by, looks like it is going to be Ingram. So
tell you've been doing this job a
shaking
while
his
when
head.
you Salter's probably not happy.
No.
You can tell you've been doing this job a while when you can call bowling changes.
One before the break. Salter's bowled really well for me. 18 overs, 1 for 61, given how little there's been in the pitch for him, and I wonder how he'll feel if Ingram takes a wicket with his first ball, which is always possible.
He's a generous sort, Salter. He'll be delighted, whoever takes it.
Walks to the wicket and bowls, tosses up a huge full toss that is hit straight to mid-wicket, and he has taken a wicket first ball. Well, would you believe it? It was a rank full toss on the leg side, and Everson swiped it straight to deep mid-wicket, who could not miss. Well, what were we saying? Wicket off the first ball, and Andrew Salter is of course celebrating with Colin Ingram, who has the grace to look just a little bit embarrassed.
That was a shocking delivery. The batsman getting down a little bit low, otherwise it was in danger of being called a no ball, but it was probably about knee high had he been in upright position. It was a bowling change that worked for Glamorgan. Michael Nisa didn't really have to move on the mid-wicket boundary as Everson goes for 12. And a Brucey bonus for Glamorgan on the stroke of tea, 250 for 5. They'll have a new bat to bowl at straight afterwards. Fian Mulder is there on 68, not out for Glamorgan. Somehow have claimed 4 wickets in session through a mixture of skill and fortune.
Yeah, 122 for 4 in the session. So, very much Glamorgan's session. Well, have a cup of tea and a slice of cake, and if you're in the ground, do visit the Friends of Grace Road, where the selection is always extremely appetising. We'll put our kettle on and probably have a bourbon or something up here, and we'll be back with you in around about 15 minutes' time.
I was looking somewhere over the meat. I assumed it would still be going. It's a short boundary there as well. Shocking delivery. Messing this up. Less than 350. Anyway, anything less than 400 by this is a right, I got the kettle on. Is it tea you're after?
Coffee. inform the radio listeners on one of our occasional updates these days.
Is it just occasional these days?
1, 4 and 6. Sort of roughly.
How much is this slice?
Expensive, isn't it?
£2 a slice.
You get a cup of tea for that as well.
It's all 150.
Oh, only 1, 4 and 6 these days on the radio. We had a head of Radio Wales.
Another 6 quid for that.
Where's the flat bit is? Come across this. Rock it up.
Bad light at Hampshire. Oh.
Swindell's next.
Mm-hmm. He's been batting better. I would think Swindles will come in next. Play is just about to start after tea, which was taken a few balls early because Leicestershire lost their 5th wicket in rather surprising circumstances. Joey Everson got a big full toss from the South African. Occasional leg spinner Colin Ingram that he hit straight in the air to the man on the mid-wicket boundary. Michael Naser did not miss the chance. That was Everson gone for 12. Vian Mulder is 68 not out, but losing 4 wickets in that afternoon session, not good from the Foxes. They got to build on this score. They're 250 for 5, but the wicket is very flat, and if Glamorgan can dismiss Leicestershire for anything under 350, they'll be delighted with their efforts. They need to find some support for Vian Mulder. Leicestershire, they're about to resume on 250 for 5. And back with you on commentary as the two umpires, Paul Baldwin and Nigel Long, head out into the middle. The Glamorgan players, perhaps sensing this is a real opportunity, have been out warming up for the last 5 minutes. And the two Leicestershire not-out batsmen waiting. Well, Harry Swindles has yet to face a delivery. Vian Mulder has faced 86 for his 68 not out and hit 10 for Swindles in need of a score. I think that's very fair to say. He's struggled a little bit this season with the bat in hand. Just 233 runs with a best of 57, averaging 15. But recently that 57 was scored in the home game against Sussex. Hard-working 57 it was off 178 balls. Didn't bat in the away game at Sussex before then. 1-21 against Nottinghamshire, 23 and none against Worcestershire. But that 57, the only half-century of his season to date. And you need more from your wicketkeeper these days. Perhaps today will be that day, and it is, as we've been saying, a fairly flat track. BBC Radio's Wales and Leicester, bringing you ball-by-ball commentary. Eddie Bevan and myself, Richard Ray, will kick things off after tea.
Yeah, sorry, Richard. I quite agree with what you've just said, because Leicestershire, had they gone on comfortably and quietly, would have been, say, 400 for 6 tonight or whatever, but 250 for 5 after being 136 for 1, then 224 for 3. Is a bit of a disappointment for them, but they got half the side to bat, and if they perform, they should get up to that total. Much depends, though, on Mulder, who's played extremely well. He plays an attacking innings of 68, and it will not be him. Will it be him? Because that rule, of course.
No, I don't think they had time to complete the single.
In amazement when he was caught, probably.
Whacked it straight to Nisa on the mid-wicket boundary, which is only 50 yards away.
Yes, Swindell's then. He's facing Ingram, and he's coming in from the pavilion end, tosses this one up, it's tucked away for a single, and Hogan fields.
I don't think they took it on there.
Couldn't believe what they were watching. ball sail in the air, straight into the hands of Michael Neser. Ingram with his leg spin now tosses this one up again and brings Swindles forward. I suspect that
To ironic encouragement from his teammates, perhaps.
I don't think he'll be bowling for long. Well, I may be wrong.
Done his job, hasn't he?
Yes, this is exactly what happened last week. 1 over, 1 wicket. Here's the next ball, and that's driven firmly out to deep mid wicket, where Neser will field. I think Mulder might be thinking, well, I wouldn't mind having a couple of overs because he's bowls it very slow, Colin Ingram.
Well, that was a full toss as well, and yeah, it wasn't high enough to be wiped straight to Neser in the air on that occasion.
Here's Ingram again, this time bowls to Noor, and this is driven firmly straight to mid-on though, and it is fielded by Root. 1 ball left to this over. Ingram in, bowls Mulder. Mulder drives straight to Carlson, a bit off, just a single off the over. 251 for 5. He used to bowl a lot, especially in 2020, but he hasn't bowled for ages, and he's just a hopeful sort of partnership breaker, if you like.
What's your prediction? Will Lloyd give him another?
Well, he only bowled in for 1 over in exactly the same position last week. They went in for tea, and he said, "Thank you, Colin," and that was that.
Well, as I say, he's done his job. That is for sure.
Yeah. There's a discussion about the ball, would you believe, yet again, for the 150th time this season.
64. Well, it's gone through the gauges this time, so 64 overs old, approximately. It having been changed at 18, might just get through to
New ball,
the
what is
80.
That's still, and we've had 64, 16 overs time.
And it's going to be James Harris, who's laboured in vain so far today. He's going to have an opening burst in this evening session from the Bennett end, and he's going to be bowling to Harry Swindles with 2 slips behind him. Harris is in. Swindles is looking to work it off his legs. It would have been hands on heads out there. It is going to be a leg by. Umpire Baldwin has his hand raised already to signal leg by, so it wasn't an inside edge onto the pad, perhaps just slipping down. Well, it must have been slipping down leg side, hence the fact the appeals were choked off. Some biggish gulls circling around the ground, astonishingly at Hove last week. We had an invasion of the outfield by at least 300 goals. I'll tell you why in a second. In goes Harris and bowls. Driving is Mulder, but not putting his full weight into the shot, so Neser can get round from mid-off to make the stop. We had an invasion of flying ants on the outfield. They were everywhere, and the goals, realising this, came in there. Well, flocks, I suppose, but droves of them, and there was at one point at which the players were wondering what to do, really, because they were all surrounded by fairly hefty gulls from the coast. In goes Harris and bowls. Mulder is leaning forward, playing it firmly out into the offside. Carlson moves across to his right and fields, and there's no run.
There was a picture many years ago, I think it was ants, of the players just lying on the ground. Whether
we had a flying swarm of wasps at one stage, the beginning of this season, and everybody hit the ground.
Must have been wasps. I remember that.
Harris is in outside off stump, chopped away by Mulder. Strong arms. Punches it out into the offside. Hesitation between the two. Mulder wanted a second. Swindles said no. And Swindles would be advised not to run Mulder out at this stage. Fortunately, Mulder turned and went back into his ground. Has to be content with 1. Moves on to 69.
Just as well that he sent him back. He's been run out there, probably.
Harris in to Swindles, very straight. Swindles is careful in defence, everything behind it as he leans forward and pushes it out to Hogan at mid-on.
Got a little bit gloomy away to the left, and it's perfectly all right. It's a blue sky, but some threatening clouds coming across us. Let's hope they don't hit us.
Again, Hogan not happy with the ball, and he's showing it to the umpire at that Bennett end, who is Paul Baldwin, who gets his gauge out. It's only been 4 or 5 deliveries since it was checked last time. Umpire Baldwin is showing Hogan, who didn't quite believe it was going through the gauge, I don't think, but he said, look, straight through. And he's holding it in thumb and forefinger, expression of almost of disgust on his face there, Michael. That can't be spherical, ump.
Yeah, it's like somebody doing some cooking, having cracked the egg and putting it down into the basin. But you're still having a good old natter there, umpire and bowler. But they're playing on. Look at it, he says. Eventually it comes back to Harris. Now if Harris gets a wicket with this ball, all will be fine.
Harris doesn't seem too concerned about it, does he? Hogan, who's a perfectionist, definitely is. Harris is in to Swindles, who leaves outside off stump, might just have shaped back in, and Harris pauses at the end of his follow-through and looks quizzically at Harry Swindles before turning, taking his cap and sunglasses from umpire Baldwin and heading off into the outfield because it's the end of the over. 253 for 5 is the score.
Yes, and let's have a look and see if Colin Ingram is going to continue. And my guess is that he won't, but I might be wrong. Let's see.
Ooh, he's got the ball in his hand. Could it be?
Carlson.
He's getting a second. He is.
Yes.
Well, he looks as though the ball is... And they're not happy with it, Glamorgan, but...
Anyway, here is Ingram, and he's going to bowl to Mulder, who's on 69. 3 batsmen have gone into 50s, failed to carry on, but Mulder looks in confident form. I wonder if he'll try and plant Ingram over the top here. Here's the first ball, and that's on a length, edged away to the man at 45. He's a little bit squarer, really, than the 45, so they always say a leg spinner always bowls 1 bad ball in the over. That's mistimed, really, as he tries to on-drive to the boundary. It's intercepted there by Eddie Byram. Short mid-wicket. Colin Ingram tosses this one up, and that's struck away for 4 because I got that on the full. And there is probably the first full toss. No, it's a bit behind the...
Well, that's how to put away a full toss, isn't it? Everson wiped his in the air to mid-wicket to Nasser, but Mulder kept it down, hit on top of it.
Yeah, it was full toss knee high. Here's Ingram again, and it's that Mulder drive very firmly, but it doesn't beat Carlson, who seems to be feeling everywhere at mid-off. 257 for 5. Mulder into the 70s. He's on 73. As he faces Colin Ingram, who bowls to him. And Ingram drives up towards mid-off. Unusually, a bit of misfield there by Carlson, but it's just a single. It's the 1 ball left to bowl at Swindles, who just got off the mark. And in comes Ingram, bowls, and he drives quite elegantly out to deep extra cover. He'll keep the bowling. 259 for 5, and that is the end of the over. So Glamorgan need Another wicket for their second batting point. That's already been achieved by Leicestershire. They've got 2 and will want to try and get the full maximum, having had a very good start to their innings. James Harris to continue. Obviously the 14 overs that are left before the new ball will try to be shared around before they can let Lisa and Hogan loose.
Well, Salter's warming up again, so Ingram's 2 overs might be it. Harris down the slope he comes and bowls to Harry Swindles outside off stump. Swindles tries to chop it away, but it was an ugly shot reaching for the wide one. Minimal foot movement. Unfortunate not to tickle an edge through to Cook behind the stumps. Through the hands at it, Harry Swindles. He's only on 2 of 8 balls.
He's looking a little bit out of form, not confident batsman, isn't he, at the moment?
Needs some runs. Leicestershire need him to find a way of carving out an innings here. Harris is in, bowls to him straight, but Swindles straight back down the pitch to James Harris, who puts down his right hand and blocks the ball out somehow behind him in towards the covers, where Carlson comes in and picks it up. Wind has dropped a little. So it's a lovely warm wind if you're out there in it, but it's a little bit stiller than it was, but no sign of any blue around at the moment. In goes Harris, bowls. Swindles is driving pleasantly, and he's got that one through the covers for 4. It was over pitched from Harris, who you have to say hasn't been the pick of the Glamorgan seamers today. He's struggled for any real consistent line and length. Concedes 4 there. 263 for 5, Swindles on to 6. None for 52 for Harris from just 12.5 overs.
Yeah, and he's going at over 4 and over, which you don't want on this very, very placid pitch. You want to try and keep the batsman quiet.
Harris in again to Swindles on the back foot, looking to force on the offside. It was slightly wide, but not timed at all. It hit hard down into the ground. Coming in from backward point is Eddie Byron, and there is no run.
Byron's been a good acquisition for Glamorgan. Didn't start playing until the middle of the season after an illness and injury. Got a big 100 and then an 80.
From Somerset, I understand, yeah. Harris stops at the top of his run before taking off and bowling very straight again to Swindles. Another no ball for Glamorgan. Oh, there haven't been that many. Leicestershire managed, as I say, to bowl 23 last week at Hove.
There were 52 extras when Glamorgan played Leicestershire at Cardiff. I can't remember how many no balls.
There have been a lot of no balls among those as well.
That was Hendricks was the main culprit, wasn't he?
Harris is in and bowls on the leg side, clipped in the air by Swindles, but safely through backward square, bounces down towards deep backward square stroke wide long leg. Running around down there is Billy Root, gets his throwaway. Nicely timed by Swindles, picks up a couple, moves on to 8, 267 for 5. Important session this. Morgan can bowl Leicestershire out tonight, or get them certainly 8 or 9 down, then they'll feel that they've stuck at it. They've maintained their belief, picked up wickets steadily. In goes Harris and bowls to Swindles. Nice high left elbows. He blocks that one back up the pitch very correctly out towards mid-on. It rolls, picked up by Michael Hogan, helped on its way with a sort of gesture by Harry Swindles with bat. End of the over. He remains 8. Bjorn Mulder has 74, 267 for 5.
It'd be good if we can get away from these heavy showers that were forecast in the area. It doesn't look too bad at the moment. Goodness knows the ground needs it, but preferably when you're not playing cricket. 2, 6, 7 for 5. Mulder takes fresh guard because Andrew Salter is coming back to bowl. So wickets today, there have been 2 to Michael Hogan, 1 to Lloyd, 1 to Salter, and 1 to Ingram. Spaced out the wickets. So it looks now, with 13 overs left before the new one, that Salter will probably bowl unchanged from this end and see how Harris gets on. Or he might change and let the captain David Lloyd have a bowl. Taking a lot of time over his field. Mulder now prepares to face Salter, who's coming from the pavilion end, and he comes. First ball is right on the length and is played back down.
Yeah, I mean, conversely, if these two can put together a decent partnership, Leicestershire can still have ambitions of passing 400.
Exactly, yeah. Here's the next delivery, and that's sees the batsman Mulder using his feet and coming down to the pitch of the ball and driving it down to long on for a single. And Billy Root, who's on the long on boundary, comes back up now to mid on, sensing that Swindles, who just come in, is only on 8. He's not going to go down the pitch and try and hit it over the top, because he's, as Richard said, he's short of runs. And he wants to stay there and help his team to a formidable total if he can. Short leg comes in, very close to the bat, and a slip. As in comes the next ball, and it's played out to short mid-wicket, no run.
This is his second highest score for Leicestershire. Now, Vian Mulder.
In comes the next ball, and that's played defensively to short leg, treated with much respect, and this is his 19th over. In comes Salter, running away from us, and bowls. Again, it's played defensively. It's as if Mulder said, look, I'll do all the attacking, you just keep your end up there. Salter in, bowls a quicker delivery, played up to mid-on. There's thoughts of a run, but it's gone rather too quickly for them to take the single. Just the one run off flat over. 268 for 5. Plenty of cricket left this evening. 28 overs.
If they keep scoring at 4 and over, Leicestershire, then they're going to be sort of 350 sort of area, perhaps. But that depends on them not losing more than maybe 1 or even 2 more wickets. Ben Mike to come. He's been in decent form with the bat, Ben. 99 not out against Middlesex at Lords.
Remember that before you played at Cardiff.
But we're not that far away from the new ball, which could make all the difference. Nip out a couple with that.
Conversely, the new ball goes a long way if we
Could
don't project it
but
properly.
Hogan and Nisa tend to use it well, don't they?
They do, yes.
In fairness. Harris getting through these overs in from the Bennett end. Bowls to Vian Mulder. Thick inside edge as he leans forward towards that one. Hands on heads for several of the fielders. Could easily have got through. Hogan. He has Carlson and the bowler himself, Harris. It ran down towards deep backward, square stroke wide, long leg. So Mulder picks up a slightly fortuitous single. 76 to him. Lloyd chuntering away to Cook there. First slip and wicket keeper. Northeast, standing quite close to him at second slip. Harris is in. Swindles is driving the full delivery. Squirts out wide of third man. Not entirely certain that's where he was looking to hit it, but it was full. But it was width again from Harris, and put away by Swindles. One way or another, he moves into double figures onto 12, 273 for 5.
Yeah, at Harris's pace, you've got to be spot on, because on this pitch, then you can concede a lot of runs. He's conceded 61 now in his this the 14th over. A fair number of boundaries scored in this game.
Down the slope he comes and bowls. Swindles is forward, back up the pitch. Hopping out of the way is Vian Mulder, but it's rolling fairly slowly towards Michael Hogan, who walks across from mid-on to field and then just tosses the ball to Nisa. He doesn't want anything to do with this ball, Michael Hogan. Out of his hands as soon as possible. He's convinced it's wildly out of shape. But it is still going through the gauges. Maybe with the odd lump or two. In goes Harris and bowls. Swindles again. No big stride on this occasion. He's not a tall man, Harry Swindles. Just leant forward into that one. Played it out into the onside. He remains on 12. Little bit of movement in the trees behind the electronic scoreboard. But not half as much as there was. Harris turns. Runs in and bowls a bouncer. Swindles just ducks underneath it. Hasn't always played the short ball as well as he would have liked, Harry Swindles. He worked on that over the winter and bobbed under that comfortably enough.
Who was batting coach here?
Well, Paul Nixon, strictly speaking, the head coach is also the batting coach. Dips Patel also lends hands with the first team from time to time. In goes Harris and bowled, looking for the Yorker, dug out nicely by Swindles, and Hogan lets it go behind him, having formed the long barrier, but only 3 or 4 yards behind him, and Swindles and Mulder momentarily think there might be a single in it. Decide, don't run on the misfield, probably wisely. 273 for 5 after 69. Coming up to half past, coming up to updates time. But half past means sports bulletin time, so it might be a little bit later.
273 for 5 then, and it's been steady going rather than slow or quick. Just accumulating, knowing they've got to consolidate now after those, when that wicket went down in the last over before tea. Andrew Salter will start his 20th over, 1 for 62. And he will be bowling to Wayne Mulder. 76 to him. Here's Salter. Bowls, and it's driven to short extra cover, and there is no run.
There is a bit of bad light around. 1 or 2 of the games have had issues.
Next ball advances down the track and just taps it traps the ball back. Yeah, they've had rain at Somerset and Bristol. Here again is Andrew Salter. Oh, that's short, pulled away up to mid wicket, but it's bad bit of fielding there. And usually from Michael Nisa, who's on the boundary, who got there and let it go through his legs for 4.
Hit it hard, didn't he, Mulder? Yeah. But yeah, as you say, having got there, he'll be disappointed, Nisa. But again, he kept it down, didn't he, Mulder?
Yeah, a rare bad ball from Salter, must be said. Tries again. Goes over the wicket and bowls. This is driven firmly down the long on, and they'll go through for a single. 2 balls left for Swindles to go negotiate against Salter. Richard is hovering here for his bulletin.
I think Leicester City are playing one of their pre-season friendlies tonight, so it might be footy first.
That'll be 20 minutes.
Does tend to be.
Andrew Salter just looks round the field. 2 balls to go. Comes in and Bowls to Swindells, who tried to nudge it round the corner, but it's just drops at his feet there. Byram very, very close there at short leg field. You must trust your bowler when you're in that position. Sort the bowls. Forward defensive response. End of the over, 278 for 5.
Perfect timing for the update, hopefully. And they're starting with cricket. Yeah, rather better. 4 wickets fell in that afternoon session as Leicestershire added 122. So they went in for tea on 250 for 5. They've moved on to 278 for 5. Vian Mulder batting really impressively on the back of his unbeaten double century against Sussex last week. He's batting with real responsibility. He's gone to 81 not out of 103 balls. He picks up another possibly 4 runs there. No, brilliant piece of fielding. So he's going to pick up just 2. He moves on to 83. Harry Swindells is with him. Swindells came to the wicket straight after tea because Jerry Everson, making his debut for Leicestershire on loan from Nottinghamshire, hit a full toss straight to deep mid wicket to go out in a very disappointing way indeed. 280 for 5. Then they're going to want at least 400, maybe 450 Leicestershire on a fairly flat track to feel that they're in some sort of control of the game. A lot of work to do to get to that point. 280 for 5. In goes Harris and bowls to Mulder, who leans forward and blocks that out into the offside. Just the one slip for Harris, understandably perhaps.
So you're going to have a break now. Nick is hovering behind us.
I'll finish off this over and then we'll bring Nick back then. Harris with his sweatband on his left wrist comes in and bowls full, clipped off his toes by Vian Mulder. And again, Harris thought that one was almost through, hands on head. Mulder, though, got on top of it, clipped it down towards deep backwards square and picks up 1. Moves on to 84, to 81 for 5. The ground quite still now. The odd flutter from the flags around the ground. Pleased to see the Glamorgan flag flying from the above the pavilion alongside the Leicestershire flag. Not every county brings a flag these days, surprisingly. Harris is in to Swindells on the legs. He just can't get his line consistently right, and it's turned down to long leg by Swindells, who picks up 1.
It's generally the scorer's responsibility to bring the flag. And Andrew Hignell is pretty good. He brings it for most matches. And if not, then we tell him off. So
I can't believe anyone ever dare tells Dr. Hignell off.
Oh, yes, we do.
I'm sure. 282 for 5. 2 balls to go in this Harris over. He is in to Mulder. That's a better, straighter delivery. And Mulder walks into the defensive push, just dropping his bat on it, and out into the offside it goes to Kieran Carlson, who's got his cap tucked into the back of his trousers now. Most of the Glamorgan players have caps or sun hats on, but they are fairly superfluous at the moment, other than looking smart, of course, because the sun has been behind cloud for most of the afternoon. Harris is in and bowls to Mulder, who's driving beautifully for 4. Again, it was the punch through the offside. Again, the width was there. It was a bit of a half volley from James Harris, who puts his chin in his hands in disappointment. He continues to struggle a little bit with ball in hand. 15 overs, none for 69 for him. Mulder has moved on to 88 and Leicestershire on to 286 for 5.
And what's good about Mulder, that if he gets the ball well pitched up, he waits. In other words, he's worked out the pace of this pitch. And nothing's gone in the air on the drive. He hasn't mistimed anything. And here we go, the commentator's curse. He looks set for a big score here if the remainder of the batting order stay with him. but it'll be Andrew Salter to continue to bowl his off spin, and he will be bowling to Harry Swindells, who's moved on to 13. Salter from this end comes in and bowls a floating delivery, which is nudged out to short mid-wicket. There is a short leg and then a mid-wicket rather straight and a mid-on, so that infield is well protected, and behind them a deep mid-wicket as Salter round the over the wicket bowls, and that is nudged again. So his line of attack is obviously leg stump, midland leg. He doesn't want to go too wide because that'll bring in the sweep. Here's the next delivery, and that's played back defensively by Swindells.
Just turn the sound effects up to get the atmosphere of the crowds, and we get a helicopter. Great timing.
Right above us at the moment. Salter bowls, and this is played back down the pitch, so there's no run.
Yeah, looking at the Met Office forecast, the chance of a shower appears to have receded, but there's a vague outside possibility of a thunderstorm overnight by the look of it.
It'll freshen the air a little bit and clear the air.
Mostly overcast again tomorrow, sadly.
Yes, Salter. Swindells drives this time powerfully, but is intercepted there at short mid-wicket by that looks
Wheel.
Yeah, I was going to say that looks like Wheel, the 12th man, as the next ball is again pitched on the leg stump and is forced away to mid-wicket for a single. He retains strike, and it's 287 for 5 as the home side, Leicestershire, creep up towards their third batting point.
So, still the run rate remains at 4 runs per over, as it has done for most of the day, but might be the climactic conditions we've been finding is a little bit of soporific through the afternoon, but the cricket isn't really soporific, as this is sleep-inducing, the umpires coming together to check the state of the ball. Does it go through the hoop?
Michael Hogan was pleading with them 3 overs ago to change it, but they have decided not to.
287 for 5. Glamorgan could do with making something happen, these two having looked relatively untroubled since the tea interval. And it is to be David Lloyd taking over from James Harris again.
Yes, I'm afraid you had to change Harris because he's been leaking runs for most of the game. He's gone for 50.
70, wasn't it?
Yes,
it's changed to David Lloyd's figures. 10 overs, 0 for 50.
Yes, but got fairly expensive.
He's been expensive as well, so Glamorgan really haven't quite had the backup seam attack that they're looking for to support Nisa and Hogan, as Lloyd, who claimed the first wicket to fall today, that of Patel, caught it slip for 15, directs his troops. He's got just the 1 slip. Third man, Gully, cover mid-off, as forward comes Swindells and leaves that one outside off stump. Fine leg mid-wicket and mid-on, and we are now just 8 overs away from the new ball.
Try and rush these 8 overs now and see if the seamers, the opening bowlers, can strike.
Maybe one more of Colin Ingram somewhere, as Lloyd bowls and Swindells covers up and plays back to the bowler. Good day for Nat Bowley for Leicestershire 2s. He's got a 5 for Yorkshire, 228 for 7 in reply to Leicestershire second 11, 497 at Leeds. So it looks as though there'll be a bit of pressure from Leicestershire second 11 for places, but of course Championship isn't back till September, as Swindells defends another one back to Lloyd when Leicestershire's Next game is on Monday, September the 5th, and that will be at Trent Bridge. Leicestershire supporters looking to get down here for more red ball cricket. Monday the 12th of September, home to Durham, and then Tuesday the 20th at home to Middlesex. Those are the remaining 4-day games here, as Lloyd is in to bowl to Swindells, who works it to mid-wicket, and there is no run. As for Glamorgan, second 11, they're doing well against Hampshire at the Ageas Bowl. Glamorgan in their second innings, 375 for 6. It's a lead of 392 runs. And 4 half-centuries there. Joe Cook, 67. Callum Taylor, 84. Alex Horton, 51. Dan Douthwaite, 70.
He had a 5 for Dan, didn't he? Yes.
It's been a good match. As forward comes Swindells and defends to cover, where Kieran Carlson tries to flick it up with his boot and misses, but doesn't give away any runs. So Douthwaite, no doubt, will come into the equation for the One-Day Cup.
Oh, I'm sure he will. He hasn't played for the first time this season. And,
No 4-day cricket for him. He played in regular in the T20. But he'll be itching to get back into first team action. As Lloyd is in to bowl and played through the offside by Swindells. He'll get a single. Is that the last ball of the over? Yes, it is. 15 to Swindells, 288 for 5 at the end of the over. And of course, Douthwaite last year was picked up late on for the franchise stuff, so didn't feature in that One-Day Cup side, but Glamorgan with plenty of options, with the likes of Douthwaite coming back into it. Wheel, Sisodia, Callum Taylor. Joe Cook, of course, was the leading wicket taker in that competition last year.
He's been so consistent, isn't he, with the bat this year, Joe Cook?
Yeah, he has.
That he hasn't played.
In recent weeks, yes, and I think not so much at the start of the season, when unfortunately for him there was the concentration of 4-day cricket.
It'll be Andrew Salter to continue from the pavilion end, and he will be bowling at Swindells, who plays gently up to short mid-wicket. And we're going to be done and dusted at this rate at 6 o'clock, Nick. 2 spinners in...
Where are we? 23 overs to come.
Here's the next ball, and that's played firmly out to short mid-wicket.
New ball, though. 20 past 6, I think.
Yeah.
Respectable by the season standards.
Absolutely.
As long as there are not any more ball changes.
Here's Salter bowls. No thoughts of aggression here, just pushing gently to the fielders by Swindells. He's on 15. This is pitch leg stump.
Oh.
There will be a run because it was misfielded by Wheel. Fielded short mid-wicket.
A shout of anguish as well.
Yeah, whether it was him or the bowler.
I think it was him.
Can't see any reason. He might have been on an old pitch or something like that. Andrew Salter in, bowls to Mulder, who dry, as he's done so many times, down to long on in this innings, and moves on to 89. And that is the end of another over. 290 for 5, and again, there's a useful partnership developing, and as Leicester recover from 256 from 5 to the score of 290 for 9. For 5, rather. The last ball of the over, there's no run. So
at Lord's, Glamorgan's rivals Middlesex saw Sussex pile up 523, of which Chiteshwara Pujara scored 231. He was last out, providing eventually a 5 for Tom Helm. 5 for 109. Middlesex 20 without loss in reply. But difficult to see how they might engineer victory out of that one, having conceded 520. Glamorgan need to get some wickets, otherwise they'll be similarly on the back foot here. You never know, though.
Notts beat Leicestershire here earlier in the season, all over in 3 days, and Leicester got over 400 in the first innings.
Lots of runs around this season as David Lloyd is into bowl to Mulder. Looked on leg stump. Mulder tried to turn it on the leg side and was hit on the pad. Nottinghamshire, the Division 2 leaders, made 618 for 8 with that double century for Ben Duckett and a near miss from Hasib Hamid, 196. Derbyshire in reply 79 for 2. Just the 3 games being played in this round this week. Lloyd into bowl, beautifully punched off the back foot by Mulder, and he's beaten both cover and mid-off, and the ball will run up the hill towards the scoreboard as Mulder moves into the 90s. He's on 93, it's 294 for 5, and all of a sudden Leicestershire are nearing a 3rd batting bonus point with plenty of time to attain the maximum at 400. Michael Hogan is off the field for the moment, probably getting his bowling boots back on.
I would have thought, yes.
For a couple of overs' time. As Lloyd bustles in, bowls a short ball down leg side. Mulder tries to pull but doesn't get anything on it as it goes through to diving Chris Cook. They're off for bad light at Bristol. Hampshire 385 for 6.
And they were at Taunton.
Taunton, they're currently playing in Division 1. Somerset made 424 all out. Yorkshire 47 for 1 in reply. Century for Tom Abel. Lloyd bowls, and that's slightly mistimed by Mulder. Back to the bowler. No run. At Northampton, Northants dismissed Lancashire for just 132, and Northants 4 for 0 in their second innings, 107 runs in the lead. Surrey not on top for once, though something of a tail end fight back. Will Jacks batting at 6 is 71 not out. Surrey 225 for 8 in reply to Essex's 271, so it looks like being fairly close on first innings there.
Cook has come up, to try and restrict Mulder's movements.
Often does to David Lloyd, as that's on leg stick, turned away by Mulder down towards backwards square, and they'll come back for second run. Throw comes in from Root, but Mulder is safely home. Final score we haven't given you at Edgbaston. Kent 165 all out, Warwickshire 225 all out, leading by 60. Kent now 106 for 4 in their second innings, 46 runs in the lead. So one of the lower scoring matches the round there. A short ball from Lloyd, and that's superbly taken by Chris Cook, standing up. Well, I hope David Lloyd gave Chris Cook the signal there.
He did, yeah.
Otherwise, that would have bounced off Cook's helmet, I suspect.
It's just like a corner coming in a football match and the goalkeeper going up and grabbing it above everybody else. Lovely take.
Well taken. Cook standing up to a bouncer there. 298 for 5. Mulder within reach of a century, as that is clipped away on the onside. Could be 4 of the runs he needs. It is Eddie Byram can do nothing about that as it's forced through mid-wicket, and Vian Mulder moves to 99 not out, and that is Leicestershire's 3rd batting bonus point as they reach 302 for 5.
Yes, and it has to be said that Lloyd and Harris have leaked a lot of runs today, and that you have to say, though, that as far as Lloyd's concerned, he's very much he's not very much of a second or third seamer. He's in there because Van de Gooten has just recovered from missing 7 or 8 weeks, and also he was not selected in preference to Harris. But Glamorgan certainly have bowled too many 4 balls and helped Leicestershire on their way. Salter starts a new over and bowls. That's clipped away. There's the field. It has come in, not for Mulder, but for Swindells. And are they going to stay there? No, yes they are. Try and stop this 100. But I think most of our money would be on Mulder chipping this away for a single and getting his second 100 in successive games. 99 not out then, Mulder. Everybody's saving 1 now.
Good cricket. Make it difficult for him. Make him forced to hit through the field rather than just milking a single somewhere.
4 men on the on side, 3 on the off side. As in comes Salter, bowls, and Mulder comes down and hammers it through mid-on for 4. And that is his 100. Very well played. He hasn't given a chance, really. He raises his bat and is obviously delighted at getting that 100. He's played superbly. 103. He's attacked them. Come from 117 balls and attacked at every opportunity.
That is 16th boundary to get him to the century to follow up his unbeaten double 100 from last week. You must be seeing it like football by now.
Ominous signs for Glamorgan then, as in comes the next ball, and this time it's driven, but this time a long on has gone back to the boundary and he gets the single.
.235 last week, so he's 339 not out at the moment.
308 for 5 as the field comes back in again. As in comes Salter and bowls to Swindells, who's got all the time in the world. He hasn't really attempted to score, Swindells. He's on 17. But Glamorgan will be wishing these overs away. The new ball in sight. That's again driven for a single to mid-wicket. As the score goes up again to 309 for the loss of those 5 wickets.
Fielding hasn't been entirely up to scratch today on Glamorgan's part, whether it's the rough outfield or
thought so, the hard outfield too.
High temperatures still.
Sort of bowls, and this time Mulder comes forward. 309 for 5, 104 not out. Mulder. Swindells is on 18, and there are 4 overs left before the new cherry is projected.
Details of Mulder's century being announced over the public address then: 16 fours, 117 balls for the South African, and last time he reached 3 figures, he more than doubled it. Glamorgan will be desperately hoping to make sure that's not the case here today, as long as he's got a bit of support from the lower order. Mike is next to come. He's averaging 29 this season, Ben Mike, with the bat, followed by Roman Walker, who can strike a firm ball at 9 on championship debut. Callum Parkinson, the captain, and Chris Wright at 11. David Lloyd then 1 for 63 off 12 is into bowl, flicked away towards backward square. They'll run the first one quickly, but Billy Root is in to prevent Swindells coming back for the second. But of course, disadvantage to that is that it leaves Mulder on strike. Dropped on 17 behind the wicket. Difficult chance spilled by Chris Cook at full stretch. But apart from that, it has been a very solid innings by Mulder. Lloyd bowls, just run off his pads, maybe leg buys, but it's going to reach the boundary anyway at fine leg. No, bit of bat involved, says umpire Paul Baldwin. So it's a 17th boundary for Mulder, and Glamorgan have just not been accurate enough with the ball today.
No, and I would just wonder if the South African selectors are taking note. He has played for South Africa, Mulder, and if any injuries crop up, they know that he's at hand immediately.
Well, he's played for them this year.
Yeah.
Lloyd bowls, and that slap back past him. That sat up rather tired delivery, or a tired ball, and certainly wasn't a tired shot, as Mulder off the back foot forced it back past where it came from. Lloyd couldn't stop it in his follow through, and Mulder moves to 112 and the total on to 318 for 5, and this is looking very simple for the Leicestershire batsman at the moment.
Yes, it's rather too simple, isn't it?
From a Welsh point of view, I'm sure Fox's supporters are enjoying listening and viewing, as there's more runs clipped off his legs. Just the single down to Root at long leg, 319 for 5. Swindell's on strike, just knocking the ball round so far in support of Mulder. Doesn't really need to do any more than that, because the main man is scoring so prolifically. Just a couple of boundaries so far from Swindell's, who's facing up to his 48th ball, which he defends back to Lloyd, and there's no run. Colin Ingram just bowled the one ball before tea and the further 11 after it, and just wonder if they'll be tempted to try to repeat the trick, Glamorgan, with the leg spinner before tea.
Yeah, one ball left, and then it'll be 3 overs.
As Lloyd bowls, driven into the covers, the sweeper on the cover boundary chases round and forces them to hurry as they come back for the second run, but Swindell's is safely home as the throw came in. I think it was Nisa out there sweeping on the boundary. 321 for 5, Swindell's 21, Mulder 113, and this partnership since tea has put on 71 runs in what, just under an hour. So good going for Leicestershire, and with 19 overs remaining this evening, they are well placed possibly to get the 400s tonight. Richard Ray, which I suppose could be almost be as fishy as Rowe, couldn't it? Is in. Slip of the tongue earlier, do apologise. For which Richard Ray has been roasted by the Foxes contingent.
Grilled like a like a mackerel on a barbecue. In goes Salter and bowls, and pushing at it, Mulder not getting to the pitch of it, rather beaten in the flight there possibly. But class innings from Vian Mulder in some respects, as Salter is in and bowls to him, thick inside part of the bat again. He's plunging forward without getting to the pitch of it, runs it out into the onside. That very different sort of innings to that he played at Hove, but real responsibility shown. As Salter is in full toss, it is just turned around the corner. He'll be cross about that, and he does tilt his head to one side because Harris was able to fall to his right at backward square and save 4.
Well, Ingram got a wicket with a full toss. Maybe Salter's trying to chuck one in.
They need to be high though, don't they? So that you've got to be a brave man to bowl it on purpose. In goes Salter, and that isn't a full toss. It's a good line and a good length, and Mulder goes forward on off stump and blocks it out into the offside. One for 77 for Salter. He will have one more over after this, and then the new ball will be available. And he goes, tosses it up, and waiting for it, Salter stretches out his right hand as Mulder goes forward and clips it back past him, past that stretching right hand down to long on for 1. Moves on to 114. His 100, as you may have been already told, 117 deliveries, 16 boundaries, and went to it in some style with a typically muscular lofted on drive off Salter, who is in to Harry Swindles, who goes back and cuts for 4. And actually, he hadn't actually connected with the ball when Salter knew he'd bowled a bad ball, and you heard his groan as he saw it short outside off stump, and Swindles rocked back and cut it away for 4. He moves on to 25, 326 for 5. The partnership is now worth 76 between these two, and I think it's been a hugely important one in the context of the game as a whole.
Yeah, it's got Leicestershire back on the front foot again, hasn't it, after that minor wobble before tea, when they lost Hill with the score on 218, and then Everson fairly quickly after that for 12, the score on 200 and 250. Here is Colin Ingram then to bowl his third over.
Oh, here we go. There it is.
There's the full toss, and it's swept, and there's nearly a run out. Oh, if that throw from fine leg had hit from Hogan, then Mulder might have been struggling to get back. Update for BBC Radio Leicester.
He certainly has the knack, doesn't he, Colin Ingram, one way or another, of making things happen. I'll nip in to do this update. As Ingram is in, Mulder forces out into the offside for a single. And thanks mainly to Vian Mulder, who's just gone to his 100, his second in consecutive innings. Remember, he made a hugely impressive 235 not out against Sussex at Hove last week. Well, the South African is now 115 not out, and that's come off 129 balls. His 100 came off 117 balls, and he hit 16 fours. And at the moment, he's part of a very important partnership with Harry Swindles, 254-5 when Joey Everson holed out to Colin Ingram, and the Foxes were in danger of throwing away their first innings on what is, it has to be admitted, a pretty flat track out there. But Mulder and Swindles are making sure they don't do that. They've put together a partnership worth 77 so far for the 6th wicket. Important runs these for Harry Swindles, who's 25 not out. But Vian Mulder, not for the first time this season, is the star for the Foxes. They are 327 for 5.
And Colin Ingram will continue bowling his leggies from the Bennett end, at least for this over, or 2 more balls, as Swindell steps back and cuts into the offside, is sent back by Mulder. Colin Ingram with a grand total of 4 wickets this season. Used to be operate more regularly for Glamorgan when he played more championship cricket. He's back in the red ball fold and back in bowling action, but his last ball is defended by Swindells. We'll have no more of this nonsense. 327 for 5, and we are just 1 over away from the new ball, and boy do Glamorgan need to get something out of that new cherry, otherwise Leicestershire could be looking at 500 here, let alone 400. Batting to come, Mike, Walker, Parkinson and Wright.
Well, as I'm sure you've mentioned, Sussex finally all out against Middlesex. 523 though is a substantial score. Middlesex in reply 33 without loss, so fairly flat at Lords as well. Delay?
And it's not the ball.
No, because just the 1 over left with this delivery. Swindles would like a drink, I think. Is that a sign for? A bit hard to tell.
Chris Cook is in conversation with Vice-Captain Kieran Carlson. Well, Glamorgan, I suppose, a +2 on over 8, so I can afford a little committee meeting.
17 overs left to be bowled today, though. They're not going to bowl more than the allotted 96, so we're ready to go anyway. Salter is in, driving is Mulder, full out, it's outside off stump, through the covers it goes, out to the sweeper on the extra cover boundary, who is Eddie Byram. Mulder moves on to 116. So 351 without being dismissed for Vian Mulder now. Lancashire all out. Sorry, I was just seeing that Lancashire score all out for 132 against North Ends.
There's just a few little committee meetings going on. I'm not sure whether it's just a bit of gamesmanship to try and unsettle Leicestershire. New balls bowl due in 5 balls time.
Long on Hogan is coming up to mid on Salter. This is his 25th over of the day. Is in, tosses it up. Swindles leans forward and plays it firmly with a slightly closed face of the bat out to mid-wicket. No run.
Is Carlson actually in charge at the moment? I can't see David Lloyd.
Salter is in. Forward goes Swindles. Angled bat, squirts it away rather through about third slip. And the man at backward point has to run in pursuit and does so. Swindles picks up a couple. Moves on to... Did he get a couple there? Did he just get the one? Just the one, actually. I thought he'd pick up another one there. So he moves on to 26, brings Mulder back down on strike. Still the slight delays while Andrew Salter turns and looks back, and they've decided with Mulder now being on strike that they will send Michael Hogan back from mid-on to long on. It's a bit odd, this.
And now the batsman's taking the mick out of Glamorgan's delays by prodding a speck of dirt.
Salter is in. Down the wicket goes Mulder, but then plays very carefully, watchfully almost, pushing the ball through the vacant mid-on area down to long on and taking the one. That drop of Mulder on 16 by Chris Cook is now worth 101 runs. In goes Salter and bowls. Swindles this time is driving through mid-on, and Salter seems to have spent a lot of today diving to his right to try and cut off that shot. And sometimes he's been successful, sometimes not, and that was not one of those occasions.
Yeah, I suspect overall Glamorgan might have profited from having that long on into mid-on to force the hit over the top, because there have been so many singles, and would have just forced Leicestershire to take a few more risks in scoring in that area of the ground.
Salter in, driving through the offside this time is Vian Mulder. Big gap between Carlson at extra cover, and backward point out to the sweeper on the cover boundary, or not on the cover boundary, well, 15 yards or so in from the ropes out there, it being a long way, just to make sure it's one rather than two. End of the over, the 80th over that is, 332 for 5. It's very, very important partnership for the 6th wicket between Mulder, who's 118, and Swindles, who's 27. Continues to build. Drinks all round.
Yes, you can't blame them really. It's quite a sultry day. Temperatures in the mid-20s here at Grace Road. So you have to make sure you can get plenty of liquid on board. I haven't seen the new cherry being waved as yet. And that, surely not going to get another over of Ingram.
We are. Well, I'm slightly surprised about that, I will admit.
Yeah, I just written down new ball 332 for 5. I'll have to scrub that out. Because Colin Ingram is going to bowl, presumably not with the new ball. His 4th over. He's bowling to Mulder. 118 not out. As he floats it up and Mulder drills it through mid-wicket for 4. Up to that rather vacant area of the ground, the family stand, but that's quite away from the boundary ropes, and so it's a long way to go and retrieve it for the nearest Glamorgan fielder. 336 for 5. Come on.
Well, yeah, Mulder will be delighted, I would imagine.
The partnership of 82 was already in place. Ingram bowls. Forward comes Mulder. Defends on the leg side. Cook out from behind the timbers to Stop a single being taken. 122 to Mulder, 27 to Swindells. As that's forced to backward points by Mulder. And there's no run. So if they wanted to give Colin Ingram a spell, why didn't he come on a few overs earlier? Ingram with the 4th ball. Again tossed up and driven up to long off. Single taken. Mulder to 123. Ice cream van somewhere in the vicinity.
Head up and down Milligan Road normally.
Send a couple our way, boys. 3:37 for 5. Ingram bowls. Good length ball there. Drew Swindells forwards, but trouble is that even if the ball had popped up off bat or glove, if there isn't any close catcher in front of the wicket. Nisa is doing slip duties. Ingram bowls flatter, noodled into a gap on the leg side by Swindells for a single. He moves to 28. 3:38 for 5. Ingram takes his cap back off umpire Baldwin, and now there's lots of waving of helmets. Come and get them. We don't want them anymore because the new ball will be taken after 81 overs.
Quite what Glamorgan were hoping for from that 81st over. Not entirely sure, but there you go. Perhaps the element of surprise was important as Michael Hogan and Michael Nisa, they had been doing a little bit of stretching. David Lloyd is coming back onto the field now. Were they waiting for the skipper to return? James Wheel, formerly, very briefly, of this parish. Came on a sort of trial from Durham, but then got injured and didn't really get a chance to show. Well, didn't get a chance to show what he could do, unfortunately. But good to see that he was able to impress Glamorgan sufficiently to get a deal down in Cardiff. Nothing happening very quickly out there at the moment. One or two trenchant comments on the stream I see about the time that's being taken. 15 overs left to be bowled today. The first of those 15 will be bowled by Michael Hogan, who, having picked up his 2 wickets from the Bennett end, is actually going to bowl from this pavilion end up the slope. Nothing of Michael Hogan in terms of body fat, so hopefully he hasn't had to do too much stretching. Goes in and bowls a very, very short bouncer indeed that lands somewhere near his own feet, or certainly nearer his own feet than the halfway point on the pitch, and bounces over, well over Harry Swindell's shoulders. He just leans away.
Paul Sussex reports that around 20 Balconeers travelled with John Williams, the organiser, but illness saw a high number drop out at short notice, which is sad to hear.
Hogan is in better length, left by Swindell's outside off stump.
So best wishes to you if you're listening or viewing and you were due to travel here and haven't been able to do so. Hope it's not COVID related. There's a lot of that around.
So a coach party was going to come that...
Yeah, well, only a part of the party has arrived.
Okay, I'm with you. Hogan is in, bowls Fuller again. 2 Swindells who can come forward to that one. On off stump, back down the pitch to Hogan. He plays it.
The party was scheduled to be a larger one. The Balconeers do a sterling job in arranging trips to the traditional championship venues. And there are others organised through the club as well for some of the other games. So a few Welsh accents heard around the ground.
Michael Hogan is in again. Nice line and length on off stump. Swindells has to be careful. Gets forward and plays it out into the offside. And there's no run. Has Michael Hogan picked up any sort of Welsh in his time at Cardiff that you're aware of? Or slight Welsh accent? I suspect
so.
not.
His kids do, I'm told.
Okay.
think one of the older one may even speak a bit of Welsh.
And he goes and bowls Fuller to Swindles. Arm starts to go into the air. Swindles is forward, gets a thick inside edge to the ball. It dribbles tinnily off the bat out towards mid-wicket. Nisa runs across and picks it up. Swindles moves on to 29, 339 for 5.
Yes, at least Hogan will go back to Australia with a medal from the One Day Cup last season, where he took the final wicket to fall in the final against Durham.
In he goes and bowls onto the legs of Mulder, clipped around the corner. Cook, a despairing dive to his left, knew he couldn't get there. Mulder picks up 4. That was the opening over of a man who's bowled a couple of spells already and is nearer 40 than 30.
Indeed. Well, he's north of 40. 14 overs, 2 for 49. Michael Hogan, so going at 3.5 runs an over, which will not be to his liking. 343 for 5. And, well, if Leicestershire have wickets in hand, they only need to score 2 runs and over to get to maximum points now. Glamorgan will need to labour 1 more wicket for the second bowling point, which will match Middlesex's efforts at Sussex, but of course Glamorgan would be very keen to get their noses in front of Middlesex by the end of the week. Michael Nisa with the new ball at the top end, and Swindell's leaving that first delivery go through to Chris Cook. There's no run. Middlesex claimed 2 bowling points at Sussex, as Sussex made 523. Middlesex in reply 37 for naught off 11. So batter friendly at Lords, where Glamorgan travel in what could be a crucial game in second week in September. Swindell's clips this one through square leg. There's a bit of a chase on, and for a while the ball seems to be running away from Byram, and in the end it's fielded by Ingram at fine leg instead. And the ball is just travelling, especially over the square there. Very fast indeed, and for a while Byram didn't really seem to be making any ground on the ball. 346 for 5. Batting point number 4 coming up. Mulder on 127. 128. Chops one through the offside for a single. 347 for 5. BBC Sport Online from BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Sport Wales, Fox's Cricket 22 for Richard Ray, Nick Webb 2017 for myself, Ed Bevan Cricket. Edwards on his replacement laptop, so things should be okay. As that is hammered through the offside by Swindells, and the new ball may come down faster, but it also goes off the bat faster as well, as that was cracked away through cover point. Excellent shot. He moves to 36, 351 for 5, and there is the 4th batting bonus point. And indeed the century stand as well. 250 for 5 when this partnership started after tea. Nisa in, bowls. Swindells plays defensively on the offside. No run. A little bit of cooling breeze around. It's still pretty overcast here. 351 for 5. And Glamorgan starting to run out of ideas, really. Got the new ball, which will give them a bit of help for the next 10 overs as well. They desperately need to get a wicket or 2 tonight. As that hits Swindells on the pad, but it's only a token quarter of an appeal. Yelp of excitement rather than anything else. 351 for 5. Swindell's 36. Mulder is 128. The other main contributors: Louis Kimber 68, Lewis Hill 81, and the wicket takers: Hogan 2, 1 apiece to Lloyd, Salter and to Ingram. Michael Hogan to continue perspiring away.
In he goes. Bowls to Vian Mulder, who's just waiting calmly in the crease. No big stride, blocking the delivery off stump into the offside. Then rehearses a calm drive. It's been actually the calmness of the innings after the way he laid waste the Sussex attack, when he seemed to be hitting every ball to the boundary at some stages. That has been the sort of most impressive thing about him, the way he's checked his aggression, the natural aggression. Hogan is in, bowls full to him, he's caught, dropped. I think it carried, I'm pretty sure it carried to Carlson in the covers. He went for the drive, a lot of hands on heads out there, drove it into the covers in the air. Carlson got 2 hands to it, I am sure, to his right, about an inch off the ground. Couldn't quite hang on.
Well, it's the sort of chances you need to be taken. Carlson went sprawling, and certainly from his reaction he saw it as an opportunity. Mulder, having been dropped early on behind the wicket,
on 16, has now been dropped in the covers on 128. Hogan is in, bowls full on off stump, and just leans forward. Mulder blocks it back down the pitch to Michael Hogan. Well, it's been expensive once. Will it be expensive again? Difficult chance, but it was a chance.
Yeah, and chances have been difficult to manufacture on this batting surface, haven't they?
Yeah. Hogan is in, very wide, outside off stump, dragged it down. Indeed, it will be signalled wide. You don't see that very often from Michael Hogan. He raises a hand in apology to his team without catching anybody's eye. Dragged it right down.
Not sure I can remember seeing that in a championship game from Hogan. There are a week or 2 back where he was trying to bowl wide outside off stump in T20.
In he goes and bowls outside off stump again, and slightly short. Lets it go through this time on the back foot. Vian Mulder rehearses a cut. I was just saying how impressed I'd been by his calmness, and that was a slightly, well, it clearly was a slightly uppish drive. It was in the air. Carlson is fairly conventional cover, maybe slightly closer than he would normally be, but had he not been, he wouldn't have been able to get 2 hands to it. Hogan is in, outside off stump, goes through low to Cook behind the stumps. Would have been another bonus point as well. Still should get at least 1 more, possibly 2.
I'm going to get another 4 wickets in 20 odd overs now, though. I suppose if they do get 1 or 2, they'll be into the lower order.
Hogan is in, this time driving much more carefully. Mulder doesn't put his weight into the shot. Along the ground it goes all the way to Ingram at mid-off end of the over. Unlucky for Michael Hogan, would have been his 3rd wicket. Slightly fortunate for Vian Mulder, who, as we've been saying, has now been binned twice on his way to 128.
So there are further 12 overs remaining this evening. 83 on the board. Be around about 6:15. Quite respectable in terms of timing, as Nisa's first ball of the over is defended by Swindell's. No run. 36 off 70 deliveries now. He's just hit the odd bad ball, but he hasn't particularly needed to try anything adventurous because the scoring rate has been decent enough indeed. It's risen to 4.2, having briefly touched 5 in the morning session, but hovered around 4 for most of the day. Next ball driven by Swindells, but not timed. It's gone to mid-on, and there is no run. Pleasant bit of breeze. .352 for 5. Mulder's been going along at a really respectable strike rate. Around about, 85 runs, 100 balls as Nisa bowls, and chopped into the offside by Swindells, but finds Salter at backward point. And there's no run, and Glamorgan desperately trying to give themselves some sort of psychological fillip as we head towards the close of play this evening.
Get Ingram on.
Get Ingram on. Hold some full tosses with a new ball. That would surprise them. Get Carlson on as Neeson is in, and that is dismissed into the offside by Swindells. Excellent shot. Smashed it past a leaping Salter at cover point. Runs away square of the wicket for 4 and is helpfully handed back by a nearby member of the crowd to save Salter running the last 10 metres or so.
The last 3 or 4 overs, Swindells has played probably the most authoritative shots he's played this season. Need him in form going into the Royal London Cup.
Next delivery played defensively up to mid-off as umpire Baldwin is having a word with Michael Hogan about his follow-through. I don't think it was an official warning, it's just a little be careful.
It hasn't fallen over yet, so Michael Nisa.
Nisa does have this habit of scratching away at the crease virtually every delivery as he falls over, just as Richard says. And it's a defensive shot from Swindells anyway, so it didn't cost them anything. But Glamorgan continue to struggle for the breakthrough here on BBC Sport Online. Leicestershire profiting, and well, it's not quite the glories of last week at Hove, but it's pretty blooming respectable. 356 for 5.
That's hard to add, but yes, it's a slightly different sort of situation. But century partnership now for the 6th wicket. Massively important partnership it has been for Leicestershire and for their chances in the game as a whole, but they still have work to do, and Mulder playing as though he's well aware of that fact. He waits with bat raised as Hogan is up the slope bowling to him outside off stump. A real tempter. That was a super delivery from Hogan. Not quite a half volley, just outside off stump, going, go on, have a drive at that one. And Mulder, having been dropped in the previous over from Hogan, let that one go through. There will be an update before too long for BBC Radio Leicester.
Yes,
Nick is going to pop next door.
Do a bit of writing for a few minutes before Edward's called upon to perform in the language of heaven.
Eddie Bevan's going to come back alongside as Hogan is in a little bit straighter, and this time he forces Mulder to play on off stump. Mulder solid forward defensive press out into the offside, and there is no run. Two slips in. Remember, we are only 4.2 overs into this new ball, so lacquer will be coming off, and it should be in decent order in terms of swinging. Hogan is in a little bit short onto the legs of Mulder thumps into his thigh pad, drops down at his feet, asks, "Is it all right? Do you want me to pick it up?" "Yes," says somebody, probably Cook running up from behind the stumps, and Mulder picks it up and throws it to the Glamorgan wicket keeper. James Harris, just a couple of warm-up deliveries, but be surprised if he came on this early into the new ball. We've just had a couple of overs each from Messrs Hogan and Neser, and Hogan has had Mulder dropped. He is in and bowls to Mulder, who leaves outside off stump. He remains on 128, the score on which he was dropped for the second time in his innings. Then
hard
Eddie.
chance, wasn't it?
It was.
Very hard.
Got two hands to it, though. He'd be such a good fielder. He'd be very disappointed he didn't cling on. Kieran Carlson there.
Very, very hard. But make the most of those chances, Mr. Mulder.
Well, the first one cost, what was it, 112 runs. This one hasn't cost anything yet. Hogan is in and cutting hard, but not timing it. It was not quite on him as quickly as he thought it was going to be there, Vian Mulder. Hit it in front of square, but bounced down to Carlson at that cover position. Made the stop comfortably enough.
So the chap to Matthew Maynard downstairs now, and he said, hasn't seen such a flat pitch this year, similar to this, which is nice for the batsman to hear. Not for the bowlers.
You haven't been to Hove then yet?
No, last game of the season.
Ah, okay. Hogan is in outside off stump, and this time he has got it through. It was short enough and wide enough for Mulder to fasten on it and cut it away to the manual scoreboard. For 4, he moves on to 132, and here comes the update for BBC Radio Leicester. Well, 10 overs still to be played, and the Foxes are getting themselves into a really solid position. They've moved on to 360 for 5. It was 250 for 5 at tea, and the innings was pretty much in the balance on a pretty flat track. But Vian Mulder, having made an unbeaten 235 at Hove last week, has now made an unbeaten 132 off 150 balls. He has been dropped twice, once on 16 by the wicketkeeper Chris Cook diving away to his right, and once just a moment ago on 128 when Kieran Carlson got 2 hands to a drive at cover, again off Michael Hogan, and Carlson couldn't hang on. Harry Swindles is batting really well as well. Probably the most authoritative innings I've seen Swindles play this season. He is 40 not out, make that 41 not out, and together they've put together a partnership of 111 so far for the 6th wicket. If they're still there together at the close, the Foxes should be somewhere around about 400 with power to add, which will put them in a good position in the game. But it is a flat track, remember. Leicestershire 361 for 5.
And it is Neser bowled the second ball of the over, bowls, and this is nicely driven through the offside. Might just beat the fielder there. There's a despairing dive, and a good bit of fielding there by Billy Root away on the extra cover boundary, but they take 2 runs. And Neser is putting everything he can into this, but hasn't beaten the bat. Hogan hasn't beaten the bat, so it's the same tale really. Although Hogan has tried every variation he knows. As in comes Neser again, over the wicket and bowls, and this time Swindles has pushed it forward. He's within 3 runs of his 50, and he'll be the 4th man, if he gets 3 runs, as he should, to have passed 50 in this innings, and we're only half a side down. So I think that shows how benign this pitch is. 363 for 5, evening session. That, as I say, it is the first ball that we've seen beat the bat for some time.
Just beginning, Vian Mulder, to look a little bit weary, isn't he? He's as a strong young man who played lots of rugby, Eddie, as a boy, yeah, and he had to choose in the end, as a teenager, which one do I specialise in?
So many sports from South Africa are like that, of course. You go back over the years, there's some excellent rugby players who are cricketers. That's a full-length ball which is dug out by Mulder, and one of them was De Villiers. David De Villiers, of course, he was a superb, but he's a bit of everything: tennis, rugby, and golf down to scratch. So I don't think we could
Scratch. Wow.
But out in South Africa, I've been there many times, and they've got so many facilities in schools, academies, everything. And they've got private schools out there. Sport is number one there. Well, rugby is. As the next ball is outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. 363 for 5, and we have 9 overs left this evening.
He basically felt he wasn't going to get quite big. He wasn't big enough for rugby. He didn't think he was going to get
He looked quite
big enough. He's solid,
quite strong, yes.
but he's not particularly tall.
Well,
and
these days, Richard, you've got to be 15.5 stone to play in the centre for your country, and often clubs.
yeah, minimum.
Harris
Well, he's going to replace Michael Hogan. Looking for his first wicket of the day. 2 for 54 for Hogan, but he has had Mulder dropped twice. Harris yet to create a chance. 15 overs, none for 69. But now he's really got a ball that should be in absolutely perfect condition in his hand, because it's 6 overs old, so the lacquer will be off. It'll be off the seam as well. But it is a little bit cooler now, so overhead conditions aren't necessarily as helpful as they have been earlier. Harris kicks up his heels, runs away from us and bowls a slightly short delivery up to Swindle towards his armpit. Are they going to try and take 2? They thought about it for a while. He dropped it out into the leg side. It was a long run in for, I think that's Salter coming in there, and he got there as the 2 Leicestershire batsmen, in fact it's Root coming in there. The 2 Leicestershire batsmen had both taken a couple of exploratory steps on a second. They decided not to risk it. As I say, Mulder just beginning to look a little bit tired now. He's waiting with bat raised as Harris is in and bowls to him very wide outside off stump, steered away, driven away for 4. Again, Harris looks down at the pitch in disgust and self-admonition because he served it up on a plate to Mulder out there. And a man who's got over 360 runs without being dismissed in his last couple of innings is not going to miss out on a wide half volley like that.
Now the bowlers now must be tired, having been, it's nowhere near hot as yesterday and the day before, but it's pretty hot out there. They've been toiling away on this feather bed, so both them and Mulder must be getting just a little weary.
Yeah, well, the sun hasn't been out in the last few hours.
Warm, wasn't it?
It's been warm, and the greenness that appeared to be on the pitch at the start. Well, what's on the pitch at the start? They did leave sort of 12 millimetres when the greenness, as Eddie said, has disappeared now. Harris is in, slightly short, going for the cut off the front foot, tired shot, slightly tired shot from Mulder because he missed it, and it bounced through to Chris Cook behind the stumps. Minimal reaction from James Harris. Can Mulder get through to the close? Still 8.5 overs. They'd love him to be there at the close. Leicestershire refreshed tomorrow. I'd love to get somewhere up to around about 500, 550. Harris is in and bowls. Mulder is carefully forward, head right over the ball there as he defends that one. Bat very close to the front pad, and it looks very solid and compact.
So would Leicestershire obviously be happy with the draw, getting bonus points?
No, I mean, they would. I think last week at home, a lot of people saying, look, just bat on and get 1,000 because you're not going to get 9-10 wickets on this on the final afternoon. But they didn't. They declared and said, well, we'll have a go. You've got to have a go. But they could have broken every record in the book, essentially. Harris is in and bowls left by Vian Mulder, outside off stump. So no, they'll certainly press for it, and they'll hope that there are a few cracks in the pitch.
Respond to something.
They'll hope that over the next sort of couple of days that there might be a little bit there for the likes of Callum Parkinson or Ackerman, both of whom give the ball a tweak, and you never quite know.
No, indeed.
But to do that, I think they'll want to bat only once, ideally, and to have a chance of batting once, you've got to get 550 probably. Harris is in, and looking to drive is Mulder, guiding it out towards Ingram at mid-off, who, having taken the ball, falling to his left, shies at the stumps at the non-striker's end, misses them. Made Mulder get the hurry up then. Keeps the strike, moves on to 139, 369 for 5.
So they've had 2 feather beds in 2 weeks, Leicestershire.
It looks that way. It looks that way. You never. So the wicket at home just never changed,
anything.
really.
Yeah.
Whether this one might remains to be seen.
Well, the one we've got at Cardiff, doesn't matter where you play, you know that you're not going to get anything in the 4th. You think of trying to bowl outside, it never happens. We saw it in the last game when Notts had to defend, and Glamorgan had to get 8 wickets in the day. They only got another 3 all day.
39 wickets did fall on it in the first match of the season.
Lisa bowls, and that's pulled out towards deep mid-wicket. That was a short delivery and just single. So you've got 2 men patrolling the boundary on the leg side and 1 on the offside. Mulder moves on to 140. Swindells is on 42.
I'm trying to remember what Mulder's previous best was before his 235. It was about 140, so to pass that twice in 2 innings is extraordinary, really. Let me just check.
Michael Lisa, for once, hasn't got a wicket. But he's toiled away. He's in his 15th over.
It was 146 previously.
As he comes in and bowls the Swindells, beats him outside the off stump. A tentative little prod from the batsman. I think they might have put the wrong score up. I had him at 47. And it's gone back to 42, Swindells.
Both boards agree.
Yeah, so it must be 42. A weary man tonight. He takes this long run and puts everything into this action of his. Here he is again from the Bennett end and bowls Swindells, who drives square. Is backward of square on the offside, and that's gone for 4. Signalled by Richard, because we can't see really unless we stand up way to our right if the ball has crossed the boundary or not. 374 for 5, 46 to Swindells. This is just the sort of pitch you want if you're out of nick, isn't it?
Yeah.
A 374 for 5. Looking to get 26 more runs, and that'll be a perfect end for their day today, Leicestershire.
Yeah, you'd take 400 for 5, wouldn't you, at the
Yeah.
end of the first day for sure.
Yes, Lisa again comes in, bowls. Swindells blocks that up towards mid-on.
He's a man of quite dramatic gestures, Harry Swindells, when his bat goes everywhere in the arm and the shout.
You talk about how the bowlers are getting tired and the batsmen. I think of the poor umpires. You don't seem to notice the hard work, isn't it, really? Concentration on everything. Except perhaps you're at square leg. But it's Lisa again, bowls. That's driven away on the offside. And there is just the single down at third man.
I remember my old headmaster, who was my first sort of umpire, used to umpire with a shooting stick, and unfold it and plonk himself down, whether it's square leg or indeed behind the wicket. So.
Or stand on it. I've seen.
Lean on it.
Yeah, lean it
yes,
on the bowler's end.
Yeah, okay.
As we watch Nisa complete He bowls, Mulder just nudges it away on the offside. End of the over. 375 for 5. Mulder's 140 and Swindell's is 47.
Yeah, coming into this season, Mulder's best was 146 made in Bloemfontein for Lions versus Knights. And where either of those two sides, which parts of South Africa they come from, I wouldn't like to hazard a guess. Lions would
is
be
up north, Joburg
okay,
way.
right.
And the Knights, I think they're down in Eastern Province, are they? Knights?
If it was in
Not sure.
Bloemfontein, that would.
That's up north as well.
So
very
that would be
much.
the Lions'
Yeah.
neck of the woods. Yes, indeed, it was for the Lions that he made that score, but obviously he left that far behind at Hove. Swindell's on 47. The partnership now worth 125. Just 7 overs left to be bowled today, as in goes James Harris and bowls to Swindell's, who has a horrible little flick at the ball outside off stump, and it goes through to Cook, who was ready to hurl the ball into the air in triumph and sort of semi-started to do so, and then throwing it almost to Lloyd at first slip beside him. Lloyd wasn't looking. He covered his head with his hands. Could have landed on him. Didn't, thankfully. Harris turns, runs in and bowls to Swindell's full on middle and leg, and played firmly on driven, but didn't quite get it as well as he would have liked to. Harris Swindell's a bit inside edge part of the bat, and runs out to Hogan, wide-ish mid-on, no run. Glamorgan fielders trying to keep spirits up. They know a couple of more wickets before the close would be a really big lift going into tomorrow. In goes Harris and is driven fullish outside off stump, but only as far as mid-off, where it's usually been Ingram, who folds his hands underneath his armpits. It is Ingram. Whether that stung a little bit. He examines his right hand a little bit ruefully. It is difficult. It is bobbly, the outfield, because of the dryness and the drilling. The outfield at Hove was an absolute picture. Absolutely billiard table smooth. Beautiful it was. In goes Harris and bowls straight.
Even the outfield?
Even the outfield.
I'm just looking over here, Richard. If you stand up, you'll see it. Do you see as if it was a playing area, the lines, whether they're drains, are coming through and you can see it?
Yes, that's another aspect of it. You can see the drainage channels that were dug out.
I've had a call.
Oh, updates time for BBC Radio Wales for Eddie, in as Nick said, in the language of heaven. We'll keep talking the language of cricket here in the commentary box as James Harris turns, runs in and bowls onto the legs of Harry Swindell's, played firmly out towards deep mid wicket. Might have thought about a second. Billy Root is reasonably quick to the ball down there on the mid wicket boundary, though gets his throw away, and it'll be just a single. Swindell's onto 48 now. Been a very important innings, both for him I suspect, but also certainly for Leicestershire. Mulder on 140 as he has rather run out of steam, understandably, bless him, in the last few overs. 6.1 remain as Harris is in, bowls to him short outside off stump, and he gets up on his toes, cracks it away through the vacant point area, but there is a man on the point boundary, and 10 yards in from the ropes on the point boundary. Andrew Salter is out there, comes into field. Mulder takes one, keeps the strike. Scott Steele, Leicestershire's acting 12th man, comes out with a drink and a towel. An energy drink, perhaps, which Mulder imbibes gratefully. Steele throws Harry Swindell's. He just gets it thrown to him. It is handed to Mulder. If you get to 3 figures, you'll get your drink handed to you, Harry Swindell's, perhaps. 377 for 5.
That rules me out ever. 377 for 5 hours, 7 overs, 6 overs left this evening. 400 should be attained. Leicestershire, I'm sure, would be delighted to have that on the board so they can push on tomorrow. Glamorgan would be desperate, at least for the 1 wicket, to get the 2nd bowling point to match Middlesex's efforts, their promotion rivals. Just sounds ridiculous to say in midsummer, but the light's looking a little bit murky at the moment. Don't think it's going to be bad enough to take them off, though.
I don't think they can put the floodlights on.
Right. Okay.
We can use the floodlights during championship games.
Thank goodness one council permits that.
Well, I think they had a couple of years when they weren't, but when they used them for T20, they saw they're so good these days at focusing them on just the part that needs to be illuminated that they realised that there wasn't much overspill onto Milligan Road or the surrounding houses. So,
well, the surrounding houses in Cardiff, as you probably remember, are much further away than
absolutely miles away, aren't they?
Much further away, at least. Well, you've got some residents next to the ground here, so if it can be done in Leicester, why not in Cardiff? Rant over.
Michael Hogan down the slope from the Bennett end, bowls to Vian Mulder. Lovely delivery that just bounces and moves away, swings away a little bit, goes through, beats the outside edge. Hogan stops at the end of his follow through, looks contemplatively. That's all at Vian Mulder, who can't see if he grinned back, but probably just shrugged and a bit too good at this stage, and I'm tired.
Beautiful ball, he didn't hit it.
Exactly that. Exactly that. It should be in great condition, the ball at the moment, which is only 9 overs old. So Hogan, sorry, go on, is in and bowls outside off stump. Not timed as he tried to steer that one away in the yawning gap in the covers there, Vian Mulder, and it runs out to Carlson at extra.
I'm not sure if great condition and ball go together in the same sentence this season.
Well, these things are relative. There should be still plenty of shine on it, though, after 9 overs. The lacquer should be off. The seam should be tolerably pronounced. It should be fairly spherical. In goes Hogan and bowls forward. In defence goes Mulder. As has almost come to a halt, really, in terms of his scoring. It needs to be a really bad ball for him to put it away. He's ready for the dressing room now.
I think the Glamorgan bowlers will be ready for the dressing room.
Iced baths all round. Oh, no, I don't know. Are they still a thing for some? I think they were. I remember one university producing a study as Hogan is in, bowls, well left by Mulder, on length, bit of bounce there, through to Cook it goes. Producing a study that said it made no difference, and I retweeted that, and I remember it was the Lancashire spinner, a very experienced Lancashire spinner, immediately fastened on it and said, do you mean they've been putting me in an ice bath the last sort of 15 years without any point at all? I hated every single one of them. But I think some still maintain it does help. Stiffness-wise, in goes Hogan and bowls left, I think, and it didn't miss off stump by very much by Mulder, who just wants to get through to the close now. There are still 5 overs to go. And he's telling himself, he's talking to himself, play your shots, play your shots. There's the gap. You can almost hear him saying it, swinging the bat towards that gap in the covers. There is a sweeper out on the boundary, but he's almost on the sort of point boundary. They want him to drive, as Hogan is in a little bit short of a length and forced off the back foot by Mulder. Back past Hogan, but only as far as Nisa at mid-off, end of the 91st over of the day. Leicestershire 377 for 5. That one was a maiden.
Indeed, I've got a radio update and a report to produce, so Edward will accompany you for the rest of the day's play. Thank you very much indeed, Richard, and look forward to rejoining you at 11 tomorrow.
Thank you, Nick. James Harris is going to continue from the pavilion end as Eddie's back with us, and will talk us through this Harris over.
Yes, from the pavilion end, and he comes and bowls to Swindells, and Swindells plays forward, out onto the offside. He moves on to 14. Oh, my word, he was close there. Hit that hit, then there would have been another wicket. But Swindells moves to his 50. And as I said earlier on, the pitch where, as Richard was telling us, he's been out of form for most of the season, is to regain your form and give you confidence to carry on.
87 balls and 6 fours.
379 for 5, and it will be Harris to bowl. It's the 4 overs left after this as he comes in and bowls, and this time it's driven firmly, but it's parried away by the bowler, and there is no run.
Partnership now worth 129. By some margin, the biggest of the innings.
Yes, solid partnership. After the last batsman rather gave it away, Everson. In comes the next ball, and that's driven back down. Good bit of feeling there.
Mulder, I think, could do with Swindles sort of taking a bit of control here, really. He looks weary. Swindles looks full of beans, understandably, after going to his 50. Could do with him taking a lot of the strike and...
1, 2, 3. Yeah, the fourth batsman out of 7 will be at the crease to cross 50. In comes Harris bowls, and short delivery goes over the head. I know Colin Ackerman's fielding watching this.
I was just thinking, I'm sure he appreciates the irony in it.
277 not out.
A grin, yeah.
Yeah. But he'd be quite happy because his sides have done well today.
And it was, in fairness to Michael Hogan, it was a really good ball. Just moved away.
Him a bit, yeah.
Feathered the edge. Could hear it sitting out there. Just turned and philosophically walked back.
In comes Harris and bowls. Again, a short ball. And there's your second for the over. The umpire will tell him they're allowed 2. I think it's 1 in one-day cricket. So they change the rules every year, so I keep up with it all.
Nigel Long points to his left shoulder and holds up 2 fingers.
Yes.
So
That's your lot for the over.
So theoretically, I can't remember seeing it. Very rarely happens when a bowler will, out of sheer bloody mindedness, bowl a third and get no balled, but you never know.
Last ball of the over, and he bowls. And this is nudged away for an easy single down towards mid-wicket. End of the over. 380 for 5. Swindells moves on to 51, and Mulder to 141.
And as I say, Mulder won't be entirely, I suspect, displeased about Swindles keeping the strike there. They two will wander down the pitch towards each other and have a chat. Alongside them, David Lloyd is having a chat to Kieran Carlson. So there's lots of talking going on out there. 4 overs remain. 6 o'clock it is, so...
He could give Carlson another one who last week bowled his first or second over of the season, got a wicket first ball.
Will he be a bit chary about feeling that it might be wasting what is still a pretty new ball? 11 overs old.
Yes, but as we know, once it's started to get pummeled, it goes in about 10 overs because there's no help at all.
Michael Hogan, 2 for 54 from his 17, has plugged away manfully. Comes in down the slope and bowls 2 Swindles. Looked like a slightly slower delivery there, and Swindles was forward waiting for it almost. Forward defensive out towards mid-on.
He's bowled really well. You read those figures, 2 for 54 of 17 overs. It's
should be 3 for.
Certainly, yeah.
And that would have made a huge difference to have
Mulder
yeah. Gone on 16.
Glamorgan could well be batting now.
125 runs right there as Hogan is in 2. Swindles squares him up, finds the outside edge, squirts down to third man, takes 1. Here comes an update for BBC Radio Leicester, the last of the day. Swindles on to 52, 381 for 5. Bit of a delay as mid-wicket goes back to deep backward square. Hogan saying to Mulder, right, I'm going to bounce you, see if you can take it on.
Or double bluff.
Yeah. In he goes and bowls, goes past the outside edge with another lovely delivery that just bounces and beats the outside edge of Mulder's bat. Weary push at the delivery from Mulder.
Interesting, always on the second morning. Batsmen are fresh, bowlers are fresh, and you more or less start again, because I'm sure Mulder would love to stay out there till 8 o'clock tonight and carry on. So,
I think he's about had enough physically. He looks a bit weary,
is he?
But
yeah.
to me a little bit. As in goes Hogan and bowls to him, he defends carefully down the pitch on the onside, and there's no run. Here's the update. Yeah, they haven't lost a wicket in this final session of the day. 3.2 overs remained. The Foxes have moved from 250 for 5, with the innings in the balance at tea, to 381 for 5. A partnership of 131 between Harry Swindles, who's reached his second 50 of the season. He's 52 not out. And Vian Mulder, who's batted superbly in going to 141 not out. That on the back of his unbeaten 235 against Sussex last week. He's looking a little bit weary now, understandably, and he has been dropped twice, once on 16 and once on 128. The first chance rather more straightforward than the second, but if he's still there tomorrow, the Foxes can have ambitions of going on to somewhere over 500 and really putting Glamorgan under some sort of pressure. The wicket is flat though as we approach the close of the first day, with Leicestershire 381 for 5.
Hogan completes his over. Another good over from him. 381 for 5. Just the 3 overs remaining. So we've got hardly any overtime tonight. 3 minutes past 6. Probably finish 6:15.
Not too bad. I remember in that first game played on this pitch, which was the first game of the season, I think it was the second day, 7 o'clock, we had to stop because the sun set behind those trees over there. That was back in April, first week in April.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was
like,
essentially dark.
It's like Old Trafford and Derby. But of course, they had to change the pitches round.
Yeah, it wasn't a problem in terms of getting in the batsman's eyes. It just set. In goes Harris and bowls a bouncer to Swindles, who sort of moves his head unnecessarily because it was so high and wide. 1 for the over, says umpire Leong, as they'd say in Spain. How would you say it in Welsh, if double L?
Llong, which is Welsh for a ship. So whether that comes into it, I don't know.
I'll have to ask him. I don't know whether he has Welsh parentage or blood. In goes Harris and bowls line and length on off stump, and forward goes Swindles back down the pitch to James Harris. It looks like both batters are now set on the close. 2.4 overs to go. They want to be there tomorrow if they possibly can. So the 400 won't be achieved tonight, or most unlikely to be achieved tonight. But plenty of overs for Leicestershire to get that 5th and final batting bonus point, as Harris is in and bowls. Swindles deceived by that one somehow on off stump. He looked like he was trying to work it behind square on the offside, played too soon at it and hit the thick inside edge. Could rather have gone anywhere. Harris at the moment doesn't look convinced he's going to take a wicket. It's been that sort of day for him. None for 80 from 18.3. In terms of runs conceded, that rate has fallen back a bit since over the last half hour or so. Bowls to Swindles, who leans forward on off stump and defends the ball out to mid off. Forward defensive. Ingram fields, no run. But the run rate for the innings as a whole remains over 4. It's 4.1.
Yeah, it's good going.
So
And
It
if
gives you
they-
time, doesn't it? It gives a captain time.
I was just working out, if they want to get 550, they'll probably bat until tea or a little after tomorrow.
Harris is in, short, outside off stump, dabbed down into the offside towards point by Swindles. If they keep going at 4 and over, they'd be there by
Mid-afternoon.
maybe
perhaps.
half an hour after lunch, something like. Yeah. I mean, I was saying to Nick in the final session on the final day at Hove, they scored 227 on the final morning, and Mulder was responsible for the majority of those runs. He's watching as Harris goes in and bowls full to Swindles and straight. Swindles back down the pitch on the onside. Harris pursues the ball as it runs round past him to Michael Hogan at mid-on, and that is the end of the over. He'll bowl one more, I'm sure, before the close. 19 overs, none for 80 for James Harris. 381 for 5 with 2 overs remaining in the day's play.
I don't know if you've got access to the weather for Friday, which so the local man said this morning didn't look too clever, which I hope it doesn't arrive because it could spoil everything for both sides.
70% chance of rain it's showing
70,
at the moment,
yeah.
but that just doesn't mean, it's not specifying how long it would be. It could be just showers.
They were going on about thunderstorms. Well, they hit and miss, aren't they?
They're saying 60% chance of rain at 8 tonight, a thunderstorm, but otherwise dry tomorrow.
Michael Hogan starts the penultimate over of the day, and that's driven away to deep extra cover for a single by Mulder. .52 to Swindles, who will take strike, barring no balls or wides. 11 balls left this evening. Hogan was in his 19th over. He comes up now to the right-handed Swindles and bowls to him. And tried to flick it down the leg side, but it was well taken by Cook, diving away to his left. Two wickets to Hogan today, and then one apiece for Salter and Ingram, the two spinners, and one for Lloyd. And the catches have been 2 behind, one at three behind rather, one at slip, and the other on the boundary. In comes Hogan again, and bowls to Swindles, plays forward, playing for the morrow, as they say. A few spectators left, but most have gone home. Leicestershire supporters having enjoyed their day. They haven't had many of them, in fairness, have they, this year?
No, certainly not here.
Have they come close to winning a game where you think you should have won that?
No, I'm afraid not.
Here's the next ball. And that's pushed away to mid-on. No run.
The defeats have been fairly heavy, and the draws have been sort of secured rather than with them putting the opposition under pressure.
And don't look like a batting side that, you know, have succumbed this year, do they, on today's performance? I know it's a very flat pitch, but...
Oh, they really have first half of the season desperately struggled for first innings runs until last week, really.
On these flat pitches.
Well,
yeah. In comes Hogan, bowls again, and again it's defended, no run.
and as I say, they did make 440 in the first innings against Notts, but still lost by an innings, getting bowled out for 99 in the second innings.
Did the pitch change then? That must
No,
have
I
been
don't think so.
flatty.
I don't think so, because Notts batted very well in their first innings to go past Leicestershire's score 580 odd, duck it again. And then, they just put Leicestershire under a bit of pressure, and Leicestershire weren't able to cope, unfortunately.
last ball of the over as Hogan comes in and bowls. Swindles pulls his bat back very quickly. That's the end of the over. Last over coming up 382 for 5, which will be expertly described by Richard Ray.
First innings score for Leicestershire this season: 213, 273, 213 again, 149, 320, that was at Cardiff, 210, 148, and then 440 and 756 for 4. But very much a mixed bag, but
it seems that they
beginning to find
bat on flat pitches, because the scores around the country have been quite huge in the last 10 days or so, haven't they?
They have.
Perhaps they're better accustomed to these good pitches.
Looks like a whippet being walked over there. In goes Harris, and pulling is Mulder, not getting anything on it. I think it hit his right hand. Did. That's not what Mulder needs, and he's walking away towards short leg. He's taken his glove off and looking at his right hand, giving it a shake. He doesn't look in desperate trouble. He's pulled his right glove back on now, so thankfully it looks like he's going to be okay.
Where's the whippet?
Straight ahead.
Oh, I can see it.
There
Perhaps
you
he's
go.
off to the 6th.
Greyhound.
Do they have greyhounds racing in Leicester? Must have.
We're going to see 3 Welsh Springer Spaniels tomorrow, which will be good to see. In goes Harris, bowls outside off stump. Mulder steps forward, lets the ball go through, which will add to the Welshness at the ground.
So, who are the Welsh
Springer Spaniels as Bertie and Freddie. Freddie's the oldest. Bertie
Who are they
and
belong to?
Norman. They belong to Martin Brunt, who is a Leicestershire supporter.
Oh, he brings them along.
Oh, sometimes manages to, when he's not working, get to the cricket and bring the guys along.
Unfortunately, you can't bring dogs into our ground.
You're not. In goes Harris and bowls. Mulder defends out into the offside. Thinks about the possibility of single as Carlson tries a bit of fancy footwork, trying to flick the ball up into his hands. Doesn't quite manage to achieve it.
Which doesn't please a lot of people. It's test match ground, you see.
You would have thought maybe for championship games it might relax it a little bit, but no.
But it's a stadium where you can't take a dog around on the outfield and things like that.
No, I suppose. Harris is in and bowls. There's a shout for leg before. Look, Harris is desperate, and it is turned down by Nigel Long. It looked straight. We'll have a look at the replay. Harris turns away. Momentary hope sprung in his heart there.
That would
Looked
have been
full.
a dismissal, wouldn't it, for poor Mulder? 2 balls of the day to go.
I wonder if we'll see a replay. I'm not. Oh, here we go. Let's see how close it was. Maybe going down leg. Looked a little bit across. It certainly wasn't an issue of height. Hit him low down. 2 balls to go in the day's play. In goes Harris and bowls short and pulled by Mulder to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Nobody moved then. For a minute I thought, well, where's it gone? But it did look as though it had gone through mid-wicket, and it thumps into the advertising hoardings in front of the meet. Eventually, Billy Root jogs up the ropes from square leg to the deep mid-wicket boundary, picks it up in front of the meet, but nobody moved. Even Mulder, having hit the shot, just stood perfectly still. Everybody was watching the ball, so insult added to injury as far as James Harris is concerned after that LB was turned down. Short ball next is dispatched to the boundary for 4. Mulder onto 146. Harris is in, bowls to him. Can he get to 150? No, he just defends that out into the onside, jogs a single, and that is the end of proceedings for the day. Leicestershire close day 1 on 387 for 5, and the 2 men leaving the pitch with bats in hand are Harry Swindles, who's 52 not out, and Vian Mulder, who is 147 not out, to go with his 235 not out last week. Well, theoretically, I suppose he could beat that if he plays as well as this tomorrow. Batted through the entire session, these two. They've put together a partnership so far unbroken for the 6th wicket of 137. Glamorgan had a pretty pretty decent day, particularly pretty decent afternoon, and at tea, at 250 for 5, innings was in the balance, but the wicket in the end, well, it has played pretty well, and though Glamorgan toiled, a couple of key chances went down, particularly Mulder on 16, dropped by Chris Cook off the bowling of Michael Hogan, and that was an absolutely key moment in the day, Eddie.
Yeah, nice to see the Glamorgan fielders, every one of them, clapping Mulder off. He played beautifully, it must be said, and he will want to press on, and as you say, who knows, he could surpass his previous score. But Glamorgan will want to try and take wickets. And when they do bat on this, I don't think that this pitch looks as if it'll deteriorate in the second or third day. It might turn on the last day, but who knows. But it's been a good day's cricket, full overs, and let's hope that that forecast is wrong on Friday and we get the full 5 days, because it has all the ingredients of being a good competitive game.
Hope you've enjoyed our coverage here on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Wales. Nick Webb, Eddie Bevan and myself, Richard Ray, will be back